What is going to be?
Tosin, Jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, Tosin, please can you go to the dashboard? I'm going to make you admin now. For now, go to the dashboard. Can you hear me? Hello, Tosin, can you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Larry.
Morning. Please go to the dashboard. You will see apps. So you may need to, I don't know, I think it disabled all my app. You may need to approve, go to apps on the system. Or, you know what? Let me log in on the laptop. Let me do it on the laptop. Ah, but time has gone. Oh. No, try it on your laptop. Let me see your screen. I'm making you host. So if you look down, you will see where it is written a,
Dr. Larry.
Okay, can you hear me? Mr. President, good morning, sir. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Larry.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Ikono. Mrs. Patricia Ikono. Welcome. You are an early bird. You are our first member to join this morning. We are really proud of you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Well done, well done. Morning. Good to have you here. Morning.
Justin, how are you today?
She's working on her. She's trying to work on her sound, sir. The sound is not coming out on her system, so she's working on it. So we are currently working on that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll start at exactly the time. I even thought people would have joined, and now we can start exactly the time we are meant to start. Let me see. It seems the women are winning. Mrs. Queenet, you are welcome.
I also want to join you to congratulate Mrs. Patricia Ikono, who was the first participant to join, and then number 2, Queenet Ihoma. I think, Dr. Larry, they deserve a reward, though. Start thinking of something.
Yes. Although a lady had joined earlier, one Miss Taiwo too, but I think she left because of her network too. But officially, the one that we met is, of course, Mrs. Patricia. Oh, maybe I'll make her a group leader. She'll be giving a group leader, sir.
The top three. The next person who will be the third. So just think of something for the top 3.
Okay, no, we have 3. We have 3 already. We actually had one Miss Taiwo. I advised her to log out to change her display picture. So we now have Miss Patricia, Miss Queen.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so that's
okay, great. So that's great. Let's not forget that. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Patricia, Mrs. Dioma Queenet, you're welcome, ma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. We're so happy to have you back.
Yeah.
This is serious. How will I activate now?
Okay, I can hear you now, Tosin. We can hear you clearly. Can you hear me, Tosin?
Morning. How far?
I'm not greet suspect. I said I will not greet suspect. She's after I left. She know they even see me. So I don't know where suspect. Where suspect? But this guy have been like today come from where? Eh? So because they're what is the west? Because they're west. Yeah. Okay. May God console you and your family. As well as we cannot question God. My dear. So,
We also want to welcome Dajuan Longat Daniel, Ifeoluwa Babawale. Okay. So and Adedeji Aderomu, we'll keep welcoming people as they come in. So with the next 5 minutes, we just need to do just general welcome, and then we'll start we'll kickstart the program immediately after.
This is not their car. I know.
Hi. You need to a bit heal this place where it is here. But you are talking with cultural law. People on cultural. You wear your cultural clothes. That's what what do you know?
Yeah, we want to also advise that we should all mute our mics as we come in. When there's a need for us to say one or two things, we can unmute. That way we will ensure that there is sanity in speech and everybody will all hear ourselves. Let me just do the I'm still welcoming. I want to welcome here the legal advisor, Dr. Agadi Elachi, SAN. We are happy to have you on board, sir. Want to welcome Ayodele Teniola. We are welcoming Dajuan Longa Daniel. We also welcoming Ifeoluwa Babajide. We also want to welcome Ikono Patricia Alphonsus. We welcome Mr. Iwo Yetoro, Mr. Ojo Michael Emmanuel, Mr. Obajide Owolabi, Damla, let's see, Olufemi Atinshola, and we'll do introduction basically as we run by. So what we're doing now is just to see just a general introduction, after which we'll start the program fully. I want to recognize the presence of my president here, So currently we have the president of the society. He's currently on board. He has also joined us for this meeting. Okay, still recognizing those that have joined us. I want to welcome Baba Kura Bukar. I want to welcome Clementina. I make welcome Afrogenic. I make welcome once again, like I said earlier, as CJ Ohita, Princess. All right, this is 9:06. Exactly 9:10 we'll kickstart the program without much ado. By that time, I expect that we would have had more participants. We are currently 31. Total number of people that are to be on this platform are 77 as at this morning. And that is aside the NWC members, the CWC members, and of course our facilitators who are already with us. Once again, this is the Induction Workshop 2025 of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. This is a workshop that will introduce you to community engagement for peace building. The assumption of what we aim to do is, first of all, to give you a general overview of what community engagement is, introduce you to ADR, introduce you to all the processes involved in community engagement, introduce you to peace building, equip you with monitoring and evaluation, report writing, and at the end, and then give you some instances of humanitarian assistance. The idea is that after this event, you will be a professional when it comes to engaging the community. It's currently the UN and most NGOs and NGOs have come to realize that community engagement at the local level is very important for peace building and for promoting peace at the cradle. So this, what we aim to do with this training is to give you the requisite knowledge required to make you a professional, after which this would qualify you as a member of the society, and by tomorrow, hopefully, you will be inducted as a member of this prestigious society and practice. Of course, by tomorrow, I will do a short profile and give you an introduction into exactly what SPSP is, who we are, what we represent, our members, and other details that may be required for you to understand more of us. Currently, we have two offices, two major offices. We have the technical headquarters and the corporate headquarters. Our corporate headquarters, of course, is at the University of Ibadan at number 9 Parry Road, Ibadan. And of course, our technical headquarters is at National Open University, Abuja at Jabi. These offices are run currently, and we have staff working for us, ensuring that we have our members as serviced as at when due. This training, of course, as of today, let me read a reel of our participants, our facilitators that we have as of today. So first on the list, we have Professor Tunde Akoni. Professor Tunde Akoni is a lecturer, is a professor of communication and peace at the Lagos State University, or JOL. He is a journalist, he's a media scholar, he's a developmental expert, with experienced assets in diverse communication practices and scholarship. Yes, and we also have with us one of our facilitators, Dr. Obi Indefon Neji, who is currently the subdean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Calabar. He is a specialist in peace, development studies, and other details, as I shared earlier. We'll be having with us Ms. Ademola Adeleyin Ilemobola Bukola. She works for UN Women. She has requisite knowledge in the peace building line, with a stint at WANEP, a stint at UN Women, a stint at Search for Common Ground, a stint at she's been in and out basically of in the peace building space. In the same vein, we have with us still today. Some of our facilitators include Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti, who is a research fellow in the Peace and Strategic Studies program of the University of Ibadan. He leads the environmental conflict specialization, teaches postgraduate students, and he has been a member of West African Peace Building Institute at Ghana. We also have with us Professor Ruth Abiola Adimula, an associate professor at the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin. Currently, she is a member of the tax reform, the tax tribunal. We also have with us Dr. Willie Eselebo, who is a specialist in border and migration studies. He's an M&E expert, he's a consultant with the Ministry of Interior and other non-governmental agencies around Nigeria. Currently, we'll also be having with us Dr. Adiola Adams. He's an ADR specialist and the immediate past secretary. He actually handed over the baton to me. He's the one that, of course, taught me some of the things I know now in Secretary General's job of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. We will be having with us also Dr. Lydia Umar. She is a specialist. She's one of the veterans when it comes to peace building work in Nigeria, and she will be joining us for this. We also have with us one of the number one name when it comes to civil military relations in Nigeria, and that is Professor Freedom Onuha. He will be taking us on community military relations and community engagement. And one of our facilitators will be Professor Chris Kwaja, the country director of United States Institute for Peace. He's a professor at the Modibo Adama University, Yola, and of course a consultant on peace building with a lot of non-governmental organizations in Nigeria. Along the line of those that we have with us, we'll be having the president, Professor Mr. Nathaniel Hussein Awapila. In fact, his name is a name that is synonymous to peace building in Nigeria, especially in the North Central region and everywhere that has to do with the northern part of Nigeria. You have, of course, my humble self. You also be having with us Dr. Victor Adesina, who is a specialist in ADR and is a lecturer at Babcock University in Elisha Remo. We'll also be having Dr. Kudu Abubakar, who is a veteran. He will be the moderator for this event. I'm only doing the introduction. After the introduction part, he's taking charge. Dr. Kudu Abubakar is a veteran when it comes to news, when it comes to public relations. In fact, it was this morning, he was still on NTA doing some analysis of some or two of current issues in Nigeria. We'll be having with us my assistant when it comes to handling and dexterity in admin, which is we have Miss Ojewale Oluwatosin. She'll be part of those that will be in charge of practicum. She'll be here with us for the whole of this program. So, and of course, I left the big one, the big name for the last. The one we call the founder of Society for Peace Studies and Practice, the man who brought peace studies to Nigeria, West Africa, and indeed the Sub-Saharan Africa, Professor Isaac Olawale Albert. He will be speaking with us on community engagement. At this juncture, I think it will be right for us to kickstart the program as scheduled. And this would, of course, we'll start with the national anthem. I want to crave our indulgence for everyone to, at this juncture, if possible, unmute yourself as we take the national anthem together. Okay, can we unmute ourselves as we take the national anthem? One, two, go. Nigeria.
No tribal
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Lord bless the country. We can all have our seats. Sit down very well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
I want to welcome you once again to our special induction workshop, which is themed community engagement in peace building. I will be here with you from today till tomorrow. Of course, your host will be Miss Ojewale Oluwatosin. That's the moderators and the veteran, Dr. Kudu Muhammad Abubakar. Is currently. So what I will do now is I will do the roll call of those that are present here, and after that, that's the introduction of that. Then the president will give his opening remarks. Okay. First of all, let me introduce to us the president of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, a society that was national but now is international because we have branches in Sierra Leone, we have branches in Cameroon, we have branches that are about to kickstart somewhere in the diaspora. And so we call us, is now not just the president of SPSP National, but the president of SPSP International. You're welcome, sir. I also want to introduce here the financial secretary of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, no other person than CFC Grace Ola Aino Ladoku. You're welcome, man. You're very welcome, man. We're happy to have you on board here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ed.
Yes. I also want to make welcome the Chief Legal Advisor of Society for Peace Studies and Practice and the immediate past president or thereabout of this for chartered mediators and conciliators, Barrister Agada John Elachi, SAN. You are welcome, sir. We are happy to have you on this Zoom on this program. You are welcome, sir. I want to also recognize the presence of the chairman of the Adamawa State Branch of Society for Peace Studies and Practice, Dr. Said Owonikoko. You are welcome, sir. Oh, I also have with us the just minted managing editor of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice Publications, Dr. John Paul Sua. You are welcome, sir. We are happy to have you on board. I also want to make welcome, I'm reading them as I'm seeing it here. I want to recognize the presence of, I saw the chairman of the Lagos State Branch of Society for Peace Studies and Practice, Mr. Richard Adeyinka. You are welcome, sir. Also here, the Osun State Chairman of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, the Associate Professor Titus Olusegun. You are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
I also welcome the coordinator of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, Plateau State Branch, Professor Rachel Yemisi Amukpito. You are welcome, ma. We appreciate your presence here. Let me see. All right. So at this, let me now invite the President of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice as he gives his opening remarks. Mr. President, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Langway, and for the facilitation. Forgive me, I want to mute and notice the audio coming from different directions. Okay. So I hope you don't experience much distraction. I want to thank every distinguished person that is here today. I want to start by appreciating you for your interest in the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. On behalf of the Chairman, Board of Trustees of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, who is unavoidably absent this morning, but who is aware that this training is taking place and that you're going to be inducted into the society tomorrow, together with the entire board, I'd like to welcome you on his behalf. Also, on behalf of the National Working Committee, the Board of Fellows, ably led by Her Excellency Ambassador Saad Abubakar. I want to welcome you on behalf of the entire Central Working Committee, some of who are here with us. This induction training is a special one. You have a roll call of some of the best experts in the field serving as facilitators for this training. And I'm not going to try to call the names because I'm supposed to take only 5 minutes to speak. But Dr. Larry called some of the names. On a certain day, somebody told me, when I hear this name, and I'm sure you can guess what the name is without saying it, whatever I'm doing, I want to stop and pay attention. It's one of the voices you'll be listening to during this training. But because this training is so special, the executive leadership of the society invited all members of the executive leadership at the central level and the chairpersons at the branch level, and all our very eminent appointees to be part of this training. Some of the appointees are also facilitators at the professors in their field, eminent experts in their field. We're not asking them to come and participate because they are going to have basic knowledge about this. Some of them have been doing this for more than 2 decades. But we're asking them to be part of this because, and it's important to mention this, in 2023, when we were redesigning our capacity building programs, I consulted Professor Isaac Olawale Albert, our distinguished founder. And I consulted Dr. Chukwuemeka Eze on the recommendation of Professor Albert. We did some brainstorming, and the ideas that I got from them were then taken to this National Working Committee for review and approval. It was at that time that we agreed that SPSP is going to stand out for capacity building in peace processes, to support rather than focus on units which are already being handled by other peace building specializations the ICMC, the NTI, to focus on promoting skills, competencies around addressing peace processes in Nigeria and across Africa. And Professor Albert proposed community engagement. And we have had this running since Kaduna, when we had the conference in Kaduna. And we have sustained it, but developing it, going deeper into the issues. And we hope that our inductees today and the entire leadership of SPSP, utilizing the expertise that is available in-house, we will begin to do peace building differently from the way we may have done in the past. Earlier this morning, like the Secretary General, Dr. Larry mentioned, Dr. Kudu Abubakar was on NTA on Good Morning Africa. He's chairing an important conference coming up next week when they're talking about spokespersons, a spokesperson summit for Nigeria. When people don't engage effectively, what they say generates conflict. And we know how many conflicts we have generated as a result of saying the wrong things or doing the wrong things. And so hopefully, this capacity building today and tomorrow, a day and a half, will place all of us on the same page in terms of engaging. So that when you're an SPSP member and you are engaging, there's something distinctive about the way you're doing it. We hope that this will be one of our distinctive contributions to peace building in Africa. I congratulate all of you who have opted to be on this platform. 77 distinguished men and women are going to be inducted tomorrow if the number does not increase, because there's the likelihood that it could increase. And this is in addition to another 50 and another 60 and another 70-something in the past few months that have joined the society. Hopefully, the momentum will gather until it will be difficult for anybody to say that they are not aware of the contribution of SPSP. I want to celebrate our very distinguished men and women who have accepted to join SPSP as advisors, as technical leaders in various areas of the society. As the society grows, we continue to invite people who want to help us succeed. And I want to thank them. I will not go into calling names because it's going to take a bit longer, but there will be an appropriate time to invite the entire SPSP family to come, even if it's virtually, and meet with all of them, so that they will address us and talk about what it is they are bringing to SPSP, by way of the distinctive appointments they have got. I want to thank you and hope that we all enjoy this session today, as loaded as it is, and we look forward to the induction tomorrow. By way of conclusion, I'd like to say that when we joined, we identified the top 3 people that joined were, Dr. Larry has the names. And we say the top 3 people that joined, we're certainly going to say thank you to them in a distinctive way. Hopefully we'll do that tomorrow. And I also want to assure that as we conclude tomorrow, whatever you need to have to identify as SPSP member, the Secretary General will inform us how to get it, since this is a virtual event. Thank you so much, and may we have an excellent day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for that speech. We thank you. All right, without much ado, we should be having a short welcome speech by the Board of Trustees Chairman, the former Executive Secretary of TED Fund, Professor Sulaiman Elias Bogoro. I'm trying to check if he's online. Okay, I cannot see Prof's number online. I think he's having issues with connecting. Okay. All right, that's without much ado. Normally, what we should do now is to do some sort of introduction. So what we'll do is, as fast as possible, after which we'll do a quick snapshot, just to do a picture, to have a picture of everybody together where we'll unmute ourselves. So where we'll all open our videos. For now, I want us will all introduce themselves, if possible, in 10 seconds. So we'll do it. Of course, what you do is that when somebody is introducing, if you unmute yourself, let the person finish speaking, then you do that too. All right. So let's start. I think here from the Zoom, the number one name is Adedeji Adewum. Just unmute yourself, introduce yourself, your name, and then your organization, what you do, and then move on. Just to let us know that in this training, we have 4 traditional rulers who are currently the traditional rulers of their various communities, and they are spread around Nigeria. There's one in South, 2 in Southwest, 1 in the north, in the north, I think 1 from the Southeast. So we have 4 traditional rulers who also believe that this training will help them to learn something new about peace building. And we are very proud of that, because if we are engaging the community, having the traditional rulers have a buy-in is one of the first steps of ensuring that your peace building initiative is going to make an impact. So we want to appreciate the traditional rulers who are here. We appreciate you so much. We also have, of course, we have 2 major generals, I think some 2 colonels, police officers, civil defense officers, security agencies, and top NGOs members, professors. I think I have about 4 professors also as part of this training. We want to appreciate you. So quick introduction. We'll start from Mr. Aliu Akoshile, just 10 seconds, and after which we'll take it on. We want to also welcome, before he gives introduction, I want to welcome Professor Tunde Akoni. He's one of our facilitators. You are welcome on board, sir. All right, let's do the introduction, please, as soon as possible. Yes, introduction.
Yeah, good morning to the house.
Yeah,
good morning to the entire house.
Good morning,
morning,
my
sir.
brother,
Welcome,
Professor Akoni.
My name is Tunde Akoni. My name is Professor Tunde Akoni. I'm a professor of journalism and development communication based at the Lagos State University.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, next. Yeah. Next person.
Yes, Dr. Ibrahim, Kogi State University, Kaba.
My chairman, the chairman of Kogi State. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, next.
Can I proceed, sir?
Go ahead, sir. Proceed, sir. Proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, distinguished executives, fellows, members, and maybe my colleagues. My name is Aliu Akoshile. I'm a former managing director of the Daily Times, now a doctoral candidate on peace studies and conflict resolution. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. We're happy to have a pressman here also. God bless you, sir. Yes, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, okay. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Adedeji Adewum. I'm a Global Youth Ambassador with UNICEF Nigeria. I also am the founder of the Peace Scholars, a non-government organization centered on the promotion of positive peace. Aside that, I also head 4 other non-governmental organizations focused on social impact.
Oh, thank you. That's good. We're happy to have you. That means we have a youth leader here from UNICEF. Thank you so much. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, go ahead, ma.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Angela Olofu Adeoye. I'm a staff of the Center for Conflict Management and Peace Studies, University of Jos. I'm also a specialist and expert in gender, peace, and security. It's nice to meet you all.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome, man. Thank you, man. Next.
My name is Dr. Cedric Jaja. Hello?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Dr. Cedric Jaja. I'm joining from Port Harcourt. I'm a director for DBI.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jaja. Thank you, sir. We're happy to have you here. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Damla Kevin Mabas. I am from the Center for Conflict Management and Peace Studies, University of Jos. Happy to be here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning. My name is Amina Ahmed. I'm the Executive Director of Women Initiative for Sustainable Community Development. Also a student from the University of Jos for Conflict Studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma. Next. Thank you, ma. Next.
Good morning,
Our
everybody.
time is running. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Olufemi Atinshola. Youngest mama, a member, Positive Change Vanguard, Nigeria, is an NGO, and also a farmer by profession. Thank you.
Sir. I like that last part. You are the one that will feed the nation for us. Thank you, sir. Next, and you pitch peace, especially when it comes to farmer herders conflict. We are happy you are here, sir. We are very happy.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Go ahead, ma. Go ahead, ma. We can hear you, ma.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Sophia Daniels, lecturer, Ignatius Ajuru University, River State. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Congratulations for last week's events. Thank you, ma. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Dr. Sophia is not just a lecturer there, she's also the first vice chair of SPSP.
Oh, okay. You're welcome, our vice chair. You're welcome, ma. All right. So next.
Good morning, everyone. My
Go
name
ahead,
is
sir.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Michael.
sir.
My name is Mr. Michael Johnson Etukudo, lecturer, Paradise School of Technology, Kefi.
Oh, good to have you. I'm happy with the spread. Kefi, that's Nasarawa State. It's even good. You help us resuscitate SPSP in Nasarawa. You're welcome, sir. We're happy to have you here. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Go ahead, ma. Go ahead, ma.
Okay, my name is Celine Agbola, the staff of Management and Studies, University of Jos. I'm happy to be here.
You're welcome, ma. You're welcome, ma. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Next.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
My name is Oyewale Bamdele. From working Nigeria Bottling Company. I based in Kano State. Thank you.
Oh, we're happy to have you here, Kano. Wow, that's good. I hope you audited the Kano platform. You're welcome, sir. Next.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good
Go
morning.
ahead, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
I
sir.
am
Go ahead, sir.
I am Babakura Bukar, Director of Procurement, Borno State Bureau of Public Procurement, and a PhD candidate, PhD, Peace and Conflict Studies.
Oh, we're happy to have Borno State here. We, the president and the whole the executive were actually in Borno about 2 months ago. It's a lovely place. We're happy to have you here because obviously you'll be one of those that will be championing SPSC Borno. We are welcome. We're happy to have you here. Next.
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, ma.
My name is Patricia Ekono. I am a PhD candidate for Institute for Peace and Security, member for Standard Institute. I work in the financial industry and I'm in media. I'm so happy and excited to be here.
We are happy to have you here. Thank you, ma. Yes, ma. Next.
Good morning.
You know our money is safe with you. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. This is Dr. Sheson Peter. I'm calling from Center for Conflict Management and Peace Studies, University of Jos. I'm glad to be here, Mr. Lanre, Dr. Lanre.
Thank you so much, sir. My senior lecturer, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. My name is Ambassador Clementina Okolo. I'm a chartered mediator on peace and conflict resolution, President Mediation, Peace and Vocational Training Initiative in Abuja here. I am a peace artist. I use my songs in different Nigerian languages and international language to advocate for peace. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, man. Now, Mr. President, are you taking notes? She's going to help us compose an SPSP national international song. To have you, Ambassador, man. All right, next.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Morning, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Ojo Michael Emmanuel. I'm a senior program manager for the Farmer Herder Initiative for Peace and Development in Africa. And our key area of focus in the area of peace studies is conflict transformation. And I'm so excited to be here this morning.
We're happy to have you here, sir, especially because now that's one of the issues we are still trying to sort in Nigeria, and this is community engagement, which means you're helping us to engage the farmers and everybody. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Next.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Hello.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Gregory Wisdom, a lecturer at River State University, Human Resource Management.
All right. Oh, thank you so much for coming, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead.
All right, good morning, everybody.
My name is Ola Limited, and the Chief Operation Officer at the Book
Oh, thank you for having us. Thank you so much, sir. We're happy to have you here, sir. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Stephen Olumayowa.
Okay, sir. Mr. Stephen
Good morning, everyone.
Olumayowa. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Stephen Olumayowa. I am a security expert here in Jos, and I double as a PhD Center for Peace Studies, University of Jos. Glad to be here.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Next.
Good morning,
I can
everyone.
See the yes, go ahead, sir.
My name is Bulus Ilya, a businessman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I love the way it was very sharp. Thank you, sir. Next, I have just 3 minutes more to do introduction. And Dr. Neji will take us on the first training for the day. Yes, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, sir.
I am Daud Ilya Ayuba, a police officer as well as a PhD candidate at the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, University of Jos.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Anahira. Yes, I work with the University of Abuja. I'm also a student of Center for Conflict Management and Peace Studies, University of Jos.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Next, we'll be stopping this at exactly in 2 minutes time. Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, sir. I'm Major General UI Mohammed, retired. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, all. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I see why I like the military. Very sharp, very straight, direct to the point. Major General, sir, you're welcome, sir. Retired but not tired.
Thank you very much.
Learning to still be involved in peace building at the community level. God bless you, sir. Next.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Rukaya Ibrahim Laden, School of Preliminary Studies, Nile University, Abuja, Nigeria.
Good to have you on board, ma'am. Nile University. Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Good
Just
morning,
1 minute left.
Good morning,
sir.
all. All right,
Morning,
I'm Dr.
sir.
Titus Saba, yes, from the Department of Peace Studies and Conflict Resolution, University of Calabar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good to have you here on board. Next. We have just 30 seconds left.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, all.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Assistant Commander of Corps Lawrence. Hello, I'm also a PhD student, University of Ibadan.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Next.
Good morning. Good morning,
yes,
sir.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
Yes, I'm Dajuan Lonka Daniel, PhD candidate, Studies, University of Jos.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good morning,
Next.
everybody.
Morning, sir.
My name is Ken Ati. I work with Search for Common Ground.
Good to have you here. I'm sure you know Bukola, one of our facilitators. I think I've met you before when we were in Abuja. It's good to have you on board. Search for Common Ground is one of our partners of SPSP. Yes, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Shakira Abib, and I am an SDSN Youth Ambassador.
Okay, you're welcome, Ambassador, ma. Thank you so much for being here. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
My name is Azubike Monica. I work with the EFCC. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma. That means we have to be careful of our financial dealings. You're welcome, ma. We can open our books anytime to EFCC. It's good to have you here. Next.
Good morning,
Good morning,
everyone.
everybody.
Morning.
I am Dr. Richard Misarupi, and I am the founder and executive director of the Development Initiative for Community Impact. And I also do part-time lecturing on peace and conflict. So I'm currently pursuing a PhD in peace and conflict resolution at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. Thank you.
Oh, good to have you here, ma. Good to have you here, ma. I like the fact that you're into community engagement already. So this will be an eye-opener. Next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I am Elizabeth Bako.
Okay.
I work with FIRS, JOS, and I'm currently with Peace and Conflict, running my PhD also. Thank you.
Good to have you on board, ma. Thank you, ma. Next. The facilitator for our next facilitator is already on ground, Dr. Obi Nejin. I will hand over to Ms. Ojewale to do the introduction, and after which it will take us for the next 40 minutes. Okay, next introduction. Then after that,
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Morning, ma. Morning, ma.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, ma.
Yes, my name is ACP Olabisi Okuwobi. I'm the National Coordinator for Police Campaign Against Cultism and Other Vices. And I'm currently running my PhD too.
Oh, thank you very much, ma. I think I know that name. I'm even very happy that, like you said, what your current position is very important and it is very key to community engagement. So you are not in the wrong place. You are in the right place. We're happy to have you on board. Okay, 2 more. Next.
Everyone is fed up with you because of your actions. Patience isn't the only one we have to deal with.
Hello. Okay. I think that's for now. Maybe we just stop the introduction. Sorry for everyone that has not introduced themselves. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We'll still do that later. So at this juncture, I want to hand over to Ms. Tosin Ojewale as she takes over from here for the moderation and introduces the next speaker. Thank you all. Ms. Tosin, you have the floor.
Okay, can we go there? All right.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly mute yourself if you're not speaking right now. Kindly mute yourself. You're welcome again. Okay. Who is saying something?
Go ahead, Mr. President. Yes, sir.
Dr. Larry, if you don't mind, just before Tosin speaks, I wanted to just report that while the introductions were ongoing, I received a call from the Chairman Board of Trustees, Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, who says he will join us tomorrow during the closing session where he will address us, but he sends his goodwill and he wishes us well. I just wanted to mention this so that you know he has us in his thoughts even as we begin today. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Tosin, you may proceed, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So we are welcome to today's induction and today's workshop. We welcome everyone to the program. We are going properly into the workshop training session. And the first facilitator we have on the list is Dr. Neji Obi. So I'm going to read Dr. Neji's citation now. Dr. Neji is the subdean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Calabar. He is the first national vice president of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. He has a PhD and MA in Peace and Conflict Studies from the University of Ibadan, as well as BSc in Political Science from the University of Calabar. He holds 5 professional peace and conflict management certifications from the United States Institute of Peace and Peace Operations Training Institute, USA. He's a facilitator at the Naval War College in Nigeria and a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. He's also a fellow of the International Academy of Gender and Peace and the Institute of Human and Natural Resources. He specializes in alternative dispute resolution, peacekeeping, civil society organization, conflict early warning and response, as well as election-related conflicts. He's a member of the Nigeria Political Science Association, the Institute of Chartered Mediation and Conciliators, and the Global Alliance for Ministries and Infrastructure for Peace. He has as well published in reputable journal. And this morning is going to be taking us on conflict intervention and overview of the ADR spectrum. Dr. Neji, you're welcome on board. Dr. Neji?
Yeah, thank you very much. Distinguished participants, can you indicate if you can hear me clearly?
We can, you're audible.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can hear you very, very loud and clear.
Yes, good morning, distinguished participants, faculty members. I bring you greetings from the old city of Calabar, Cross River State. Can you please enable the screen share function? Okay, I'll bring you greetings. So basically what I'll be doing today is to talk to us about the title that has been mentioned. And in doing that, I will be looking at, the title is Conflict Intervention, an overview of the ADR spectrum. I don't want to take for granted that we are all specialists in this field. But again, this is a concept, a space and a field that we are all familiar with because we engage in conflict intervention at various levels, at the family level, at the various offices, in our places of work, in our churches, in our interpersonal relationship. So my responsibility this morning is not to teach, but just to call attention to the ADR spectrum as it were, and also remind us that ADR is as old as the existence of mankind. It has been with us and it will continue to be with us. Now, as very committed members of the society, especially those in the peace building space, our responsibility in this morning is to give us an overview. Overview simply means we're not going to go into details of the various concepts and the nuances of the ADR. I want to believe other facilitators have a responsibility to do an in-depth analysis of the various ADR options. So let me start by welcoming you to this session. In the next few minutes or several minutes, I'll be calling attention to what ADR is, and we'll try to look at the various options we have. Now, for the content of my presentation, I just have a few broad concepts. Now, on this call, what I'll be doing is first to introduce us to ADR. They call it introduction, but not introduction per se. It's just a reminder of the ADR spectrum, because I want to believe most of us, if not all of us, are familiar with the concept of ADR. And thereafter, we'll go a step further to look at the various types of ADR, ranging from negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and adjudication. As I earlier mentioned, this is not a new field. So other than presenting a lecture, I will stimulate or lay the foundation for a discussion of what the ADR spectrum is. Then thereafter, we'll talk to us about the methodology in choosing the right ADR option. Now, ADR are several methods, and that is why it is called a spectrum. But what is going to inform the kind of option we choose and we deploy in a given conflict situation? And we will conclude. As always, every training, every workshop has learning objectives. Now, for this intervention, I've decided to put up two broad objectives. Now, the first is to provide participants with an overview of the
Collect the car key for me.
is to provide an overview of the many ADR options. Now, what this simply means is that I'm just going to call attention to the various options available and how they can be utilized. The second objective is to lay the substructure that will enable participants to make an informed choice when it comes to a particular ADR option. To allow for a free flow of this presentation, can we please kindly mute our mic because it's interfering with whatever we're doing here, please. So we have these two objectives. First, an overview of the ADR spectrum, and secondly, to lay the foundation that will enable participants decide on what ADR option to choose at the end of the day, depending on the specific conflict situation. To start with, what is ADR and why is it called a spectrum? Now, ADR, as we all know or should know, simply means alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution. Now, we should underscore the word alternative. Now, for there to be an alternative, it simply means that there is a primary, there is a main. Now, alternative in this context is only to support. So the question we need to ask from here is alternative to what? A good starting point for this discussion is to remind us that in all societies, and especially our society, we have a traditional conflict management regime. And that regime has to do with the regular system that is the police and the court system, which most professionals have called the adversarial criminal justice system. They call it adversarial because the system has inbuilt mechanisms that create conditions for enmity, that create conditions for adversity. So because of the win-lose nature of the traditional court system, judicial system, it is therefore necessary for those in the peace-building space to have an alternative to the criminal win-lose criminal justice system. And that alternative is squarely what we'll be talking about today. So whenever we hear alternative dispute resolution, what should come to mind almost immediately is the fact that there is a primary dispute resolution mechanism, and that is the criminal justice system. And because of the gaps that are inherent in the criminal justice system, most of us should be familiar that once a case is taken to the court, most times that case outlive those who went to court with the case. Most times children grow up to inherit cases of their parents and they still pass and leave those cases pending. Most times a case can last 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years and justice is not served, is not delivered. So those in the peace-building space, peace-building community, now took it as a responsibility to start looking for an alternative to this criminal justice win-lose system that can enable some kind of a win-win platform where disputants will value relationship more than having a sense of judgment. And that gave rise to the alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Now, why is it called a spectrum? My responsibility today on this call is to present an overview of the ADR spectrum. And perhaps those who crafted this title just needed us to know that a spectrum is a continuum, that is a spectrum is a range of factors, it's a range of things, it's a range of activities. Now, ADR is called a spectrum because you have more than one available option for conflict parties to choose from. You have more than one option for conflict parties to choose from. Now, for those who are familiar with this system, For those who are familiar with this system, we are also aware that the court system has integrated ADR into its proceedings, and the court system calls it a multi-door courthouse. Now, they call it a multi-door because as you leave the court premises, the traditional judicial criminal justice system that gives a win-lose outcome. Now, most disputants, even the legal practitioners, will most likely advise their clients, why not explore the ADR option? And in doing that, you will be shown to the multi-door courthouse. Now, it is multi because you have more than one door to knock on. And amongst the several doors that constitute the multi-door courthouse, you have negotiation, you have conciliation, you have mediation, you have arbitration, you have adjudication, and to an extent, you even have reconciliation. So when you say the ADR spectrum, what this is referring to is that it is a range of activities, a range of options that you can choose from. So my responsibility on this call is to call attention to that spectrum, that range of options that is available on or in the ADR space. And that brings us to a few options I have put here for our discussion and brainstorming. One is negotiation. The second is mediation, conciliation, arbitration, adjudication. And in some settings, you have reconciliation. Now, negotiation, basically in all conflict situations, whether formal or informal, whether advertent or inadvertently, the first approach that is deployed by conflict parties, most times without their knowledge, is the option of negotiation. In almost all circumstances, when there is a conflict, you have a problem with your friend, the first thing you do, you try to pick your phone and put a call across. Once you place a call across, you're trying to create a foundation for both parties to discuss. Sorry, what did I do wrong? You have not been taking my calls in the last several weeks, in the last few days. Now, what you're trying to do without your knowledge is that you're trying to create an opportunity for your partner to engage in a discussion so that you can reach a common ground. So negotiation is the commonest of all the ADR options that is more often deployed. But unfortunately, it is deployed in some contexts without knowledge that conflict parties are engaging in negotiation. Now, there are several types of negotiations, and there are several methods of negotiation, which we may not have the time to go through them because this is an overview. Now, thereafter, you have mediation. Now, when negotiation basically takes place between two parties, in most instances, between two conflict parties. Now, in some advanced and complex settings, you have professional mediators that may stand in for a country, for an organization. They are professional mediators. They are trained, and part of this training is to enable participants, is to enable members that are inducted thereafter to have at least the basic understanding, the substructure, and the baseline knowledge of what SPSP stands for. So when you have negotiation, the second leg of the ADR spectrum is mediation. And mediation at this level also has to do with the intervention of a third party neutral. Now, the key word here is a third party neutral. It therefore means the person that is coming to mediate a conflict must be seen to be neutral to the conflict at issue. It must not be part of the conflict. It must have no interest in the conflict. It's not going to be biased about the conflict and must have the subject matter expertise. So a third party will come in. As I've said, I'm just going to run through this. Those who have the responsibility to dig deep will also dig deep. But as we go forward, there's certain attention I will need to call ourselves to certain concepts and the nuances of the concept I'm trying to raise. So beyond the ADR, beyond the negotiation and mediation, you have the conciliation. Now, conciliation in most instances is more formal than mediation. We're going to talk about this. We have arbitration, where you have a third party neutral who has certain powers to make certain decisions. And of course, you have the adjudication. This is commonly used most times in our communities when there is a jingle in the village, a town crier cries, and people come out and you have the chief seated in the cycle and a decision is reached. And the chief Council of Chiefs tells you or tells the conflict parties, oh, this is what I see, this is what I see, to an extent. So people adjudication is also taken. Most times it happens in industries where this is delivered. We're going to look at that effectively. Now, beyond that, you have the benefits of ADR over litigation. Our interest here is not to talk about litigation, but I've introduced the concept of litigation when I mentioned the win-lose adversarial criminal justice system. Now, it is called a win-lose because once you take a party to court and a judgment is secured, when that judgment is secured through a process of litigation, the person who has won the case is none of the disputants. It's not party A, it's not party B. The person who has technically won that case is the lawyer. And why is it so? Because once a party takes another party to court, the party wants judgment, not justice. Now, once judgment is given in favor of party B against party A, now party B goes home happy that, oh, I've gotten judgment, but he has lost the relationship with the person he thinks he has gotten judgment against. So what ADR is saying is that ADR should be encouraged because it is built on the foundation of relationship, on the foundation of community, on the foundation of humanity. So there are certain benefits of ADR over and above the win-lose criminal justice system. And one of it, I started by saying that in the criminal justice system that delivers a win-lose outcome, there are tendencies that a case may outlive the complainants. A case may outlive them. And if the case outlive them, they spend resources. Most people go to the extent of selling their properties, of being unable to take care of their immediate needs because they are pursuing a case. And some don't live to see the end of that case. So one important thing for the benefit of the ADR over litigation is that ADR is cost effective. It's less effective for you to deploy ADR option. What is going to be negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, met-up, mediation, arbitration, or even at a very large extent, adjudication and reconciliation. They are far more cheaper than litigation. Outside being cheaper, they are also time saving. In a very humane setting, it is possible that under a space of 1 or 2 weeks, a conflict can be managed and issues addressed appropriately, but you cannot say same for the court. Whenever the lawyer appears, you have to pay the appearance fee, you have to pay the filing charges, you have to go to court at times, most times even out of your area of residence. So ADR is cost effective, ADR is time saving. The most important aspect of all of this is that whatever happens in the ADR session, whether it's from conciliation or mediation, there is a tendency based on the oath of the process that whatever happens there is kept confidential. So I will want to say that at that level, the details you share to a professional mediator are kept secret. They are not in the public space. So it's almost impossible for people to have access to the details. So 1, it is cost effective. 2, it's time saving. 3, it is confidential. 4,
Catch on me, but let me just give this. If I still come back now.
can we please mute Mike, please? 4, it is flexible.
Sorry, our speaker, your slide is not rolling actually.
It's a stable slide. On the 4th slide?
Yes.
Can you see my slide now?
We are seeing it, but it's still on the 1st slide.
What's on the 1st slide, please? Can you read it out?
Conflict intervention and overview of the ADR spectrum and your name.
I'm on the 2nd slide now. Can you see it?
Not really.
No, sir, we can see.
You can't
Maybe
see the
you
second
should do slideshow.
make it full.
No, I'm already doing the slide.
Okay, good. We can see it. We can see it now. Perfect.
Can you see it now?
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
So this is where we are right now. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
Can you confirm what is on your slide, please?
Learning objectives.
No, not learning objectives. Benefits of ADR, is that where you are?
No. Learning objectives.
I've passed learning objective.
So
Can you see this?
Maybe if you put it's several of the slides are showing on the left. Maybe if you decide to use the slideshow, only the slide you want will reflect. So we will be where you want us to be.
Yes.
Let me see. Sorry about the mix-up. It's a slideshow I'm actually using, and I don't know why it's not. Can you see this?
Yes, yes. We're on the benefits of ADR over litigation now.
Okay, please. When there's a discussion, please quickly let me know. So I was talking about the benefit of ADR over litigation, and before then we talked about can you see alternative dispute resolution? Can somebody hear me?
Yes, sir.
What is on your slide right now?
Hello, sir. So maybe you might
Benefits
use to
of ADR.
maybe you might choose to click the button on the volume part so that you can activate your slideshow mode, so that will only state us to where what you are presenting currently.
I'm on slide. Can you see benefits of ADR?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please. I think let's continue for time. So yeah, I was talking about the benefit of ADR over litigation. I tried to make that ADR has a lot of. Can you mute everybody, please? Let's have this session.
Please, moderator, can you just mute us from your end, please?
Yes, I think that's the best option.
Can we continue, please?
Go
You
ahead,
can
sir.
continue, sir. When I hear their voices, I actually mute them. So I'm
Okay, so
fully
talking about the
on
benefits of ADR over litigation, and I tried to make the point. I tried to make the point that ADR has a lot of benefits over litigation, and one is that it's cost effective. Litigation can take forever, and I said it's time saving, and it's confidential, it's flexible. It means at any point of the process of ADR, the parties may decide to continue or not to continue without any form of a penalty, and it's accessible. It therefore means no matter how your economic status in the society, you can access ADR options for conflict resolution. Now, above this, if you look at the slide you have on your system right now, you have at the extreme, perhaps, I don't know how it stands, extreme left and extreme right, you have ownership and you have preserved relationship. Now, what this simply means, unlike the court system where you have the lawyer stand for you, you only speak if you are in the dock, you're asked to speak. But in the process of ADR, ownership is local to you. You own the process. You decide how the process is conducted, and you decide at what point you want to opt out or sustain the steam of the process. So ownership is very central in ADR. So you own the process, you know exactly what happens, you are part of it, nobody is speaking on your behalf. You don't have a lawyer that says, oh, I'm going to court tomorrow, I'm going to speak on your behalf. So your ownership is local, it's internal to you. Now, beyond this, the essence of humanity, we are each other one another. We exist because other exists. So relationship is as important as anything. Now, all the wealth we may have in the world, if they are not consolidated or built around human relationship, around humanity, then we have lost the essence of existence. But ADR gives us that soft landing, create that space for us to entrench and sustain relationship. So the benefits of ADR over litigation are all of this and even more. But more importantly, is that you own the process of conflict resolution and management, you preserve relationship, which you cannot have in ADR, in the litigation. Now, what I've tried to do here is to call attention to the types of ADR that I'd mentioned earlier. But again, since it's an overview, I only call attention to a few. I'm sure the slides. Can you see my slide? Can you confirm?
Yeah, we can see us.
That is types of ADR. Can you see that? Types of ADR.
We're still on the benefits.
On the benefits.
Yes, we are still on benefits.
Now we're on types of ADR.
Okay. So now what I've tried to do here is just to call attention to the issues I introduced in the first slide, that ADR has several types. But what I will do here is just to call attention to speak through this, because you may have a facilitator that will go knee deep. And we started by saying the first ADR option that is almost always available to everybody at times without their knowledge is negotiation. Now, when something happens, there's a conflict. There's a tendency for one or both parties to try to reach out, either through phone calls, formally or informally, either through notes or something, to create a foundation, create a background where parties to that conflict can talk to themselves and try to reach a common ground. And I also mentioned that negotiation has several types. So it is beyond the responsibility or the purview of this overview to begin to discuss the types of negotiation. But what we have to say in this context is that negotiation involves a lot of shifting grounds, a lot of compromises. You must compromise. You must leave your ideal position. I leave my ideal position as conflict parties and meet somewhere what you call the common ground. Somebody mentioned the search for common ground. The essence of that concept is that as conflict parties, we don't hold on tenaciously to what we think is right. We begin to shift ground and meet at some point. So in negotiation, compromise is key. Clear communication is also essential. Collaboration is very important if we must shift ground and meet at a common spot. But what is important in the process of negotiation, as part of the overview I'm trying to deliver, is that you attend the negotiation with a set of rules. What first is that a negotiator must go to the table with a minimax rule. What is the minimum you expect to get from a process of negotiation? And what is the maximum you also expect to get? What that simply means is that a good negotiator that is going to negotiate will from the outset say, oh, if I'm going to negotiate salary increment based on the current economic realities, anything below 10 naira, I cannot accept it. That is your minimum. Now, maximum may be above 10 naira, but it should not be below 10 naira. So as you're going to the table to negotiate, you must be able to create the substructure that will enable you attain your minimum at least. So the worst case scenario is that you must establish this from the outset. Negotiation has to do with a lot of planning. So as I said, somebody may want to deliver this. Now, beyond the minimax role in negotiation, you also have a lot of types. I've said you have a positional negotiation, you have collaborative. So there are several of them. It's not my responsibility to go into that. So you have the BATNA. BATNA also is a very important concept in negotiation. I've not decided to bring this out just to call attention to the fact that once you are negotiating, first, as a good negotiator, you must have your minimax rule established, you must have your BATNA established, and you must have your ZUPA established before you go to the table. Now, the BATNA simply means best alternative to negotiated agreement. Now, once you've set your minimax rule, minimum beyond which no deal, maximum above the minimum. Now, in the course of negotiation, now BATNA also is a range. What is your best alternative as you're going into the process of negotiation? What do you expect? We have our labor leaders go into negotiation with government, and the question is, were they prepared to go into that negotiation? What was their minimax rule? what was their BATNA and what was their ZUPA. All of this must be established. So as you're going, there should be a best alternative to negotiated agreement. Now, what alternatives do you have? Don't also forget that we talked about the concept of ADR as alternative dispute resolution. And now we're saying best alternative. Best alternative. Let's underscore the word best alternative. It therefore means an agreement can be reached, but what best alternative can be achieved in that agreement that is reached? So as a professional negotiator, you must be able to distill and define quite early before you go to the table. That I'm going to the table, this is my best alternative. This is my minimax rule. So you're going guided, whether you're going for yourself or for your organization or for the country as the case may be. You have to distill this. And somebody will tell you, even in our local communities, you have a communal issue that will tell you, as you're going there, no grill. If they say they won't share the land, no grill. Now, what that simply means in layman terms is that that is a minimax rule. Should we go to the table community E because we're having a land dispute and they say they want to share the land into two? Your people are telling you, don't accept. It means that is the minimum. Don't accept that. So you can accept anything more than that. So the rule is established. Now, what is the best alternative? Are you able to create something beyond the agreement that is reached? So most people who go to the table and come out happy or happier are those who are prepared, who have their minimax rule defined, who have their BATNA defined. Now, beyond the BATNA minimax rule, you have the ZUPA. Now, the ZUPA is the zone of possible agreements. So therefore means you also have a range. We're talking about spectrum. These are all spectrum indices I'm trying to cite. You also have a range, zone of possible agreement. It therefore means there is an agreement. Okay, we're going for negotiation for minimum wage. Minimum wage is 30,000. And of course, the government is saying we cannot pay 30,000. And labor is saying we need 500,000 based on realities. After negotiations, okay, we want 200,000. Government is saying we cannot give, we're giving 70,000. Now, this is a range. This is a range, it's a zone. Now, before Labour Party left for this agreement with government and its representative, were they able to establish the ZUPA to say, as we are going, these are the zones of possible agreements. Okay, from 30,000, we have said 500,000, but we're actually looking at 300,000. So between 100,000 to 300,000, that is a ZUPA. That is a zone of possible agreement. Now, our parties, our negotiators able to establish that ZUPA. So once you go to negotiate, know that you must be guided by three rules outside the types of negotiation. You must have your minimax rule established, the minimum you can accept, and above the maximum you're fine. You must have your BATNA, your best alternative to negotiated agreement, and above all, you must have your ZUPA. Now, ZUPA is a spectrum. ZUPA is a range. Between 1 and 5, I am okay. Anything below that, no deal. So I had to dwell on that because I feel it's a point we need to emphasize. Then under mediation, we said has to do with the issue of third-party neutral intervention. And now the function of a mediator basically is to facilitate discussion. In mediation, mediator has no right whatsoever to spell the direction, to spell or to give judgment or to give that. The job is facilitative. And that is why we have types of mediation. You have facilitative mediation that is very common. What this simply means is that the mediator job is to create a foundation that will make conflict parties see reason why they can work together to achieve a negotiated settlement. So his job is to facilitate. He's not a judge. So he basically facilitates. And you have evaluative. This mostly has to do most times in the context where you need to make certain findings. You need to find out whether a particular thing was done in the right way based on perhaps details that have been put on ground. So you want to evaluate. Evaluate simply means to assess and to examine. So this also has to do with some level of professionality. Now you have a transformative mediation. Now the essence of transformative mediation is to transform a process. This also has to do with certain level of expertise. So under mediation, all of this has to do with third-party neutrality, third-party impartiality, and third-party intervention. Now you have the court-mandated mediation. There are issues you take to court, and the court, his lordship may say, okay, go to the ADR and try that. You have adjudication. Again, this also has to do with an independent third party coming to review a process and make a binding decision. What is very often done is negotiation and mediation. Conciliation is a bit formal, perhaps more formal than mediation. Now, once you're conciliating, for those who follow the labor practice and negotiation with government, and you had the former Minister of Labor, Chris Ngege, came on board, he kept calling himself, I'm a conciliator, but conciliator that has very clearly taken side with government. Now, most times, once I listen to news and I watch him say those things, I just laugh within me that this Minister of Labor needs some level of training. Unfortunately, he left without being technically capacitated. So it is a process that is similar to conciliation, to mediation, but a bit more formal. It has a binding force. Once that agreement is reached, it has a binding force. In mediation, once that agreement is reached, except it is documented and signed by the conflict parties, it is a bit informal. But conciliation is not like that. But again, it can also be confidential and it can be mandated, authorized by the court. Unlike mediation, a conciliator can make suggestions as to the solutions. But for the mediation, a conciliator is not allowed to do that. Now, in the arbitration, which is one of the last options here, you have a person sitting over you as a judge. And that person is at liberty to make judgment after listening to both conflict parties. So the decision is binding. So for this, I think we have to talk about this. Can you see the next slide? I'm just trying to run because of time.
No, sir.
Can you see my next?
No,
You
sir. We're
cannot?
still in types of ADR. Okay, we are on cross-cutting skills for ADR now.
Okay, so this one basically, there are things we know already. Cross-cutting skills for ADR. Therefore means all the ADR, the spectrum as it were, has interrelated skills. You need interrelated skills to function, whether as a mediator, as a negotiator, as an adjudicator, as a conciliator, as an arbitrator. You need certain skills, and these skills are cross-cutting. For the first three ADR, you need neutrality. This is very important. You need neutrality. You must not be party to the conflict. You must be neutral, and the conflict party must have confidence in you. It's very important. Without that confidence, if there is doubt, then there's bound to be a problem. And there must also not be a conflict of interest. You have to declare, if I'm on the table to mediate a conflict between Mr. A and Mr. B, and Mr. A is an in-law of mine, I have to declare from the outset. Otherwise, conflict of interest may undermine the outcome of that process. So you must be neutral to it. You must have a subject matter expertise. If you're good at mediating matrimonial conflict, you must have a subject matter expertise. So this is important. You must have good communication skills. You must be a good listener. You must be patient and empathetic. And you must have that spirit to keep confidence that which is told you in the process of ADR. So these skills are cross-cutting. So again, at this level, you have choosing the right ADR mechanism. I think this is very important. This is very important. If you can see my slide, choosing the right ADR mechanism. Can you see my slide?
We can see it, sir.
Good. Now, at this level, because we said ADR should be everybody's blue eye boy, should be the bestseller, should be a signature conflict management method, doesn't mean it can attend to all conflict situations. No. So for you to choose the right ADR mechanism, you must be able to do first a clinical self-assessment. What do you want to get from this process of conflict? What do you want to get? So you begin to ask yourself, first, what is the type of dispute? There are certain disputes that ADR may not be suitable for. One is the issue of strong criminal cases. So those ones are left basically at the level of the court to decide. So there are some cases you have, the types of dispute is important because the type of dispute can tell you at say whether or not a particular ADR option can help in dealing with that conflict situation. So the complexity of the conflict is a major definer, a major indicator whether ADR or the criminal justice system will be favorable for that. So I don't start something, you waste your time and you said, oh, ADR is not productive. So the type of conflict is important, the type of dispute is important to inform whether you're going ADR or you're using the traditional court system. So that is the first point. Now, the second one is the relationship you want to build. If that relationship you want to build, you value the relationship, then you may want to use ADR. What does that mean? It means if I have a case with Mr. A, for instance, and I say beyond this case, Mr. A is somebody I think is my friend, is my neighbor, is a human being like myself. Why do I have to make an enemy of him? It means you value relationship. Then the court system is not the option for you. The option for you should be the ADR. So these are some of the things. So first, you have the types of conflict. It's important to decide where you go. The desired outcome. What do you desire from this situation? Now, if you want a decision that is binding, once we agree, we have agreed, you can't go back on it, then ADR may not be too favorable and too strong. But if you have a desired outcome that you need to be binding and again non-binding, then you might told the ADR option that are a bit flexible. And that is why going forward, looking forward, most companies, once they want to do ADR, they will tell you in your rules, in your grant book, ensure you introduce a clause that before members of this party or this organization go out to court or reach out to court for litigation, they must exhaust all windows of ADR internally before they go out. And that clause helps to moderate the activities of workers or people that belongs to a particular association. So one, the type of conflict, type of dispute or conflict determines the type of option you choose. Two, the desired outcome. What do you expect to get from this? You also determine the level, the kind of ADR option you take. Now, confidentiality. Do you want this process to be confidential? Now, if you want it, it also determines the kind of ADR option you pick. Now, cost and time. Do you have the resources? Do you have so much time in your hands to say, okay, I am available for 5, 6, 7, 8 months, for 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Do you have the resources to pursue it? It also determines the kind of ADR option to pick, then control over the process. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 basic mechanisms that should inform the kind of ADR option that anybody may want to take. So I think, again, we leave this. Then I think very quickly, we go to this about, on this slide, what I try to do here is to compare the ADR method, which I want to believe, to compare the ADR method, negotiation, mediation, conciliation, adjudication, and arbitration. Now, if you can see my slide, I try to bring this point out, why this one is different from the other. I said, well, in negotiation, you have direct communication. I've also mentioned that most times is the first ADR option that is employed or deployed by conflict parties, most times without their knowledge. So the cost is minimal. It is quicker for you to attain, to reach an understanding than any other one. And the disadvantage of that is that you have the issue of power imbalances, power asymmetry. Imagine you going to a negotiation table with Mr. President, and you know there's power asymmetry, there's no balance, and you may not be able to negotiate comfortably with Mr. President because of that. And the issue of lack of assistance, third-party neutrality to guide the process is not there. And maybe also you lack the subject matter expertise. So you walk into let me assume a medical center, and you want to negotiate with a doctor that has 10, 15, 20 years experience, and you are just a student of peace and conflict somewhere. It may be difficult for you to negotiate first the terminologies and what you need to use in the negotiation process may be difficult. So it has its own advantages, and it has its disadvantages. So the advantages basically are that it's face-to-face, look at me, I look at you, and we talk, and discuss effective. It has speed. But again, there's power imbalance as a disadvantage. Then there's no third-party assistance. Mediation has to do with that parties have control over the process and the outcome. Is flexible and can be tailored to meet needs. Is also cost effective. But beyond that, the downside of mediation is that in most instances, it is not binding. The outcome is not binding, especially when they are not documented and signed. Emphasis when they are not documented and signed. For you to give it some level of force, you must, at the end of the process, come up with a facilitated agreement where parties to it can actually document and sign. You cannot use that agreement. But if that is not achieved, then it's just a gentleman understanding that it's not binding. So it has no guarantees of success. Success depends on the willingness of parties to compromise. So those are the pros and cons of the mediation. Then, of course, conciliation is less formal, more formal than mediation, less formal than adjudication and arbitration. Mediation. In conciliation, documents, evidence, yes, same cannot be said for mediation. So you have expert advice and expert guardians as a conciliator. There are people that are entrenched, that are deep, they have subject matter expertise, and they can provide the requisite guardians. So it also preserves relationship, because the conciliator should be able to lead you just like the mediator as to what to do and what not to do, and that may help to build relationship. Again, it is non-binding except and unless a document is raised and signed by conflict parties that we agree to this. I think in one of our classes in the last induction, when I did something on conciliation, I suggested a template that people can use, like a guide, a generic template. Once you're done with the process of conciliation, you can generate your the substance of the agreement to reflect what both parties have agreed on and sign. That way it becomes binding and tenable. So again, cooperation is required for it to work. Adjudication, of course, this is a very formal process, just like arbitration. Again, here you have a third party, and that third party that is called adjudicator has the powers to make binding decisions. So it is also very important. It's very strong. Then, of course, it happens, it has speed, depending on who is the adjudicator and what kind of conflict the adjudicator is managing. So the cost is also more expensive than mediation and conciliation, but less expensive than arbitration. The decision are binding, but again, they can be challenged in court. So again, if you look at this, mostly it happens in construction settings, mostly, but that does not mean it cannot be deployed to other settings. Then you have arbitration. This is what we know. Arbitration, basically, you have somebody sitting over you with a gavel, and whatever decision that is taken, the gavel goes down on the table, and decision is taken, judgment is reached, is enforceable. So this is a very formal one. The proceedings are private. As the case may be, you need a subject matter expertise to do this. It can be very expensive as a limitation, and you have limited time to appeal, depending, once you get to the Supreme Court, that ends there. So beyond that, we have here practical tips for effective ADR. So I'm just going to read this through. Now, one, you must incorporate, of course, once you're doing ADR, from the outset, you have to set the foundation, how you want the ADR to proceed. And in that foundation, you must clearly state, if there's a conflict of interest, you bring it out. The order of sitting, you have to make that known. If there's going to be an interruption in the course of the ADR process, you have to let the parties know. If you are going to take notes, you are going to take pictures, you have to let the parties know. There shouldn't be a preferential treatment, because, of course, I'm doing this with President Tinubu, and I walked into the room, during the plenary, and you called me Neji, and Mr. President comes, you say, "Oh, Your Excellency, please, you're highly welcome. Please, let's have a cup of coffee for Mr. President." You have ruined the process already. So you must have a stable relationship, establish what you want to do in the ADR session from the outset, and spell it. Let both parties be sure that they are at the same level. So you must incorporate clarity from the start, the do's and don'ts. You must reassure the parties that whatever is going to happen in the ADR session is going to be confidential. You must be proactive in letting them know that at the end of the day, the interest of the conflict process or the conflict management process is to entrench relationship. You must select the right ADR option. And of course, you must be neutral to the conflict. As we mentioned, you must be competent. You must have subject matter expertise. And again, beyond that, the ADR facilitator must have training. Part of what we are doing in this induction is to train those that already are in the field of ADR, who want to hone their skills, and those that are coming in newly as members of a SPSP. That constant training, which is of course the cornerstone of SPSP, is very important. That SPSP and its members are trained constantly. Continuous learning is the real thing. You must embrace flexibility. Then the stakeholders, as we're doing, must be educated. Document outcomes thoroughly. You have to document the outcomes of the processes. As we're doing here, I'm sure the Secretariat is recording our trainings. We do that almost always. It must be documented. So you must document processes and outcomes thoroughly, and you must review for gaps in order to improve subsequently. So beyond that, this is about the last slide. So on this, what I've done here is a summary of key points and reasons to use ADR. We have mentioned this already in the course of this presentation. But again, I would like to summarize by saying that ADR is the best product in the market when it comes to conflict management. Unfortunately, ADR is a very broad title. No single organization can give you ADR training in a day. It's not possible. Even in a semester, it's not possible, because if you want to take negotiation, for instance, as a course, a whole semester is not adequate to give you all the nuances of negotiation as a course, just one unit of ADR. Then we're not talking about other units. So it's a very broad field. And I want to encourage members on this call to ensure that whenever SPSP is proposing a program, whether we are fellows or not, and we have the time. So, as part of summary,
Go ahead, sir.
Now ADR has speed, it has efficiency. We are because they are. We are human because they are. We are alive because they are. Centrality of ADR is that humanity should supersede every other vocation. Humanity should be our way of life because we are each other, one another. Now, if we have that in our heart, in the recess of our heart, then we'll begin to engage people and processes from a humanized perspective. So if that be the case, I will not want to pick a machete and go after a brother. I will not want to witch hunt a brother because I know relationship is important. So instead of going to court to say I want to get judgment, why not I try to deploy other methods to ensure that my brother and I, community A and community B, are able to resolve their issue internally without fostering enmity between the conflict parties. So first is that humanity should lead. ADR gives you that opportunity for humanity. ADR gives you that opportunity for speedy resolution or management of conflict. ADR is efficient. So in our offices, before we go out, let us exhaust possibility of ADR. ADR is cost effective. ADR preserves relationship. ADR is flexible and under our control. And above all, ADR enhances privacy and confidentiality. Before I end up on this call, I want to say, in our various families, in our places of work, in our relationship, whether with man or with God, ADR should be our driver. It should be our driving force. That before we go ballistic on someone, let us look inward. Can we activate the process of negotiation? If it's impossible, can I bring somebody who is neutral to this, who is respected by both parties, to help us mediate? If that is impossible, can we look at the option of a conciliator to make it more binding? If that is impossible, can we look at adjudication? Bring also a third party neutral to look at the substance of a conflict and try to resolve it. If all of this fails, we cannot look at litigation. Okay, let's go and arbitrate. Let's go to court and see what happens. I want to thank all of us for the time, for giving me the last several minutes to bore us with things you already know. As I said, my responsibility this morning was not to teach. My responsibility this morning was not even to train. My responsibility this morning was to set a foundation for a robust discussion on the overview of ADR and its spectrum. So when next you're passing through the High Court and you see multi-door courthouse, don't be afraid. Know that that courthouse has several doors, and these doors are doors of ADR, from negotiation down to adjudication. So when next you have a problem, instead of going to court, please do well to use any of the ADR options. So I'm sure that other facilitators want to deepen this overview. I thank SPSP for this opportunity. I thank participants for listening to my cranky voice. I'll be ready to entertain any questions. Thank you, and do have a productive SPSP induction process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niji. Thank you for the session on the overview of EDR. We appreciate you. We've learned quite a lot in this session. To the House, we can only take one question for this session because our time has been fast spent. So any question, please.
Are we free to clap for him for the presentation?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Niji. That was a great presentation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Babakura, I hope I'm pronouncing your name well. He's raising his hands. Do you want to ask a question, sir?
Yes, please. I want to thank the presenter for this wonderful overview. And I will just, in a quick note, I want to ask him to maybe tell us one or two things regarding some of the cross-cutting issues around ADR, like lack of awareness, lack of precedence, and things like a lack of reliable legal protection. So I just want him to comment on that. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Niji, can you please respond to that?
Let me also thank the presenter. The comment raised by the last the questions he just asked. Now he said he wants me to comment on the cross-cutting issue. Now, what I decided to do was to look at the positive aspect of those issues, and he has already mentioned those issues, lack of legal protection and the rest. But I want to believe that the ADR basically has a legal protection because it's enshrined in our laws. You have the ADR Act that was promulgated, I think, sometime, is it last year or so? So there is an ADR Act that is available now for all practitioners. So in terms of legal protection, ADR practitioners are protected. Now, in terms of collaboration with the statutory legal system, that is the court, of course, we'll talk about the court mandated ADR. So what that simply means is that the court itself understands ADR, and ADR has been enshrined into the legal proceedings of the court. So it's not a standalone thing. It's a kind of a partnership between the formal structure and the informal structure, between the traditional conflict management regime and, of course, the non-traditional as we have it now. So the cross-cutting issues I raised basically was from the positive side. On the positive side, that for you to do ADR and do it very well, you must have certain skills that are cross-cutting, whether from negotiation to arbitration to adjudication to conciliation or mediation. You must have these skills. And these skills, I think we mentioned quite a few. We talked about the issue of neutrality, we talked about expertise, subject matter expertise. We talked about you must be a good listener, you must have communication skills, you must be a good problem solver, you must have patience and empathy, you must be confidential, you must have that spirit of facilitation. So these are the skills that I did emphasize that they are cross-cutting. But I'm happy that he also introduced a different dimension to say, okay, outside these positive skills, there are other that may undermine the ADR process that he has actually mentioned, lack of legal protection and other things. I think, as I've said, this is an opportunity for us to brainstorm and ensure that as we go back after this call, we should be better. And perhaps if there are gaps in the process of implementing ADR, we are able to find those gaps and fill them. So thank you very much, sir, for your intervention.
Dr. Niji, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're sorry we won't be able to take more questions on this session. And I would like to say that I'm not the only one moderating this workshop. Dr. Kudu is also a co-moderator. Dr. Kudu is also a moderator. I'm also the one moderating. So based on this, we are moving to the next session. We have Professor Tunde Akoni on the call, and is going to be taking us through the communication and conflict community-based approach session of today's workshop. So I'm going to read the citation of Professor Tunde Akoni now. Professor Tunde Akoni is a journalist and a media scholar and development expert with experiential assets in diverse communication practice and scholarship. He's also a lecturer at the Lagos State University, Ojo. So, Professor Tunde Akoni, you are welcome on floor. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tosin. Am I right?
Yes, sir, you're right, sir.
Yeah, it's my very special pleasure to be here today. And I can thank the organizers, SPSP specifically, for intervening in Nigeria's social system with this initiative. All of us need to understand what communication is all about. And the more efforts we make to ensure that the understanding of communication percolates, the better for all of us. I also want to thank the immediate past presenter for the insightful, for the loaded messages that he had handed out to us. Distinguished participants, I want to welcome you all. I dare repeat that it's my pleasure to be with everyone here today. And I'm going to start. I hope we are together.
We are together.
Yes. And I want to start by saying that with regards to communication, we must be intentional in everything that we do. You will all have noticed that the original title of my presentation as fashioned by SPSP made Tosin to swallow some spittle in the course of trying to pronounce it. So as much as possible, for us as communicators, we must endeavor to ensure that we flow freely and in this simplest form. And that is why I decided to rework the title of my presentation from what was originally fashioned. What we had originally is communication and conflict, the community-based approach. I decided to do this reworking so that all of us will be comfortable with my presentation. Community journalism, being one of the courses that I teach, compels me to do conceptual clarification for my students every time. When you talk about community in the contemporary age, you have physical community, you have thematic community. Physical community in the sense of the fact that, yes, those who live in Ogoja or those who live in Ojo area of Lagos, that's one community. Those who live in GRA Ikeja, that's one community. Those are physical communities. But when you talk of thematic communities, that can be global. I'm convinced that all of us are familiar with the LGBTQ. They are everywhere now. And because they can afford to relate with issues comfortably with one another, then there is nothing for them to hide. So that's a thematic community. Yet another form, another type, another variant of community is the virtual community that all of us have come to familiarize with and made possible by the all-pervading technology of the internet. But today, we are concerned with the grassroots. And I want to appreciate again the commitment to this induction program by the high-ranking citizens in our midst, the royal fathers, the various community leaders. We have business leaders in this group today. We have people who have led in the armed forces, major generals are here, and so on and so forth. So these are different communities that people have led or leading. And if we have community leaders here, then we're talking about grassroots. We are talking about helping people to deepen their connection with their respective communities. So let's attempt a conceptual clarification for the start. Grassroots communication is a strategy that involves mobilizing and engaging the general public, again, in this case, within the concerned community, within the focus community, to advocate for a specific issue, or cause encouraging them to participate in actions through direct contact. That could be person to person, or could be through town hall meetings, could be specially organized sessions such as, for public awareness purposes or mobilization and so on and so forth.
So
grassroots communication.
Are you okay? Am I likely to start at before 11:30? So.
Yeah. Is that intervention for me?
Hello? Hello? Jakacha, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me again?
11:45.
Hello?
Check 11:45. Okay. All right.
Is that intervention for me?
Dr. Lanre, please mute all. Sorry, Prof. It was a participant speaking and it interfered. Sorry about that. Dr. Lanre, please mute all. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Working on that.
That man is speaking on his phone. He's not speaking to us. He's making a phone.
So, grassroots communication, the fundamentality of grassroots communication, therefore, lies in the fact that it empowers local communities. We often talk about the fact that information is power. And in my own culture, the Yoruba culture, we often talk about the fact that whatever we don't know, if we are ignorant about a particular cause or about a particular issue, then that issue is bigger or greater than us. So communication fosters dialogue in any case, the very first manifestation of disagreement or conflict between two persons at the domestic level is a cessation of interaction, cessation of communication. So communication fosters dialogue. Once we keep talking, we keep exchanging information that will assist or empower the two communicating parties or more. Communication helps to build trust. In some cultures, and I don't mean to despise any culture. I don't know if we have people from Okun Yoruba land in our midst today. I have a professor friend, a brother, who happens to come from Okun land, and at some point made me understand that the Okun people, when they meet, sometimes when they greet, their greeting extends, it doesn't terminate until after some 4 minutes. Because they keep on saying, Okun, 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 until the two parties don't get to hear one another again. How interesting. How more interesting? What can be more interesting? Because when two parties keep talking to one another, they are reassuring one another that for us, there is nothing to hide and we can afford to confide or rely on one another. Again, communication allows for the development of context-specific solutions. There are issues, there are situations that arise and call for sometimes experts' intervention. I'm sure many of us will remember readily how during the outbreak of Ebola and COVID-19, people who don't know anything about health at all kept on volunteering, all manner of information. If you can bath with, if you can take your bath with salt, then you are free from Ebola. If you can do this, you are free from COVID-19, and so on and so forth. But when you have experts coming in with their information, and such information is also further stepped down from the first set of recipients, then we have a sustained system of communication, and the better for the community. So when we're talking about conflict at the grassroots level, how does communication help? In the first place, we need to identify the various types of conflict, but I don't think I need to bore us with that, because I believe that some other papers will have addressed that. But in any case, you are going to have my slide soon. So when you talk about communication and conflict at the grassroots level, there may be some challenges. And some of the challenges are the fact that some parties may not be all that receptive to new ideas. Some forms of communication may not be sustainable. If you choose to be addressing people, for instance, only through mass media organs. Yes, they are referred to as mass media organs, television, radio, newspapers. But the point is still that quite a number of people will still be excluded. Not that they want to be deliberately excluded, but one, If somebody is illiterate, then he cannot access the print media. If electricity supply is not stable, then access to the broadcast media of television and radio may also be impeded. And then for the social media, the cost keeps soaring. And then again, that also depends on availability of electricity. There could also be regulatory challenges. You know, until very recently, for instance, community broadcasting was not allowed in Nigeria. And that leads us to yet another challenge. Now that community broadcasting has been, now that community broadcasting is now allowed in Nigeria, to what extent, what deliberate effort are we making to train people in our various communities to be proficient, to be good enough to run these broadcast centers that we may set up? Recently, I happened to be a resource person at one of the retreat sessions organized by NDDC. And one of the issues that cropped up following my recommendation, as a matter of fact, was that we needed to set up community broadcast centers at the least at the level of senatorial districts. But who are the people that will be running these broadcast stations? Are we prepared enough? Is it the NDDC that will organize the training? Is it the communities, and so on and so forth? And by the way, we need to also understand, to have a correct understanding of what community broadcasting means. The fact that a broadcaster or a broadcast station has been set up in a particular, within a community does not necessarily make that broadcast station qualify as a community broadcaster. A community broadcaster is supposed to be designed and owned, collectively owned by the community in which it is located. The rest of us. So these are some of the challenges. But again, we should not be deterred from taking advantage of newer and newer developments supportive of broader communication at the grassroots level. So now let's look at some of the benefits that will accrue to us if we try to cultivate and sustain grassroots communication. Individuals are able to articulate their concerns, for instance. Parties will get to understand one another. Parties will get to brainstorm solutions, negotiate compromises, and reach agreements. For instance, for now, there are different, in a number of communities around Nigeria and even beyond, there are communities, intra-community conflicts, there are also inter-community conflicts. But how do we get to, why did we have to allow situations to degenerate to the level of violence such that they become difficult to contain? If we have had to allow communication to function properly, violence will be averted in the first place. Hello, I'm sorry for the
Apologies. I think the network.
I'm sorry for that interruption.
Okay.
Hello?
You're welcome.
Hello,
You're
I'm
welcome
back.
back, sir. You're welcome back, sir. You're welcome back, sir.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that interruption. So if the communities affected by intra-community conflicts or inter-community conflicts have paid good attention to functional communication, it would have been difficult for situations to degenerate to violence, to degenerate to violent levels. Whatever it means, we must keep talking, we must keep communicating. Because it's only when we communicate that we are able to understand, to perceive the concerns of other parties. And we must make resources that will facilitate this available. These resources may not necessarily cause harms and legs. So we must reckon with the indispensability of the need to pay adequate attention to communication. Some of the issues that may arise in the course of doing this anyway are the language barriers, because some communities, no matter how small, may have diverse ethnic groups within them. When you have multiple languages spoken within a community, the possibility also exists that there will be, of course, cultural differences, and therefore unequal access to information, because it's not unlikely that if you have a local broadcaster, for instance, that broadcaster may not have enough personnel to disseminate all of the information to the various ethnic groups concerned. And then, of course, there may be unresolved conflicts, which unfortunately may have also remained unresolved because communication had been lacking. So in the course of ensuring that we run functional communication at the grassroots level, we must ensure accessibility, which also implies inclusivity. Hello? We must ensure accessibility for everyone in an average community, and this implies inclusivity. In any case, this is the essence of democracy. We all need to understand or appreciate the values of democracy. Hello? Everyone needs to be made to understand or appreciate the values of democracy. So this is one area, this is one subject on which those of us who are leaders at the community level, this is one area in which we need apply ourselves. When we talk democracy, it is not only for people in Abuja. It is not for only people in the state, at the level of the state government. It is not for only the people at the level of the local government. It is for every one of us. We need to appreciate or reckon with the fact that democratization is one value that must be ensured percolates to all levels, including our respective family units. Across all levels now, we know that there are conflicts everywhere, to the extent that musicians have found it a particularly enthralling subject. You know, at the level of Nigeria, we know that there are quite a number of musicians that have come up with musical stuff, unfortunately celebrating conflict. And at the global level, we can see what's happening. The big man in the US is slapping tariffs on everyone, notwithstanding the fact that there are global bodies where you can engage with global leaders. And who says America is the greatest of all? In any case, how much understanding of the repercussion that may likely be inflicted on people resident in America does he understand? Does he also understand the fact that today there is hardly any country that can compete with China when it comes to manufacturing? So we need to internalize, we need to ensure that communication is something that we see as indispensable. Therefore, we must pay adequate respect to cultural diversity. We must ensure that when we disseminate information in all respects, consciously, intentionally, it is meant to empower all of us. And it can be made, communication can only be made to perform all these roles if only as experts we make rigorous efforts. We make rigorous efforts to ensure that the information we put in the public space is the simplest and the best that is possible. By the time I'll be winding up my presentation, I'm going to share samples of my newspaper interventions on different conflicts that can serve as models to those of us who are media professionals here, such that they can look at the possibility of replicating these our modest efforts. So who are the people that are supposed to lead communication at the grassroots level? Basically the community leaders. And this could be traditional rulers such as we have in our midst today. Once again, I appreciate the patience mustered by the traditional rulers who have agreed to be part of this session today. I'm no less respectful. I'm no less sufficient respect to other community leaders, including the major generals in our midst, including the business leaders, people from the media, and other sectors. So the traditional institutions is one institution that will always be responsible for grassroots communication. The women groups, of course, all of us are familiar with the fact that women are often the leaders in the markets, to the extent that in my culture, there is a title specifically fashioned for market women leaders, the Yaloja. And then the youth groups. In any social setting, we can't afford to underrate the importance of the youth, especially in this age. We are all too familiar with the important roles being played by the Gen Zs. They're really coming up. They can't be waved aside. We can't afford to ignore them. And these are people who want to question every bit of whatever comes their way. Everything that they encounter, they want to question it. So as much as possible, we must make sure that we co-opt them into communication system such that our efforts in communication will be all inclusive. It's also important to ensure that we reckon properly with the fact that nonverbal communication isn't any less essential in the course of relating with our respective communities. This could be in form of storytelling. This, as a matter of fact, applies readily to a number of grassroots communities in Africa. Body language and cultural clues that are nonverbal are also very important. And as a matter of fact, we believe that in a number of cultures, it's much easier to communicate with children with illustrative looks than to shout at them. Other traditional and modern communication channels open to us at the grassroots level are town hall meetings, and I'm sure that we are all familiar, we're all too familiar with this. The radio, community theater, and folk media. We know that we can always make use of community broadcasters. We can always make use of folk performances. And now, in this age of all-pervading technology of internet, social media actually come in readily, because any household that cannot be linked through the social media. It is so all-pervading that as a matter of fact, what we need to be more concerned with now is the rate at which people consume information from social media. During the just concluded Ramadan and Lent, I felt compelled to do a newspaper article on social media and spirituality concerns. So that is the extent of the volume of information that comes through social media. So social media presents a whole wide spectrum of a window through which we can always reach the people in our respective communities. It is important for us. One of the reasons why it is important for us to ensure sustained communication is that it helps us to build trust and credibility. And when we try to communicate, when we try to relate with the different sections or different levels or different segments of our respective communities, there are certain things that are indispensable that we must always consistently reckon with. We must believe in two-way communication. It can be one way at all times. It can be top down at all times. We must provide for exchanges. And when we try to provide for exchanges, when we try to provide for multiple flows, then we must all be active listeners. Being an active listener confers a lot of benefits on anyone that is a community or grassroots activist, not only for the community, but also for himself. I had an encounter with a professor in one of the American Ivy League institutions recently, and he told me that each time a meeting of selection of those to be awarded fellowships and scholarships in the university is convened at Columbia University, and they are trying to go through the recommendations that may have been written on different applicants. For him, one major quality that he always looks out for is that the candidate must also be a good listener. And once he finds that in any of the recommendations, he would like to go all out to ensure that whoever has been described as a good listener is ultimately admitted. That tells us how important being a good listener is. And then we can imagine, as a community leader, how our people are likely to perceive us if we are good listeners. They will see us as being sensitive or potentially sensitive to their matters. Why is it that we cry every day that certain leaders are insensitive? Just because they don't listen. So we must also be empathetic. We must demonstrate good understanding. As much as possible, we must learn to be transparent. If we are transparent, we have a lot of information to put in the public space for our fellow residents, for the rest of our colleagues, the rest of our people in our community. There must be follow-through accountability. There must be cultural sensitivity and humility. In a number of situations, most communities have diverse ethnic groups. So if we recognize this, then we must make conscious, intentional efforts to ensure that the interest of everyone is factored into our communication. So we must ensure that we don't abuse any of the practices or indulgences of any of the cultures. No matter how different they may be from our own. I have this resolution. I will have enough time independently to look at this. You know, it enhances understanding, promotes empathy, and so on and so forth. Strategies for active listening in conflict resolution. You know, we have to be empathetic, you know, such that if anyone comes to us to complain or lay any case before us, we must demonstrate that indeed we are all, according his presentation, all attention. So part of what we are able to do with communication is dialoguing and mediating. And I'm happy to note that the immediate past presenter spoke so well on this. I don't have to bore us with the details again. Communication empowers local voices, because when we allow for multiple flows of information, then everyone is assured that they can register their respective impressions, their respective feelings across genders, across age brackets, and other diverse lines. In particular, we must be attentive to gender issues. We are all aware of what is happening now in the National Assembly, at the Senate, in the Senate specifically. Nigerians are divided on the Natasha issue. Women, for whatever reason, good number of them want to take side with Senator Natasha. Some others are divided. Oh, whichever side we choose to belong, what is important is that we need to accord enough respect to gender sensitivity at all times. I had mentioned the fact that it is always very good to ensure that the youths are factored into communication. So if we have community broadcasters.
Okay, kò sí wàhálà. Okay. Ẹ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní tẹ́ ẹ bá wà láwùjọ kó ní.
Apologies, sir. I've been muting that person over and over again. Sorry, sir.
Yeah. It will be important for us to ensure that there are programs dedicated to the youths. The Gen Zs must be accorded the respect that they want. They are not waiting for anyone to hand out anything to them. They want to be active participants in all respects. So they want to really advocate for themselves and appropriate as much of the social space as possible to themselves. So rather than wait till they begin to agitate, it is better to ensure that we also have we accord good respect to the philosophy of democracy by factoring them into all that we do, especially with regards to conflicts. Challenges in grassroots communication for conflict resolution, because with functional communication, the issue is that it may still not be all of the things that we anticipate may still not be possible. These challenges are multifarious. Limited resources, power imbalances, trust and credibility issues, security concerns, and we have them everywhere now. And they keep multiplying. We just pray that Nigeria ultimately is able to rid our system of all of this. You know, the other day, Edo killings, almost the same time, the killings in Plateau, and so on and so forth. So, however, we need to be mindful of the use of technology in grassroots communication. It helps a lot because we can readily connect with technology, and this is no longer all that expensive, although costs some resources anyway. Digital literacy is also an issue.
Thank you.
Not many people are digital literate. Indeed, foremost scholar in the realm of digital technology has came up with the concept of techno-literacy. That is, in this age, it is no longer sufficient to just be literate. We also need to be techno-literate. It is not enough. In other words, it is not enough for us to be able to read and write, but we must also be able to handle some technicalities, send bits of SMS, do some messages via WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. Indeed, almost the rate at which citizens are now buying into content creation is also amazing. So all of this, with which people connect, may be readily exploited to disseminate information through the all-pervading technology of telephone and internet. Internet-enabled communication. We must, however, be alive to ethical considerations in grassroots conflict communication. When we feel like relating with our community, we must be sure that absolutely nothing is contained in the messages that we are stepping down that may likely offend the sensibility of the neighboring communities. So there must be respect for local autonomy. There must be respect for cultural sensitivity and awareness. We must recognize and respect local cultures, like we have said earlier on. We must also be alive to informed consent and participation. The immediate past presenter spoke so much about the ownership of ADR. We must be conscious of the fact that we cannot afford not to avoid actions that would exacerbate conflict or cause harm to individuals. In other words, do no harm philosophy is sacrosanct. We must ensure that we are transparent and accountable. All of these, we must ensure are such values that we sustain by ensuring that everyone within our respective community buys into our communication systems. The government and civil society must learn to have mutual respect for one another. We are all too familiar with the hide and seek game that dominated the military rule era in Nigeria. It is not Uhuru yet, even now that we have democracy in place. Journalists are still being handed by people who feel that what they have published are not such that they can tolerate, even if such are true. So we must ensure that that harmony is properly cultivated and sustained within our respective communities. And we must also be supportive of ensuring that such is also promoted to higher levels of, say, local government, state government, and possibly the federal government level. We cannot thank enough those who are behind the initiative of the National Peace Committee, Father Kuka and the rest of them. We all can remember the role that they played in ensuring smooth transition when Jonathan lost to President Buhari, because that at that point in time, Nigeria could have derailed completely. But that committee ensured that was assured of respect within the polity. We must be alive to early warning systems and community response. This is one of the things that those of us who are media professionals this morning within this meeting must endeavor to do. Like I said the other time, I'm going to be sharing some of the articles, some of the modern articles, some of the articles I consider as modern pieces that we can that will inspire others around us in the cause of stemming down conflicts within our respective communities. We must ensure that people get information about conflicts or conflict situations or situations that may likely trigger violence and so on and so forth. And if conflicts already had evolved, we must be supportive of their mitigation through communication. And as communication experts, we must take on the leadership. And that's why in my own little corner, I try to intervene on major conflicts in the media. I enjoy us all to do same at our respective levels. We must also endeavor to measure the impact of grassroots communication in conflict resolution. Are we doing it the right way? If we say we want to communicate on conflict issues, we must be able to examine ourselves or examine our initiatives or our interventions, whether they are correctly packaged, or the information we are giving out are given out at the right time, or even the channels that we are using. Remember that popular saying, the medium may likely be the medium is the message, you know. So we must we must ensure that we self-evaluate at all times. We do self-auditing such that we can always improve from time to time. You can never get to attain perfection. In any case, situations keep changing. We must recognize the fact that once there is conflict, and we make effort to mitigate conflicts. What we do at that level will be different from what we may wish to do in situations in which what we need to support is peacekeeping and peacemaking and so on and so forth. So the summary, the takeaways from this, my presentation, include the fact that grassroots communication, we attempted to undertake, we attempted doing conceptual clarification, making us understand what grassroots communication is all about and why it is necessary, and the various dimensions of grassroots communication, especially in relation to conflicts. I attempted to make us reappreciate the indispensability of community engagement, of the need for us to pay adequate attention to diversity within our respective communities, cultural sensitivity. What probably suits your own culture may not be so with some other cultures. And so we must have respect for other cultures within our communities. We must always be open to admitting others into participating, into social participation. We must be open to the use of technology and innovation. In other words, we must learn or agree to leverage on digital technology, which I've repeatedly said is all pervading. And finally, collaboration and partnership are twin elements that we cannot dispense with. When it comes to communication, it's something that continues endlessly. And so I want to assure you that I'm open to consultation, to continued engagement even after this formal session. It's my pleasure to round off my presentation at this point. And I can't thank you enough for your patience.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for that
Thank you.
eloquent presentation.
Sunday Akoni, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Very much.
Let's give Professor Sunday Akoni a round of applause for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. We've learned a lot on how to use communication to attend to complex situations in our communities. Please, if anyone has a question, please let's signify. We can only take one question for this session also, but we can always drop our questions and comments in the chat box in case we are not the one called. Okay, Mr. Aliu is raising up his hand. Mr. Aliu, sir, please ask your question or make your comments.
Yeah, thank you so much, the moderator. I want to deeply appreciate the presenter, Professor Tunde Akani, my very good friend, for this exceptionally brilliant presentation. Certainly, you have laid everything on the table. I'm just trying to seek a clarification. Occasionally, you juxtapose information and communication. So I would like you to help in trying to disaggregate the difference between the information and grassroots communication, grassroots information and grassroots communication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Tunde Akoni.
Thank you very much. Yeah. You recall that in the course of my presentation, I tried to make us realize that it is inevitable. It's actually is something that we can't afford to trivialize. The need for us to ensure that values of democracy percolates at all levels of our society. So when we look at the word information, it's all about but when we talk about communication, information is just an element within that system. Communication entails at all times three elements: the source, the message, which we can otherwise refer to as information, and then the recipient. And all of these three elements are always, they are constant variables within the concept of communication. So anyone who may wish to undertake any communication must, of course, we want to take it for granted that the message or the information is trying to put in the public space or trying to disseminate or trying to send to some other parties is being expected or is being received. Otherwise, it won't be alive to their sensibility. It won't be alive to their feelings. We will recall that because governance is something that must be appreciated, must be evaluated from time to time. Since the inception of military government, or since independence, most state governments and even the federal government have always had Ministry of Information. What we had in a number of states, what we had at the federal level was Ministry of Information. But for the first time, apparently because of this consciousness for the need to democratize or to raise the level of democratization, in 1999 in Lagos State, the Ministry of Information was rechristened Ministry of Communication and Strategies. Because government alone, talking down to the people, won't be impactful enough. And we must have noticed that this has sent some ripples to some other states and even the federal level. So when we talk communication, information is just one of the elements. Communication is a two-way, is something that involves two parties. And when we are talking communication in relation to conflict, it must be such that even the recipients will also have the right to engage with the first sender of whatever information. And technology has actually come to liberalize further to the extent that even the traditional mass communication organs that used to have what we would call couch potatoes as audiences no longer do, because all of the media now today have active audiences. We now have media convergence courtesy of the internet. The newspapers the magazines, the radio stations, television stations, all of them are now available. They have come to converge on the internet. In any case, even the newspapers, almost all of them now have complementary television facilities. All of the televisions also want to, as much as possible, parade as much of textual materials as possible on their websites. And irrespective of the genre that all of these broadcasters may belong, they deliberately also provide for the responses of the audiences out there. In any case, any of such that does not provide for such is not ready. It's not ready for communication that typifies the contemporary age. I hope I've addressed your concerns, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tunde Akoni. Mr. Liu, I hope your concern has been addressed. Thank you very
Yes,
much,
very
sir.
well. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Tunde Akoni, Dr. Niji, and every other person that have been on the call since the session started. We appreciate everyone for your participation. Now we're about to go on a recess. We have to stretch our legs and do one or two things, and we convene here by 12 noon to continue the next session. Thank you, everyone. And by the time we are coming back, Dr. Kudu will take charge of the moderation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. But, Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you so much.
It's 11:54, and you asked that we reconvene at 12. Dr. Larry.
She says by yes, sir, 12 o'clock. We convene by 12.
Yeah, can we allow people at least 10 minutes? Can we make some adjustment? Let people have at least 10
o'clock,
minutes.
sir. So we start by 12 with Dr. Fale ticket. Yes. So we'll meet by 12.
That is in fact, Surgeon. Hello.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Doctor, sir.
If we are reconvening at 12:10, who are we? What's the schedule like? Who are we going to start with? Let me have an idea so that I now know what to say.
Sir? No, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. My network. Hello, sir.
No,
Can you hear me?
Mr. President is saying 12 o'clock or 12:10.
No, let's do. We convene by 12.
Huh?
Take water. Go to the restroom. So by 12 o'clock we will convene.
12 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, and we should follow the schedule as it is, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Faleti will come up immediately after.
Okay.
We introduce Dr. Faleti.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So please go and stretch your legs, stand up, drink water, make that phone call, eat if possible, take snack. Just walk around. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Larry. I can hear you, yes. I can hear you. I see. Okay, let me try. I'll try. Okay. Okay, I'm calling her number now. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
The complainer said, not my people, the lawyer that, it's the lawyer that I know, not the complainants.
Please lift the rock. Maybe I can use one of
Let folks. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Am I coming on by quarter
By
to
12,
12?
yes. No, by 12. That's in 2 minutes time. Dr. Dr. Kudu would do the welcome back and introduce you, then you do your presentation, sir.
All right. It's
Yes, sir. Dr. Adams, I can see you online. Oh, well done, sir. I think you're after Dr. Faleti. Well done, sir. I can see, who else am I seeing here? I saw Mr. Chooks and our treasurer. You're welcome, sir. Lieutenant Okpong, I can see you here, sir. Well done. I saw the commandant of Kwara State Civil Defense here, Commandant Umar. I don't know if he's still here.
Secretary General, it is 12 by my time now. I don't know what it is by your time.
Sir, it's 12. Yes, go ahead, sir. You are in charge, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Good afternoon once again, and welcome back to the second session of today's workshop by the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. The special induction workshop appropriately titled Community Engagement. So, like I must have been introduced earlier. I must have been introduced, and my apologies for coming in late. I was also another platform trying to engage with the NIPR that we are trying to come up with a summit for the spokespersons in Nigeria, and I am actively among the planners. Having said that, welcome once again to this second phase of this workshop on community engagement for peace building, appropriately organized by the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. My colleague Tosin was very, very, very wonderful. I listened to her moderation and everything went so well. We are going to resume with a paper on negotiation in community engagement processes by Professor Stephen Ademola Faleti. Professor Stephen Ademola Faleti is a Research Fellow in Peace and Strategic Studies program of the University of Ibadan, where he leads the Environment Conflict Specialization. He also teaches on the postgraduate program in the Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan, and the West Africa Peace Building Institute at the Kofi Annan Institute International Peacekeeping Training Center, Accra, Ghana. He's a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice and a member of the Institute for Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. Dr. Faleti has sundry publications covering conflict transformation strategies, environmental conflicts, national security and crisis management issues, as well as a number of courseware for the teaching of peace studies at the National Open University of Nigeria. It's now my singular honor and pleasure to bring in Dr. Stephen Faleti, a research fellow in the Peace and Strategic Studies program of the University of Ibadan, to speak to his paper and present to us negotiation and community engagement process. Dr. Faleti, over to you.
Good Waka. Nice to hear your voice once again. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I noticed that my friend, Pastor, at some point, in attendance. My president, Agada Elachi San, I want to welcome you all. Freedom honor her. You're also welcome. Now, I will be speaking to the presentation, negotiation and community engagement processes. Now, there are two key concepts here. One is negotiation, and the other is community engagement processes. Now, in talking about negotiation, it actually is woven around that bigger activity, community engagement. It's a lot of things, and I'm glad that since the first presentation, you have been hearing lots and stuff about community engagement. What exactly is it? Of course, it refers to the process of working with others, however they are defined, whether they are stakeholders, organizations, whole communities, or parts of communities, to address certain concerns that they have. They are either affected by that activity that we are proposing, or they can, in fact, affect such an activity in terms of the kind of influence that they have, the interests that they have, and so on and so on. So, but the key focus of community engagement is to build trust. If you're going to work with people, you want to ensure that they understand your motive and they are willing to be carried along or to walk along with you. You know, they say, putting heads together, two good heads are better ones. So through a community engagement process, you create inclusive dialogue. And then through that, you know that going forward, the others with whom you are engaging will be able to offer their best support possible. What is important of community engagement? Mutual understanding. All voices are there. Nobody will say, oh, well, I don't know what they are doing. Or, well, they didn't listen to me. Or perhaps my interest or my opinion never counted. All this engagement ensures that they do not happen. Now, we can engage at several levels. We can engage at sharing information. We could engage at the level of consultation. We could engage at the level of planning. When we put our heads together and plan, it's always better, because going forward, everybody will say, yes, I'm aware of this plan. I'm part of it. When they were putting it together, I was there. I also lent my voice and I was listened to, and clearly I could see my input is reflected in the implementation. Finally, it could also be, engagement could also be in the form of acting together, in which case specific roles are assigned. Those to whom they are assigned are aware prior that, yes, I will be playing so role at so, and, for so reason. Now, we come back to the second concept, which is negotiation. What is it? It will define negotiation in several ways. Some will say it's a dialogue between two or more people to resolve points of difference, gain advantages for collective or individual interest. But you could also look at negotiation at a second level as a strategic discussion. And whether it involves two persons or a group of persons or entire communities, it is aimed at resolving an issue in such a way that each of the parties involved finds acceptability in the final outcome. So, what is the role of negotiation in community engagement? 3 roles. It's a bridge. People come with different baggages and interests. So you bring your baggage, I bring mine, the other person brings their own. But when we sit down and then talk about, through negotiation, we negotiate these differences in interest, we could, at the end of the day, arrive at some consensus. In doing this, it helps us to build trust. And again, we will understand what the other person is about. Okay, why is he involved with us? What are the interests he's looking to protect? We are sure of it, and then we could also see the outcomes because it's a product of negotiation. Again, it is a key tool for balancing power. In any negotiation process, there are usually power differences. People will have influence. It's a form of power. Some people will have resources. It can serve as a form of power. All this, the other person may simply just have, no people. What people call, it's a form of power. They reach out and say, oh, well, I'm not that powerful, but I can call my brother or my cousin or my friend who is powerful enough to weigh in on my behalf. So negotiation serves as a tool for balancing power dynamics and then ensuring harmony among stakeholders. Now, what are the things that we could possibly be negotiating during a community engagement process? Several things. We could be negotiating how resources will be allocated, where the funding will come from, what kind of material resources will be available during the process, and to what will each of these be applied? To whom is it going? Why? And so on and so forth. We could look at, it could be about stakeholder roles. Who plays what roles? Who will be the leaders? Who will lead which processes? Who will participate? Who will be left behind? Usually, we want representation from all who have one form of interest or one level of interest or the other. We could also be negotiating about how we will resolve conflicts that will emerge. How? Which method? Are we going to use ADR, or we are going to use conciliation? Are we going to utilize negotiation? Are we going to call in subject matter experts to arbitrate? What would be the ground rules for our discussions and decision making? All these are aspects of what we could be negotiating. What about our goals and objectives? What are the common goals that we have? Okay, what about the tangible outcomes? What do we expect? We could talk about, okay, how realistic are even our expectations? We have what we call SMART, the SMART test. Is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it achievable? Is it realistic? Is it time-bound? All these can be addressed during a negotiation process. We could also be talking about cultural sensitivities. We come from different cultures. We do not speak, sometimes we don't speak the same language. And even verbal, non-verbal cues do not mean the same thing to us. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie, The Ghost Must Be Crazy. Somebody was trying to say, you know, trying to convince some other person that a shake of the head, a left to right shake of the head means yes. Now, in our own culture, at least as far as I can tell about Nigerians, when we agree, we shake, we nod up and down. But in that culture, they shake their head from left to right. Exactly what disagreement. Well, that means disagreement in our own culture. What are our differences? Is it known to the other party? We should be able to acknowledge those differences and then agree on how we communicate despite those differences. We could also be talking about negotiating the community engagement strategies itself. How do we package our outreach and inclusion processes? How do we get feedback during the process? Again, implementing our plans and then the roles of various stakeholders in the execution. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The person has been muted.
Good. Now we go to principles of effective negotiation. And 4 key principles are important here. The first is active listening. Active listening is several things. It's a key skill in communication. And of course, negotiation involves a lot of communication, both verbal and non-verbal. But without listening actively, when you listen actively, you listen in order to understand, not necessarily in order to respond or to highlight your own points. You want to listen for feelings. You want to listen for the specific interests that are being projected. You want to listen to concerns that the person who is speaking has, and perhaps their own understanding of your own interests. But when we listen actively, we will be able to achieve that. Mutual respect is another principle. In negotiation, especially the ones that will be effective, you want to create an atmosphere of trust and collaboration. And you can only achieve that where you make it a point of duty to respect each other. Both parties agree to reflect mutual respect in their interaction. Clear communication also important. Ambiguity makes things difficult for everybody and leads to misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, of course, leads to a total breakdown of most of these processes. Again, negotiation here, to be effective, everybody has to take something away from it. Everybody has to win something. There will be benefits. They may not be equal, in terms of quantity, but everybody walks away with something. Nobody leaves empty-handed. And it is important for us to understand this. Where somebody leaves empty-handed, the chances are that they begin to look for opportunities to get even. And that makes such negotiation ineffective. What are the common challenges? We have talked about what is good about negotiation. We talked about how it can lead to several positive outcomes, especially in the process of community engagement. There are usually challenges that we must acknowledge in order to be able to
they sell, they have LG, they have
in the background. Hello?
Muted.
All right, thank you. So what are the common challenges? Yes, thank you. What are the common challenges? Of course, we've talked about the fact that people come to the table with different levels of power or different forms of power. Okay? And sometimes when somebody is able to dominate the process, it may make decision-making difficult. In fact, the person may have his or her way, but those who feel that hard will feel hard done by. There could be cultural and language barriers. I just spoke about, the reflecting agreement and disagreement in different cultures. A nod of the head, a shake of the head means different things. They mean different things that people understand different. What about goals? Goals may be disaligned. And of course, when goals are not, we don't understand each other's goals and we're not looking in the same direction, of course, we will continue to see each other as competing rather than collaborating for the greater good. Time may be a constraint to us. We may have resource limitations. And all these put different levels of pressure on those involved in the process. The implementers, those who even came up with the project idea, they may be keen to say, look, we don't really have much time. We need to get this across board before so period in time. The people involved may feel that, well, this is about us. We need you to be painstaking at each level. All these may constitute different forms of challenges for a negotiation process during a community engagement. Now, it is important, having understood the promise that negotiation has for community engagement, as well as the challenges that may perhaps hinder its effectiveness. We could look at a number of strategies that will help us to successfully navigate that process. We need, first of all, to encourage transparency and honesty. When people don't trust you, it becomes difficult for them to even listen to you, because behind their mind, they're already saying this person is not trustworthy. And that makes things difficult for everyone. So part of the strategies, one of the key strategies is to encourage transparency and honesty. Don't promise things you can't deliver. Don't make it look sweet so that you can bring them to your side. No, lay the card on the table as it is and tell them that perhaps we can make more gains as we progress. But telling them, oh, by the end of this, we would have given you this, we would have given you, when you know that you have no plan, there is nothing of such, it makes it difficult. At the end of the day, oh, he promised this or they promised that, and we didn't get any of it. If you come back to them next time, they will only simply just look at you and, say, okay, what kind of scam are you bringing this time? So you want to avoid that as much as possible. You need to find common ground as much as possible. Work to find common ground. What are the shared interests that you have that could serve as a foundation for you to agree? Do you share the same faith? Do you share the same interests in any number of things? Perhaps vocation or occupation? Is it even sometimes your interest in sports? Or perhaps a community focus. You both have this thing about, oh, we need things to move forward. We want Nigeria to be great again. That may be on the basis on which you then are able to begin to work together. You need to find those things and build on them. Again, you need to focus on empowering stakeholders. As much as possible, empowerment starts with talking to people and seeking their opinion, their input. That way they feel included, they don't feel excluded. Therefore, they want to ensure that, yes, the success or failure of that project is their own success or failure. And of course, everybody wants to succeed rather than fail. Sometimes things may not work out the way we expect. And this is where it may be important to utilize neutral mediators, people that both of us can agree, both parties can agree, oh, well, these people have no vested interest, and therefore they will be able to speak, they will be able to be fair to all parties concerned. especially if those things involve conflicts, and they will be seen as capable of being objective because they have no vested interest. This is if it comes to the point where we are unable to agree that, yes, just negotiating directly will lead to any specific positive outcome. So, what tools can you use? What negotiation tools can be put to use? Well, part of what you can use is what we call the community mapping scheme, which is it's more like a listing. Sometimes it is presented in pictorial form. Okay, what are the things that this community have in abundance, at least to a fair level, and what are those things that they lack? Okay, what some people will call assets and liabilities. What are the things they need? I was involved in a project in the Niger Delta at some point, and we had to go to the creek communities. We went to one particular creek community and we found there were about 4 water projects: NNPC, Shell, Chevron, AGI. But the community people don't use the water for anything. They drink water from a pond within their community. And they say they have there's a cultural and spiritual attachment that they have. But those who put those projects in place never bother to ask them, can we, look for funding for a project that will give you clean water or whatever? Of course, they would have told them, no, if it is water, leave that out. What we have is adequate. But for the casual onlooker, he looks at the community, he doesn't see pipe-borne water. He doesn't see, all he sees is the River Non and the brackish water that flows through it. And say, oh, they need water. They don't have water in that community, but they do. You could do a stakeholders analysis. Who are those affected? Who are those that can even affect this project? Who are those that have influence to make things easy for us? Who are those that have the kind of power that may make things difficult? Who wants things to stay the way they are? And who wants positive change that will carry the community, to a higher level? There are also tons of digital tools that you could use, especially when it comes to communication. In today's world, ICT has made a lot of things easy. I'm sitting here in Oyo State, somewhere in a very remote part of Oyo State, and I'm talking to you in your various locations. Now, in the time past, that's virtually impossible. In the first place, it's either we talk one-on-one by phone, or we have to meet in person. But in today's world, you could build capacity, different levels of capacity, just sitting in the comfort of your room. Now, some of these are some of the tools that we can utilize, especially when we are involved in community engagement processes. Now, where negotiation is effective, there are certain things that we will see. When we take the time to observe, what are those things that we need to be sensitive to? What are those pitfalls that we need to avoid? What are those challenges that we must acknowledge and work to ensure does not hinder the success of our engagement? Where negotiation is effective, stronger relationships are built. Such relationships enhance trust and collaborations among community members. It also ensures that the solutions that we find at the end of the day, the resolution that we arrive at, the decisions, will reflect the needs and interests of all the stakeholders involved. where this is so, it is easy to sustain that kind of agreement over the long term, rather than a situation where somebody gets home, looks back at what has happened, look at what they have, they achieve from the process and say, wow, now I'm holding the short end of the stick. This is not acceptable. So we look to avoid all that by ensuring sustainable outcomes for all parties. Again, effective negotiation empowers people. It helps them to gain skills and the confidence to manage future relationships, projects, and processes more independently. Now, having said all this, what are the key points of this presentation? One of the key points is that negotiation is a vital tool for resolving differences and achieving shared interests and goals. Another point is that transparency is key. We need to respect each other, mutual respect, as we put it, in order for collaboration to be possible. We need collaboration, one, not only to ensure that the present project or relationship is fruitful, but also to ensure that going forward, we can work together without too much mistrust. Again, negotiation enables us to be able to engage more actively with stakeholders across the target community. Having worked with them previously, it is easier for them to see you as, oh, you're welcome. We thank you most warmly for supporting us in that process. Today, our lives is better for it. Our community has grown in leaps and bounds, and we must appreciate you. If you tell them that, oh, well, I'm here now on a different, they want to hear about it. They want to participate actively in it because, one, they have taken something away from the previous one that they find beneficial. Okay? Again, it fosters open communication and ensures that there will always be opportunities for consensus building going forward. People readily agree with those with whom they have agreed previously. Unlike people with whom they have disagreed previously. In that case, they start tiptoeing around that relationship to say, is it true? Is it likely to lead to anything? But if they've worked together previously and achieved something positive together, it's easy. They tend to welcome each other more with open arms, which is what we find more profitable. Again, as the person who is trying to put together a community engagement process, you need to champion inclusive and equitable processes. Ensure that all stakeholders are on board. Ensure that all voices are heard. Yes, even when all voices are heard, it may not be equally, but none will say, oh, we were left out of this process entirely, and we don't even know what it's all about. Only certain people have been involved, and so on and so forth. Inclusiveness minimizes the possibility of future dissent. And this is something that we need to promote as much as possible. I want to thank you most warmly for listening to me over the last 35 minutes or so. I will be willing to entertain questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Ademola
Doc, we thank you. We thank you very much for such a beautiful presentation.
Such a beautiful presentation, Dr. Faleti.
Thank you very much.
He spoke to us, or rather presented to us, his paper on negotiation in community engagement processes. He told us that community engagement is nothing but working collaboratively with groups of people, residents, stakeholders, and groups to address issues that affects them or impacts on them. And he also said negotiation can involve two or more people or groups who will come together or came together to resolve issues or conflicts. He itemized some principles of effective negotiation and went ahead to talk about the challenges and patterns of negotiation. The floor is now open for questions, but as the practice has already been established, we'll entertain only one question or comment. Any question?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, go ahead, introduce yourself and ask your question.
I am Paul Ikenwanebo. I'm sorry, I just joined the Zoom schedule. I'm grateful for the little I've heard. And it's just a request if it's possible to get the slides eventually. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Paul, thank you. Dr. Faleti, is it possible to get the slides eventually? Have you made it available to us, to the Secretariat?
Certainly, it's available to.
So, Mr. Paul, you have heard the slides are available, and get in touch with the Secretariat for your copy. Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti, thank you so much for your paper. Very illuminating. We now move on to the next paper, which is the one by Dr. Adams Adeola, fellow SPSP, immediate past Secretary General of the SPSP. He is going to talk to us or present a paper on mediation, a community-based interventionist approach. Mediation, a community-based interventionist approach by Dr. Adams Adeola, fellow SPSP. Dr. Adams Adeola, if you are close by, please, the floor is yours.
Very much, Kudu Abubakar. Let me greet the National President of SPSP very specially. I want to greet all the National Working Committee present for the wonderful work that they are doing. Let me also greet all our participants. I also want to pay, tribute to previous presenters because they have made the job, very easy for me. Observe very critically. Please, can you hear me?
Very audibly, very audibly.
Good. Thank you. So if you observe...
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you observe the pattern of presentation from, the first ADR spectrum, communication, now negotiation, you see that all the presentations actually roll into one another. So we are taking on mediation, a community-based interventionist approach. In all over the world, there is a drive, to acquire mediation services. And I'm sure that most of us here, you must have seen one need or the other to belong to this community of mediators. You want to render a kind of assistance to your immediate communities or to your to the global communities. And the reason is simply because of the dynamic nature of mediation. It is very inclusive, it is timeliness, it is flexible, adaptable, very, friendly. And of course, it has the potential to increase access to justice, especially in the current state of, our justice system that seems to be restrictive. So community-based mediation seems to be coming to bridge a gap to help community harness their potentials, bridge, bridges so that they can move on as an entity that are craving for development. Our core objectives to understand what to be by community mediation, and of course, familiarize participants with basic principle of mediation. I want to look at some mediation issues and strategies. What are the stages of mediations that we have? How do we, write a mediation settlement? Strategies of post-mediation follow-up, and of course, other necessary hints will be provided on this platform. I want to appreciate all the participants on our program. I can see that those we have on this program, I can refer them as stakeholders in the ADR industry. And I know quite a number of us are already exposed to some of the issues that we'll be discussing here. But I know that will be a takeaway, a value added in the course of this presentation. So let's start by looking at, what we mean by mediation. There are so many, definitions that you must have come across with. And as you can see, I am projecting like 3 of them. I will not go ahead to begin to, reinvent the wheel by trying to read all of them to you. What I just want to do to save our time, because we have time constraints, is to look at some of, I call it the whole words, the takeaways from those definitions. If you do a proper assessment of these definitions, you are likely going to understand the fact that mediation is voluntary. It is non-binding. It is a private process. It is actually midwife by a third party. The essence is to assist conflicting parties. And of course, what we expect that will come out of a mediation process is a mutually accepted settlement. All this, words that were brought out, there's so much that we can, talk about around them. But these are very critical and they are very, very important for having sustainable peace, for having sustainable relationships, so that parties in dispute can indeed say that, they have done the talking around all the issues in the conflict, and they are now coming back as friends, and they can become, neighbors. They can become good neighbors. They can become good companions. They can be collaborators, partners in progress. We'll just take us through, some of other preliminary issues. When we say community, a community is a group of people who are bound together by common ideas, norms, common values, culture, agenda, goals, purpose, and aspiration. Some of us may be looking at our traditional communities in this sense, but I must bring to your attention that communities have, highly diversified, various dimensions. We have what you can call ethnic communities, if you like, call it indigenous communities. We have religious community. We have international community. We have the academic community, corporate community, professional community. Now we even have online communities. I mean, we can draw from what Professor Akani gave us this morning. He was also trying to tell us, the diverse nature of communities. It now depends on the kind of communities that you'll be dealing with as a mediator. And all of us, as we are represented in this presentation, we are actually representing one community or the other. But the point we need to note is that all communities are amenable to mediation proceeding. You can, why I said, if you remember in our introduction, I said mediation is adaptable. It's adaptability, it's dynamism. It can be deployed in various settings. And that makes it, one of the most profound, industry that is so, doing a lot of great work. And we want to see how we can apply the techniques to various communities, that we belong to. Now, we had our ADR spectrum this morning. I remember my colleague was trying to draw our attention to the fact that it is a movement from the conventional means of dispute resolution, which has been known to have certain shortcomings. So when you move from litigation, we are trying to give room for negotiation. We are trying to focus on other third-party intervention proceedings, like arbitration, like expert determination, executive tribunal, arbitration, and what have you. We also have hybrid, like MED-AP, the combination of mediation and arbitration. That's to tell you that the contour, the landscape of dispute resolution has been liberalized. And we are looking for those who will be able to take advantage of this liberalization and deliver quality services to their immediate and extended communities. And of course, we need to briefly look at the profile of a mediator. The profile of a mediator. As a mediator, for you to be able to function effectively as a mediator, there are certain things that we expect that you should have. And one of them is the fact that a mediator is a catalyst. A catalyst. And what does a catalyst, what does it do? It speeds up the rate of chemical reaction. That is drawn from our elementary biology. Parties who are not, who are not interested in talking, together, who are unwilling to cooperate to deal with certain issue. At the presence of a mediator, parties should be able to talk without fear of being abused. Parties will have that confidence to be able to open up and discuss issues which ab initio they were not willing to discuss. And of course, a mediator should be a scribe. And you know who a scribe is? It should be a manager, it should be a communicator. He is a motivator. He is a motivator. He is a facilitator. He does so many things together. So that mediator is very versatile, doing so many things at the same time. And this is not kind of skill that you gather, overnight, or you just want a single engagement like this. And that is why we encourage our participants to make sure that, the process must be allowed to continue for a very long time before you can see yourself as an effective mediator. Now, a mediator, we said, can also be a scapegoat. For those of you who have read around the dilemma of mediation, you see that a mediator, if you are not so careful, you can also become a scapegoat, which means you want to take responsibility for the parties, maybe for the failure of the process or for one thing or the other. You just want to create a soft landing, for the parties so that they can reassess their situation. They can reassess, all the bottlenecks and for them to be able to, proceed on that part of peace. Mediation, edge. The edge that mediation has over a process like litigation, it preserves relationships, it saves resources. And when we talk about resources, we're not just talking about financial resources. even in terms of time, timeliness. We talk about timeliness, the kind of energy you dissipate on running, or pursuing cases in court. It eases court congestions. It is inclusive and accessibility. These are very, very profound. That mediation helps parties or people to be able to access justice in our own environment where so many people cannot afford litigation. These are some of the disadvantages or demerits of litigation, where some people describe it as a supermarket. It is the survival of the fittest. It is who has the biggest resources in terms of financial resources that will be able to hire a very big attorney like the senior advocates to go and pursue the case for them. And of course, mediation facilitates settlement. And when we say settlement, we mean settlement, a peace that we all consider to be sustainable. And moving from there, when does mediation, when is it necessary? When will it be effective and give us the desired result? It is when parties are ready to fully participate, which means that parties must be ready. How to get the parties ready? Where the mediator may have some role to play. We get parties ready, before you can engage them, in a mediation process. They must be ready. So mediation has, stages. There is a stage where you need to prepare the parties so that they will understand what it entails, and you prepare them, their mindsets so that they can fully participate. We said previously that it is an inclusive system. And if it's an inclusive system, you must, make sure that you carry all the parties, along. And they must have the capacity and knowledge to make decisions. It's an empowerment process where the mediator is expected to empower the parties to be able to make decisions that will serve their overall interests. It is not like arbitration or litigation where either the arbitrator or the judge will make the pronouncement. The beauty of mediation is that the decisions lie with the parties, and with the coordination and supervision of the mediator, the parties will now have that confidence, will not have that knowledge, will not have that boldness to be able to make decisions that will serve the interests of all. Parties negotiate in good faith. Well, that shows that the parties are prepared. When party comes to mediation and they come in good faith, it means they have been well prepared. You don't just jump into, it's not an impromptu, process. There are a lot of things that have to be done for the parties to come and negotiate by using negotiation. It also suggests to us that mediation is like continuing the process of negotiation, and that's why they call it facilitated negotiation. Yes, it's also a form of negotiation. That is the negotiation that the two parties could not do on their own. You are bringing a third party to help them facilitate the process. Parties want to preserve and improve relationship. There are situations where, parties need to. They may not realize that, but it is the role of the mediator to let the party weigh all the options and present it before them, to let them know that relationship is very, very key. And if they were able to buy into that kind of idea, I can assure you that it will be very easy, to get them involved and make them, see the process through. There are no other better way of resolving. When the parties don't have any other better ways of resolving the issue, mediation, answers that question. Please, can we put our devices on mute? Mr. Owolabi, please. Thank you. Now, I want to draw our attention to two aspects of mediation. There is the theoretical aspect of mediation, and there is the acts component of mediation. In the theoretical aspect, it's talking about the principles. We understand the step-by-step process. And I know quite a number of us must have been able to do this, but the act is like a process, it's like a journey. You attend a program today, it is expected that it should translate into practice. It is the practical aspect of the mediation that delivers services. It is the practical aspect that delivers services. So let's put these two in perspective, that there are two aspects of mediation. There are the theoretical aspect, and of course, there is, as we are gathered here, what we want to know is to know the theoretical aspect, but it's also very important for us to know the practical component of mediation. Principle of mediation, it is confidential. It is confidential. It is private. It is done with utmost privacy. It is voluntary. I think we said that before. It's a very neutral and impartial process. A mediation is very neutral and impartial, especially on the part of the mediator. Is expected to be neutral and impartial. Well, I don't want to enter into the debate whether there's a difference between neutrality and impartiality. Mr. CSP Titus, please, can you help us mute your device? Thank you. CSP Titus, please, can you help us mute? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have confidentiality, voluntariness, neutrality and impartiality, ownership on the part of the parties. The parties are the one that should own not just the process, but also the outcome. This is what gives sustainability, to the process. And of course, the principle of respect. We must recognize that we are all human, and we must try to balance, power. One of the things that we do in a mediation process, we try to balance the power. Nobody is a big man. Nobody is a small person. And a mediator should endeavor to balance, the equation so that there will be effective flow of communication. Because mediation is about communication. It's doing the talk. We are going to do the talk, which the parties themselves will not do on their own. A third party is coming to facilitate the talking. And that talking, especially when it is done appropriately, will bring an effective resolution. Now, empathy. Empathy is different from sympathy. In mediation, you don't sympathize, you empathize. You have that feeling, that human feeling. You are able to, put yourself in the shoes of the parties, and that makes you a leader. And that is one of the, powerful attributes of a leader who can be empathetic. You must be empathetic. Now, self-determination. The parties must be self-determined. We give a lot of concession to the parties to make decisions. It's not like a law court where the parties, direct parties, are just observing. They will just ask them some questions. Sometimes those questions have been programmed. The counsel would have told the client, this is what you should say, this is what you should not say. In mediation, everything is said. It's an open process, although we also have our own procedures. You are expected to say anything, but there are ways you have to say it in a manner that it does not distort the process. Of course, the principle of empowerment and education, we said it before, that mediation is also a process of empowerment. Now, mediation, the practice of mediation. We want to look at the practice of mediation now. We are going to be discussing quite a number of information, which will be very useful. We may not be able to capture all the information, but we have deliberately tried to give some information that will assist us to be able to start something on our own. What are the premediation issues and strategies? For instance, one of the questions people ask is, how does it happen? Who initiates the process? Does it drop from heaven or it came from somewhere? And of course, these are the possibilities. It can be an invitation of one or both parties. So parties in dispute can make suggestions that we should adopt. And it means that the person, one of the parties will have to sell the idea to the other parties. And if they agree, they go for a mediator. Yeah, it can be referred by a court. I heard somebody make mention of multi-door court, as we have in some of our courts now. It has now been, formalized that it is not cases that go to court that must be litigated upon. Some cases must have to be treated differently. And that is where we have the multi-door courts. When they have their, screening criteria, when they screen certain cases, and it falls within, the established protocol, they will refer them to the multi-door court. And of course, concerned individuals or groups can initiate in your neighborhood, in your workplace. If you have concern for people in dispute, you can initiate it. And this is really happening. And as mediators, this is one of the things that we're supposed to be doing, encourage people to adopt mediation, especially if they fall within the criteria of mediation. Direct initiative of the mediator. It means that the mediator himself can also initiate the process. As a mediator, you can initiate it. Help parties in dispute. Introduce yourself to parties in dispute and sell the idea to them. And of course, an organization like SPSP, yes, a recognized body, can initiate the process. There are quite a number of that SPSP has been involved in. What are the stages of mediation? We have the preparation stage, we have the introduction stage, some will call it opening, we have the exploration stage, some will call it storytelling, we have the negotiation stage, some will call it joint problem solving, and of course we have the conclusion stage, which can be also described as drafting or signing an agreement. These phrases that you are seeing, they are not sacrosanct. I have attended a seminar where we're told we have 3 stages or phases. I attended another one that said there are 8 stages. I attended another one that said there are 12 stages. It depends. And when I did analysis of all the stages, I discovered that it is just a further breaking down of what we have here. For us, in SPSP, we have adopted this 5-stage, situation. And what we want to do now, we want to look at each of the stages very briefly. The first stage, which is preparation. The first stage, which is preparation, is the initial, we call it the initial inquiry, for instance. There are a lot of discussions that goes on before mediation happens. There are a lot of preparation. Preparation is very key in everything that we do. To fail to prepare is to prepare to fail. One of the questions you begin to ask, is this dispute suitable for mediation? That's what we call the referral criteria. We don't just refer any case, for mediation. You must, be sure. And I think we had discussed it earlier on, that is this case suitable for mediation? If it's suitable for mediation, it's at the preparatory stage that you are going to take care of that. Approaching the mediator, who or which mediator will be most suitable for this kind of disputes? Quite a number of, mediation centers, conflict management, they have rosters. And when cases come, disputes have different brands. There are different types of disputes. There are union-related disputes, there are environmental-related disputes, there are the one you call terrorism, and everybody seems to have their specialty in many of these. And there are mediation in the account setting. So, and we have trained quite a number of, professionals in all disciplines, including auditors, accountants,
So if it has to do with, you know, budgeting problem or whatever it is, corruption issues, we'll go and look for a chartered accountant, for instance, or credible auditors who have been trained as a mediator, because he or she will understand the techniques in that particular field. Now, persuading the reluctant parties, usually it is not as easy as is it that everybody will key into the mediation process. So you must persuade some people, some parties to key into that process. And there are also strategies of doing that. Agreeing the terms of mediation, there are a lot of issues involved. For instance, there are confidentiality issues that have to be discussed. Parties need to know that mediation is different from a litigation process, for instance. Is a very confidential process. These are the, you know, ingredients that actually make the process work. The privilege, what are the privileges? What are the costs? The authority, the representation, the venue, the timing, and so many other issues that people need to know. We need to tidy that up. We need to understand that. We need to do agreements. I used to call mediation a basket full of agreements. At this level, what we are actually doing is that negotiation has actually started. We are negotiating, you know, so many issues that are not substantive to the, you know, to the issue, to the matter at hand. But we are trying to build a momentum into the real mediation process. I will say the value of the mediation is very, very important. Just like we were taught in peace education, our peace education, one of the champions of peace education is the person we call Maria Montessori. And Maria Montessori believes that the environment in which children are taught, it must have a particular, you know, design. The same way we believe that a place that mediation is going to take place must not be in conflict with itself. It must not be at war with its own self. It must be a place that is well lit. It must be somewhere that is neutral. That place itself, the venue itself must be neutral to the two parties. And that is one of the principles of neutrality that we talk about. It must be comfortable, base for the meeting, including, you know, having facilities like separate room for caucusing. There are private meetings that we call caucusing, and we do that a lot. Caucusing is, we may not be able to talk more about caucusing. There are ways that when you look at the mood of the mediation process, you just try to stage, you know, a caucus meeting. We have, you know, undertaken quite a number of mediation in the past, and when we go to a particular point where it seems that parties are so they are so strong about their position, they maintain their position, and we want to shift them beyond their position to their interests. We will request for a caucus meeting, and that has always been very, very useful. And of course, the arena of the mediation must be very, very, you know, neat and beautiful. Plant flowers if it is necessary, put everything that would, you know, when the parties themselves, when they get to the arena, they will have a very good impression. You see, you use that to deal with their mindset. You use it to minister to their mindset. You can put some inscription on the wall about peace in order to help them meditate along the peace line. And of course, there is the second stage is opening, the opening stage, the opening stage. And what you do when you want to open it, it is assumed that all the preliminary issues have been dealt with. You have agreed on the time, on the date, on the venue, and the modus of, you know, operandi, how you are going to run the process. All those must have been discussed. Who is coming, who is not coming, is going to be part of the, there's no room for surprises. In, you know, we're in an era of surprises. There's no room for surprises. Everything should be laid bare and discussed. Because there's no room for surprise, because we are still trying to build trust among the contending parties. So you welcome the parties, at least on the part of the mediator. It's expected that when they are meeting and when the very day, it's expected that the mediator should meet the parties warmly, give them all the assurances, positive assurance of, outcome that will be amicable, to the parties. Be available for parties' inquiries and questions. Make it neutral, simple, and uncomplicated. You don't need to, be too complex about it. Be very, very open. Be very, natural. Create a natural environment, a very relaxed environment for the parties. Now, if you can succeed in that, you can now, focus on the main business, wherein you usher the parties into the plenary. Yes, when they arrive at the venue of the mediation proceeding, try to use all those, to make them very comfortable. Then usher them into the proper section, the joint section proper, where issues are going to, be discussed. Now, the mediator is the chairman of that proceedings and is expected to make the first introduction. Yes, everybody will have to do introduction. In fact, there is an opening statement that the mediators will make. The mediator will make, the opening statement, and all the parties, that are represented, whether they are it's a group mediation or whatever, will have to also make an opening statement. And those opening statements, especially the one for the mediator, is carefully packaged, deliberately packaged to open the floor and to set the pace for constructive engagement. There's so many things that you need to do there. Introduce the mediator is expected to introduce himself and thank the parties for coming, for the program. Give them all the assurances again that here, this is a place where we seek amicable resolution of dispute. Having done that, you set your credentials. I'm a mediator with the Society for Peace Studies and Practice. I have had so and so years of experience, and with my, experience, we have a high rate of successes around mediation proceeding. As we are doing this, we are encouraging them. We are also trying to bring them out from their, enclosure, because you are bringing the parties to come and do a very great job. You are going to push them forward to do a lot of things, which ab initio, they feel that they don't have the capacity to do. But like you said, it's an empowerment process. You are going to empower them, and you make sure that you keep them, at pace, keep them involved, because it's supposed to be an inclusive system. The environment of mediation can also be welcoming. And if it is repulsive, it will not encourage serious dialogue or a serious communication. It must be welcoming. That environment must be tasteful. It must be a place that is so encouraging. And that takes us to the mediator's opening. The mediator's opening said, be warm, show appreciation. When a mediator wants to make an opening statement, you have to be warm and you have to show appreciation. You introduce yourself, you state your credentials, you declare your neutrality, explain the role of a mediator, state the ground rules, inform parties about settlement agreements. See, these are the things you package in your opening. When you do that, now you have set the pace and you have prepared the ground for mediation to take place. And let me draw your attention to this. Quite a number of us mediators, we usually forget to inform the parties about settlement agreement. We always encourage that in every mediation process, there must be a settlement agreement that will be duly signed by the parties. And this is to show that the parties have gone through this process. And of course, when they go through that process and they are able to see the terms of settlement in black and white, now what they have agreed on their own becomes binding on them. But if you just bring them to come and sit down, they sat down and they just dispersed without any document to suggest that they have met. Now, that kind of process is just like a child play, and it may not stand the test of time. There will be nothing to reference, and there will be nothing to rely on discussion. Even such an agreement is an enforceable contract, in the law court. But we are not trying to, draw that into, bring that here. In terms of ground rule that a mediator is expected to set, it must cover the order of discussion. For instance, who is going to, after the mediator has made his opening statement, who is going to be the next person that will do that? That has to be negotiated. Don't assume that because you like one particular phase and you just ask a party to take the floor. And if you must do that, then you have to justify why a particular party should take the first shot. For instance, if a party actually brought that case, you can, on the basis of that, you can invite that party. Mr. X, since you are the one that brought this case to us, can you tell us, what brought us here today? Then you turn to the other party, and what do you think? He or she brought this case, and what we are saying is that he should take the floor by telling us why we are here today. And what are you doing? You are being diplomatic, and you are strategically engaging the process. You are not just engaging the parties, you are also engaging the process to make sure that all parties are on the same page. Privacy, you need to emphasize privacy. You need to, harp on the use of language. It is not expected that strong languages, abusive words will be used in a mediation setting. It is also important that you introduce a kind of short breaks. The use of phones, how do you deal with the use of phones? If caucuses are going to be allowed, you need to tell them that it's possible for me as a mediator to hold a private meeting with either of you as the need arises. If the need arises, I may decide to hold a private meeting with either of you. The reason for doing that is not for any other thing than for us to be able to understand ourselves better and get more information, that will make the conversation progress. The issue of interruption, the issue of note-taking, smoking, and of course, we need to draw the attention of the parties to ladies and gents in case they need to ease themselves. And of course, duration of the meeting, we should also package that. Let's make an understanding. If you feel that the meeting should take 1 hour, you made that proposal from the beginning. If it should be 1.5 hours or 2 hours, it will be very interesting or good if you introduce it from the beginning so that everybody is on a page. And you can use that as a pressure tactics to manage the process. And you will draw the attention to the fact that we have agreed that we are going to run this process for 1 hour. We have already spent 20 minutes and we have not made much headway. So please, can we cooperate so that we can have a takeaway from this process? The mediator combines verbal and non-verbal communication techniques to drive the process towards a resolution. The parties are not just listening to what the mediator is saying, they are also looking at the non-verbal aspect. Is he passionate about it? Is he interested in that process? Or is interested in some other thing? And you as a mediator, you should also be looking at both the verbal and non-verbal communication tactics of the parties so that you can meet them appropriately. And that takes us to stage 3. Stage 3 is about storytelling, where you are going to invite the parties. And one of the questions that you need to ask is, who speaks first? Normally, the complainant should be allowed to speak first. Otherwise, the first speaker can also be agreed upon by the two parties. We try as much as possible to carry the parties along. Make sure that there is consent around who speak first. And let's not just take the process for granted. And when you ask such questions, it's also another way of trying to bring the parties out from their closures. We want them to talk at every opportunity. The duration, what's going to be the duration of each presentation by the parties? We have to try to make it as concise as possible, especially if you have agreed on the time that you are going to be using. Now, the traffic control, the parties, the mediator is supposed to serve as a traffic controller in the sense that you have to keep a tab on how the parties are making their presentation. Ensure that they stick to the ground rules, no foul languages being used, no any form of shouting or intimidation on any part. Whenever such thing happens, it's expected that the mediator should interject and remind the parties that the nature of mediation is such that serious, strong words, that can distort the process are not usually allowed. The mediator also uses the skill of active listening to track events and feel the needs of the parties. You are moving the parties from position to their interests and, of course, to their needs. You must be an active listener for you to be able to, do this. And in the presentation of the parties, there are two patterns of issues that will, that will evolve. There will be areas of agreement and there will be areas of disagreement. Parties in dispute who have come for mediation, they must have areas of agreement and they must have areas of disagreement. There is a philosophy of conflict that says parties in dispute are parties in relationship. So they have equal experience. They must share some experiences before they get to the point of having conflicts. And in their presentation, you will notice that pattern. There are so many things that will say that will actually, intersect. And you must note them. And there are issues that they will also say that will be different, that will be at variance, and you also note them. Why do you need areas of agreement? Areas of agreement will help you to be able to revisit their foundation. You draw the attention to the fact that you agree on so. It shows that you guys, have had a wonderful relationship in the past. And you will encourage them, say, that's very good. You did this together. You did this together. Both of you agree that you have been involved in so and so. And you will encourage them, say, that's very nice. Say, however, I noticed that there's areas, these are areas of disagreement. You can have 1, 2, 3, 4. You note them. Why do you need to note those ones? Because that is the one you are taking to the next stage. It's going to form the discussion of the next stage, which is the fourth stage that we call the negotiation stage. The areas of disagreement, you have encouraged them on it. Now, in moving to the next stage, which is the negotiation stage, we have said that negotiation is almost the same thing with mediation. There must be a negotiation process in the mediation proceeding. So, and we have, put that in our stage 4 of negotiation. So what does it entail? He said the mediator appreciates the parties. Appreciation is very, very important. It's a strategic communication style that you appreciate the parties. When you appreciate somebody, what are you trying to do? You're trying to encourage them to do more. You are trying to tell them that their presence is worth the while. You are trying to let them that you are doing well, but you can do even much more better. And they will respond to some of those gestures. Yes, those positive gestures. The parties will respond positively to them. And inside them, they may not appreciate it with their verbally, but inside them, there will be a lot of appreciation. They will be showing appreciation the way they cooperate with the mediator. But if you don't put all these small things, it will be very difficult for you, to move the process forward. Thank them for their frank contribution to finding an acceptable resolution. A mediator must help them bring out the main issues. Like I said, what are the main issues? Those areas of disagreement. And like I said, when you bring those issues here, you are not just bringing the areas of agreement. You are not just bringing the area of disagreement. You're also bringing the areas of agreement. This is where you are going to summarize the whole thing. one of the things that is expected of a mediator is that he must be very smart, not outsmart. You know, there is a way we say people are smart, and in the real estate they are outsmarting. No, you must know that you are building a process, you are building trust. And so don't outsmart the parties, carry them along. When I say you must be smart, in the sense that you must be able to track issues, areas of agreement and areas of disagreement. And you start with the areas of agreement. You appreciate them again. I listened to both of you, spoke, and quite a number of things really impressed me. And for instance, cite them. This, and this. They are using it to, prepare them. Now,
Dr. Adams, you should begin to round off, please.
You may now rank the issues. Those issues, the way you have tabled them, you may rank them. Encourage, if there are need for caucusing, like we earlier said. Now brainstorm involving bargaining in order of preference. The mediator helps the parties to generate options.
Dr. Adam Adiola, you may wish to begin to round off.
Yes, I am actually wrapping up, Doctor. The options to do trade-off based on the various issues that have been raised. Discuss the strategies of achieving the options that have been tabled. The mediator helped to frame the options. He helped the parties to break deadlocks. He helped them to do what they call reality testing. He moved the parties, towards settlement. Every opportunity that presents itself must be utilized for likely resolution. And that will take us to the last stage, which is settlement. The agreement is going to be based on the issues. If you have 3 issues that are being contested, it means that the content of that agreement should cover those 3 issues. And you must present those issues. Make sure you extract the settlement around those issues from the parties. Keep them talking around the parties. All you need to do is to coordinate the talking. Make suggestions if the need be. If you see that the parties, I find it difficult to be able to break through certain decisions, you can make suggestions to them and let them, look at it. If it serves their interest, they will embrace it. And you will carefully use that to help them draw the agreement. And of course, the features of agreement, it's what we have here. A normal agreement should have the title of the agreement, the names, and the clearly framed resolutions, the signatures, witnesses, if the need be, and of course, the date of the settlement. Now, we have what we call post-mediation follow-up. You call the parties from time to time to ask them, how they are implementing. The agreement itself does not resolve the matter. The parties are starting, to work out something, and you must do a follow-up, even after the settlement is expected. Ask about their general welfare. Ask about how they are getting along with the implementation of the agreement. Offer advices, if necessary, and of course, open the door for remediation. There are so many other hints that can help you, to achieve some of these feats. I want to thank you for listening, and I'm hoping that parties will continue to engage in the mediation process for them to have an effective skill and techniques in mediation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Alaji Muhammad Kuda Abubakar, over to you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Larry. Dr. Adams, thank you so very much. Dr. Adams has taken us through so very many issues in relation to mediation, a community-based intervention approach. Dr. Adams, if for your information, is the immediate past Secretary General of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, and he is also Vice President, Exam and Records Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC. He's the pioneer coordinator of the Nigerian Watch Project under the scientific supervision of IFRA Nigeria and funded by the Nigeria Stability and Reconciliation Group. You have heard him. He has told us several come up with several issues in relation to his paper. And now the floor is open for questions or comments. But like we have already established since the morning, early morning, beginning of this workshop, we entertain only one question or one comment. So please, if any one of you has a question or a comment, let him come up and identify himself and ask the question or make the comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can I speak? I don't know if I'm recognized. Bodojo.
Yeah. Mr. Bodojo, please go ahead.
So Oluwafemi raised his hand. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Oluwafemi Bodojo. That's me, sir.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. I just want to appreciate the SPSP, and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Doctor, if you can recollect, I was once your student. I don't know if you can still remember. You personally supervised my... Okay, sir.
I can recognize you, Pastor. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
And I really appreciate Dr. Faliti too for acknowledging me. Sir, please, I just want you to shed more light about the caucusing you talked about, please. Sorry, sir. Caucusing. Can you just share it just in please, sir? Thank you, sir.
Okay, caucusing is when you say somebody is in a caucus, it's like deepening the negotiation in mediation. There are certain issues. For instance, if we're in a mediation section and parties seems to be holding back certain information or they are not cooperative, what I as a mediator want to do is I want to have one-on-one talk with that person and try to understand the needs. It shows that that party is still on position, is still positional for those of us who did conflict analysis. And for you to be able to do mediation effectively, you need to take parties beyond position to their interests and to their needs. There are certain information, the information that the parties have are the ingredients for pushing the matter forward. If parties are withholding information, they are not cooperating with the system, they seem not pleased with even the system. Maybe they need more information about what mediation is all about if we didn't provide enough information, or they are just not comfortable. And they feel that whatever I say here, they may use it against me somewhere, and the person is holding back. And before you know it, I'm sure that Dr. Larry is here. We had, one recently, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had a mediation section, and it was caucusing that actually saved us. When those guys were not ready to move, they were not ready to, exchange information. Both of them seemed to be very rigid. And it was caucusing that did the magic. And what do we do in caucusing? We try to dialogue, persuade, lobby, do all kinds of things with the parties, understand the parties' needs. What exactly is making them to withdraw? And from there, we'll be able to, increase the assurances and build the confidence. And if you're able to do that, by the time they come back to the plenary, I can tell you that the disposition will be different. They will be more comfortable with the process. They will be more comfortable with the mediator, and they will be more comfortable with even the other party, because we would have given them quite a number of assurances, and that would just be a saving grace. I don't know if that has been able to answer the question.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you so much, Dr. Abiola Adams, fellow SPSP, immediate past Secretary General, SPSP, for your illuminating paper on engaging, or rather mediation, a community-based interventionist approach. We'll now move on to the next paper, Engaging and Managing Humanitarian Response and Security Challenges, by Ms. Elemobola Olubukola Ademola Adeleyi. Ms. Elemobola Olubukola Adeleyi is Yes, I know she is close by, but let me very quickly read out a little of your bio data so that we can introduce you appropriately.
Doctor, sir, I think we should go for a break, sir. A 10 minutes break.
Should we?
Yes, sir. Let's just go for 10 minutes break.
Okay. Okay, now, as you have heard, the Secretariat is saying we should go for a break. So we'll go for 10 minutes break and come back by 1:40, 10 minutes to 2. And the Olubukola Ademola Adeleyi, Miss Ademola Adeleyi Elemo Bola Bukola, will now be taking her paper at that time. And once again, the paper is engaging and managing humanitarian response and security challenges. So let's please, so far we are doing so well, and we thank you so much for remaining with us and for a very, very, very robust and engaging workshop. We have 10 minutes for recess, stretch your legs, and take some water or tea, like the Secretary General will say, and even make some calls. Thank you. We're coming back in 10 minutes time. Thank you.
All right, I think we should be back from the break. I'd like to do, sir.
Yeah.
I think the break time is over.
Sorry, how are you? Have you taken your water?
Yes, I'm taking my water. Now I'm taking my leg to go and take the water. All right, so I think we can reconvene. Bookie is online now. So we can continue.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back from the short recess. And if you are just joining us, this is the special induction workshop for the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, whereby we are engaging our participants and scholars on community engagement processes and several other mediation, communication and conflict, and diplomacy and what have you. But before we went on break, we listened to a paper by Dr. Adams Adiola from SPSP on mediation, community-based intervention approach. And now can we have some quiet, please? Can that person please mute himself? Can you mute yourself or herself, please? Hello? Can that person mute himself or herself, please? Hello?
Hello,
yes, as I was saying, welcome back. And our next paper is by Ms. Elemo Bola Olubukola Ademola Adele, member SPSP, titled Engaging and Managing Humanitarian Response and Security Channel. Ms. Bukola is a gender, governance, peace, and security practitioner and scholar, passionate about building inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous societies. Her 2 decades of professional experience advising, researching, leading, and technically supporting gender-responsive democratic governance, conflict prevention, peace and security, rule of law, human rights, and humanitarian response portfolio and programs in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and few countries in Africa reflects this passion. Her experience spans working with the United Nations and international regional non-governmental organizations, where she led the development of resource mobilization and management of impactful policy. And
you did this house. Good afternoon. I think they don't go hunting. Me, I don't go any. Yesterday, I spent almost 20 days.
Talk to us and present her paper, Engaging and Managing Humanitarian Response and Security Challenges. Ms. Olubukola, you now have the floor. Ms. Olubukola, you now have the floor.
Okay, I see that she has joined. I think her audio is about to join. Okay, her audio is yet to yes. I can see her there, but she's still having challenge joining with her audio. Immediately she joins with the audio, then she will. I'm monitoring it.
I'll just be doing some recap. Before she joins. Well, earlier today we were able to listen and witness the presentation by Dr. Obi Ndefon Neji, Fellow of the SPSP, and Vice President South of the SPSP. He spoke to us and presented a paper, Conflict Intervention, and Overview of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Spectrum. We also listened to Professor Tunde Akani, member SPSP, who presented a paper on communication and conflict, community-based approach. Also, we listened to Dr. Stephen Ademola Faleti, fellow of the SPSP, who spoke to us and presented the paper on negotiation and community engagement processes. The very last paper we listened to before our break was by Dr. Adams Adeola, fellow of the SPSP, who presented a paper on mediation, a community-based interventionist approach. Now we are waiting for Ms. Elemobola Olubukola Ademola Adeleyi, member of the SPSP, to speak to us and present her paper on engaging and managing humanitarian response and security challenges.
Anyone? I'll send it to you. Yes.
Ms. Olubukola, are you ready for us? Ms. Olubukola, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The floor is now yours.
Can you unmute?
I'm unmuted and I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Please, all other persons should mute their systems, please.
I can hear you.
All right, over to you, Ms. Olubukola.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this induction and also to present on this very important topic, which I know many of us, be members or potential members of SPSP, are already aware of. It is just for us to further test our knowledge and also to see how do we enhance our skills and also our attitude on how we'll be able to replicate this and ensure this is reflective in the work we do in the field, either as scholars or as practitioners. If you allow me, just give me a few moments. I would like to share my screen so as to make this presentation interactive. Just a moment, please.
You're thinking.
I'm not sure I can share my screen.
You're thinking.
Okay.
What is your thinking? What is your reaction?
Yeah, we can see it. We can. It just
You
came
can see
on
my
and
screen.
yeah.
Okay, now I can see myself. Let me just see.
That is what I'm working towards. I did not tell you. I wish I'm not ready to tell anybody.
Oh, can somebody share my screen for me? Okay.
Yes, it's there now.
I think I can see it now. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Very well.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. The topic I have is on engaging and managing humanitarian response and engaging and managing humanitarian response and security challenges. And I've tried to frame it a bit to see and maybe linking this more to complex humanitarian crisis setup to see what role can we perform as either practitioners or scholars that is interested in studying complex humanitarian crisis. Shortly, we will see why I try to use the scope of complex humanitarian crisis for looking at humanitarian response as well as also the security issues, which is closely linked to peace and security concerns. Just a bit about the outline. This will be like a refresher. What is emergency? Also looking at humanitarian response, as well as also looking at what are those security challenges in humanitarian response, looking at the humanitarian development and the peace nexus, the triple nexus. Also, again, looking as practitioners, as scholars, on how we are engaging and we are managing humanitarian response. We'll try to do a case study if time permits, just for us to reflect on what we've heard so far to see it. Can we put it in a particular context, if it makes sense? Again, we'll just do a bit on the lessons we've learned in the session and some best practices, and then we'll go to conclude and if there are questions or comments. I'm sure many of us are familiar with some of these pictures. I think the first one is during a flood emergency in Nigeria, where most of the buildings were submerged. Another one is also another crisis situation where, of course, a lot of needs has been created. People are desperate. Systems are maybe practically overwhelmed. Everybody's anxious. So the context where now we have a situation where a camp has been set up for displaced persons, and then this last picture is in Maiduguri in Nigeria, where flood incidents also then destroyed the already set up IDP camp, which of course has will I say double jeopardy. People are on the floor. Okay, I know many of us know this. That's why I said this is also more for us. Do we know already? When we talk of emergency, there are different types. For example, OCHA, the Interagency Standing Committee, which is doing a lot of coordination around humanitarian response, has also tried to put this in 3 areas. I think the first one is the study onset, which is rapid, devastating, like earthquakes, tsunamis, and so on and so forth. 2004. For example, the December 26, 2004 tsunami killed. There's some people speaking. Hello, please, if you are not presenting, can I please ask you to please mute your mic? Thank you very much. For example, the December 26 tsunami 2004, not 6, my apologies, killed at least 230,000 people, affected 12 countries. Those are things that are not prepared for. They come suddenly and then overwhelm a lot of the systems and structures. There are the ones that we call the slow onset. If it unfolds gradually, for example, issues of droughts, issues around conflict that starts gradually. I know many of us that are peace and conflict studies scholars, we are, of course, no conflict do not happen, violent conflicts do not happen overnight. There are signs, there are indicators that things are going bad before things become terrible, and then we have violence. So there are some examples that I included in that. And then we have what we call the complex emergencies. I'll talk more about that again, which is then looking at the combination of multiple emergencies in a context where slow onset, which could be natural disaster, which could be environmental disaster, is then happening in the context where there is armed conflict, or in the context of, for example, where there is health emergency, there's Ebola, for example, there's COVID, and then there's still other humanitarian crises, which could be natural or could be conflict. And again, most of the time they are large scale, they need multifaceted humanitarian support, which then means a lot of partners need to come in to come and provide support. I made an example of IT. I think we'll still talk a bit more about that. But again, some of the characteristics that we see in such a situation of emergency is that we see that people are overwhelmed. The system, the structures, overwhelmed. There's competing priorities. Are we going to look at people that are dying? Are we looking at people that their houses have been destroyed, maybe in a context of earthquake? Are we looking at the people that need immediate hospitalization? Are we looking at the ones that even just need food? Are we looking at pregnant women? So there are competing priorities and a lot of confusion, a lot of things happen when an emergency occurs. And again, there are damaged infrastructures. It could be the communication in case of flooding. It could be the transport infrastructure. Some cases, even the airports are destroyed, that even when assistance is coming, there's no way for assistance to be able to get to the people that are most at need. Again, the lot of influx of humanitarian actors, either professional, not professional. Everybody just wants to help. I think it's a human thing. And of course, the officials, everybody is bothering, asking questions, trying to do assessment and many things. They're often overwhelmed, they're often stressed. They've also even lost loved ones or impacted directly. So there's a lot of confusion, a lot of uncertainties. Again, why we say it's emergency is that it's unexpected in many of the cases. It requires immediate attention. There's impact, there is consequence either at individual level, community level, even on the environment. In case of flooding, it could be flash flooding, coastal erosion, whatever. There's always implication for either the communities or the environment. Again, response most of the time is also unpredicted. Just a bit more on complex emergencies, because I tried to zero in this presentation more as complex emergency, which is looking at emergency situation that has maybe the security component to it, also as well as also even the disaster, natural disaster or health crisis to it. Again, at times, this could also be seen in considerable or total breakdown of authority. And again, the need is more large scale. That's why it's called complex emergencies. And there are many actors that are needed. I tried to cite some examples. For example, in 2010 in Haiti, there was earthquake, and then there was cholera outbreak. And unfortunately, even for Haiti to date, it's still a fragile country. There are still political issues, armed groups that are taking over most of the country, and so many other issues that's happening. So it's a country that will say that it's in a complex emergency context. Again, the 2011 Japan earthquake also led to nuclear disaster, Fukushima disaster, which I'm sure some of us may remember, as many as other ones. And again, because of the protracted nation of complex emergencies, it's not just in natural disasters, but as well as also in the context of armed conflict. I'm sure many of us have been hearing about the conflict in DRC for as many years as for almost 50 years. Somalia has been on for as long as possible. We have recent ones. Ethiopia has been on with millions displaced, the Yemen, the Syria of these days, and Ukraine, and so on and so forth. These are some of the emergencies that we call complex emergencies, because multiple factors play in such emergencies. And we as peace scholars, humanitarian actors, practitioners, at times we may be faced with a situation where we need to be deployed and support this kind of situation. And again, this is just for knowing sake. When we talk about humanitarian response, this is just assistance to affected population. It's assistance, it's not taking over. It is assistance, and the primary purpose is to save lives and to elevate sufferings. And again, it should be coordinated. In most of the cases, that is the ideal situation, that is coordinated. But we've seen cases that this is never coordinated. People work in silos. There is over concentration of response in some places, while there are lack in other places. So this is also issues that, yes, it should be coordinated, but again, there are realities that make it not coordinated. And again, humanitarian response is guided by humanitarian principles. These are the principles, they are non-negotiables. Either you want to work in a complex emergency context, you want to work in armed conflict context, you want to work in natural disaster, slow onset, or whichever. These principles are principles that are non-negotiable. Humanity, it is about alleviating suffering. Wherever is found, no matter who the person is. Impartiality based on needs, no distinction based on gender, on race, on anything whatsoever. It must be neutral. The principle of neutrality does not take side, does not engage in the controversies. I'm sure many of us that are following the news, you will see a lot of humanitarian assistance that is now in the middle of the controversy, why people are really questioning, is neutral? Is this response for a political purpose? Is this to further maybe any other agenda? Principle says it must be neutral. It must be independent, autonomous of any other objective that may be in the contest. Again, maybe more drawing closer to the topic, are there security challenges in humanitarian response? Yes, there are several. Either to the person of the personnel that is making this, that is providing this assistance. Yes, there are good intentions, but then again, good intention does not say everything can end well. So there are things that as practitioners, as scholars, that are also important for us to have in the front of our mind, which will also help us in what we intend to do, what we are doing currently. Yes, there could be attack on personnel, there could be attack on organizations. I know you are aware that even in Nigeria, in the context of Boko Haram insurgencies, there are humanitarian personnel that has been killed, that has been kidnapped, and many things has happened to many people. There are organizations that has been targeted, and there is and so on and so forth. And again, towards even the personnel, there is also the risk of being a victim of criminal activity, infectious diseases, and again, also being a victim of political interference. Yes, humanitarian principle says neutrality, non-partiality, independence, but again, we are working in the context which often is political, with command and control and interests of different groups. So at times there are concerns around political interference, which has played out over and over. I won't be able to give a lot of examples because we have just like 40 minutes for this. All this can hinder humanitarian response. Maybe the other one I try to also highlight again is it can also limit access to the people that need the assistance that humanitarian actors are able to want to provide in the response. And again, will also be issues around even security restrictions. For example, I worked in Maiduguri for a period in Adamawa, but then I know that it was always challenging for me. I was supposed to be working in the Bay State, but always challenging for me to go to Yobe. Why? Because there were restrictions, either the time to travel and many, many other things, which also was impacted how I was able to do my work at that particular time when I was working there. I know many of us have this experience, so I won't go too deep into this. And I think one thing that is critical, and for many of us that are following the news recently, you also see this. Another thing that could limit access is also the perceived alignment with a political or military objective of either the government or the group in case of armed conflict, or the group that is fighting with the government. I'm sure many of us has read about a lot of the bashing for the UN system in the Hamas-Israel issue. Again, in Syria, in Yemen, coming closer home in Nigeria, there was a time in Nigeria that MSF was almost proscribed, because MSF mandate is to support everybody regardless, following humanitarian principle. Nigeria government was against the insurgents, and then the mandate of MSF was not well understood, and which also caused a lot of concern. I believe that has been addressed by now. So there are issues around access. There will also be bureaucratic hurdles and delays. Working a contest where a container can be sent, it could take 4, 5, 6 months before it's cleared. Those bureaucratic orders. And again, if you dig deeper, there's some political undertones to why some of this happens. And again, it could just be bureaucratic problems, just a weak systems to be able to do this. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm checking just to be sure. I think I will just go very quickly to humanitarian development peace nexus. Why I think this is important is because I know some of us may be working maybe more in the humanitarian system, others may be doing more around development, and some of us may be peace building, working on peace building, conflict prevention, and so on and so forth. Yes, I think this is one thing that has become a huge advantage, an added advantage to really the operations in either complex emergency sector or again in even emergency or humanitarian response context that's even not complex. For example, this approach is just talking about the interconnectedness and interdependence of humanitarian development and peace efforts. The total goal is to see that the response is effective, is efficient, and is sustainable to the people that need the assistance that's been provided. It's not to create dependency, but it's just to put in place structures and processes that can ensure that the people are able to come out and be able to restart their lives. Humanitarian talks more about addressing the immediate needs, maybe from the displacement, from the destruction of infrastructure, from the injuries, from so many things that we can think of in a typical context where emergency situation just occurred. Of course, development is looking at the longer term sustainability, the rebuilding, the recovery, the things, the market, opening the market again, and so many other things. And again, of course, rebuilding infrastructures that have been destroyed and many other things, which are longer term endeavors and not the short or the immediate term. And again, peace building for me is the cord that holds all of them together. Because even I remember my experience working in I worked in different conflict contexts in Nigeria, but maybe just to remember again my experience working in on Boko Haram insurgency in maybe Adamawa. Again, then that was 2017, 16, 17, 18. The tension between the families of insurgents, because people know who the insurgents were. In my own engagement and interaction, I was working on from the angle of rebuilding trust, angle of transforming the issue, again, curtailing and not and ensuring that communities can begin to see how they can have local level engagement that will address mitigate the risk and also build within the blocks that can make them to be able to rebuild their lives and also continue to live together in peace. And so there are divisions, there are tensions. Even everybody was displaced. Many people were displaced. Pardon me, not everybody. Many people were displaced in IDP camps, with host families, and so on and so forth. But again, the anger, the tension still was there that, okay, you is somebody from your family that became a Boko Haram member that affected my family and so on and so forth. So even in the active phase, peace building works, even when we're moving towards stability, then we begin to build in to ensure that those structures that can make communities to heal, that can make communities to rebuild, that can make community to build relationship again, are also functioning. So peace building works throughout. Conflict resolution, stability. I'm sure many of us has maybe working on the stabilization that is going on in the northeast Nigeria, in the Lake Chad Basin. There's a lot of investment into stabilization. African Union is leading some and many other things that is happening. Yes, so peace building comes across, and HDP nexus, which is also called the triple nexus, is just saying that all these things could be connected. And why should they be connected? To ensure that, yes, that it addresses the root causes and prevent future breakdowns, and again, also contributes to having resilient societies. So it's not just about, yes, we are the, is it Oxfam of this world, we want to do this, or we are the Red Cross, we are the OCHA, or we are the WFP, we have, that is the World Food Program, it's a UN agency, that we have all the food, we just want to give the food, our business is just to give the food in the emergency phase, and that's it. No, but it's looking more at how do we go even into having a connected, a coordinated effort to really look at the root causes and also to ensure that communities become resilient. And again, never again can also then be the slogan of the communities. Again, why this is also important and why this is coming into this presentation is looking at many of us as practitioners, as scholars, that either are in the divide of working in a context that is experiencing complex emergencies, for example, or in the context that is even just experiencing either nation-induced or man-induced disasters. Issues around resilience is very critical. HDP is looking at that connection where the different actors can work together to ensure that these societies, this community that is being assisted is able to build resilience. If this happens again, how do they be able to bounce back? And then it's not just all hope is lost. This is what this is talking about. Again, SDP is saying there is the need, is the core of it is to enhance effectiveness and efficiency, reduce duplications. Everybody should not be bringing rice. Reduce duplication. Everybody should not just be focusing on one thing. And a particular area should not be over-concentrated, but then there is the efficiency, that's value for the resources that is going to humanitarian assistance. And again, is to increase accountability when humanitarian actors, where development actors and peace-building actors are able to work together, then they jointly owned the process, and then they could jointly be able to say, okay, yes, we are doing this, you are doing this, what have you done? And then there is mutual accountability. Again, collaboration, coordination, I think I've talked about that. And again, it's more holistic, it's integrated, and just to achieve the outcome of having community, society that has been impacted either by conflict, either by disaster, able to bounce back and able to be able to go back to, if not original, at least to a level that, yes, they're able to stand on their own and not requesting continuous assistance. Again, I think our topic is about engaging and managing humanitarian response and security. So this is for us to see what are those things that we need to have in the front of our mind. Yes, needs assessment analysis is critical. I think it's common sense to understand the context we are going to before we respond, either as scholars. I think that's why we do a lot of those literature reviews before we even do our writings, as part of our writings either. And again, to also look at, even for NGOs, high NGOs that are in the field that are implementing, a good understanding of the context where they're implementing or the intent to implement is also critical. From the context analysis to even looking at the other power analysis, looking at many other conflict analysis models that we all know. This is critical. I just want to emphasize on the principle of do no harm. I'm sure we will read more about that, and conflict sensitivity. I think the core of it is we need to understand what is happening in the context we are working. We need to also have a good understanding of the assistance we are bringing. And then we also need to be able to understand how the assistance we are bringing is impacting either positively or negatively on the context, on the actors on ground. It's not I don't have a lot of time. I will talk about the Niger data. It's not to build different structures that could then be problematic to later on. But again, to really see how is what we are doing not creating harm, but again, really advancing the objective and the goal of the assistance that is being rendered. Again, gender sensitivity is critical. Men, women, boys, and girls are not impacted the same way. Their needs differs, and also the kind of assistance that is needed most of the time is also not the same. And again, there is this principle of leave no one behind. I think it's UN is a great proponent of this. So leave no one behind, especially the fathers behind. Who are the fathers behind? Most of the times they are the people living with disabilities, the pregnant people can we imagine how a pregnant person will be in a complex emergency context? Can we imagine how an old person, an aged person, how would they be able to cope in a context of complex emergencies? I remember in the ongoing farmer-other conflicts in Nigeria in different states, we can begin to imagine how with these people that are fathers behind, how are they able to be, how are their needs being prioritized, and how are they being assisted in a way that matters? Again, engaging, managing humanitarian response, what is also critical is understanding the risk either you are exposed to as an individual, that as a researcher, the risk you're exposed to as a project manager, the risk your organization is exposed to, and then having the understanding of mitigating this risk. There are tools to do this, which I will encourage you, please look at it and also be able to see how you better mainstream this in what you do. Of course, resource mobilization and all the monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation is not just a work. I know there is a part in that in the agenda, so don't let me talk about this, but it's critical to learn, to unlearn, to relearn, to design. Programming for people that are working as practitioners, managing programs, projects. You also know that the indicators are not cast in stone. The objectives can change because of the context that is changing. You can adapt. It's not, this is how it has been designed. I think that is for the 19th century. It's about learning, building together, co-creating, and then evaluating and adjusting as we go along with implementation. And when we are talking about managing and engaging in humanitarian response, I think what is also critical to be aware of is that humanitarian response is in a system. It's called the humanitarian system. And again, there are guidelines, there are tools, there are different things that also people that are working in this context should be aware of. Either you are coming from the angle of as a peace builder, you're all from the other angle. It's good to be aware of this. The concept of humanitarian coordination, the WHO, as I mentioned I think in the earlier part, when emergency situation occurs, when disaster occurs, there are many, many actors that are stakeholders in this. And if there is no coordination, then everybody could be taking the same thing to the same place. I'll be in contest in some of what I do on the global platform, where the core mandates, I do a lot of things with OCHA, being a member of the United Nations Disaster Assessment Coordination Team, and a core mandate is coordinate, ensure people are talking, ensure people are engaging, and then there's just no duplication and there's efficiency. So the WHO, understanding the actors, very critical. The government itself, the UN system, many of the times they play a very important role. NGO, IGOs, the bilaterals, there are in some contexts, maybe in large complex emergencies, you will see that bilaterals agreements are already on ground. If this happens in my country, you're on standby to do this for my country. So there are different actors that are in this bowl that are responding, that are providing assistance, understanding who they are and how to engage the private sector, the military, the security institutions. And I think that's why this whole thing about civil military coordination is also a very big thing that a lot of us, maybe some of us are working on. Again, looking at the CSOs and also the local communities themselves, they're not just recipients. For example, in a situation of displacement, many of the people that are displaced could be teachers, and then there are children in the IDP camps that needs to be engaged. Some people are teachers that are displaced. We can't just say these people are just IDPs. No, they're also looking at the beneficiaries, understanding them, also engaging them. Again, how there is the interagency coordination platform. I think that is there are structures put in place by, they call it the ISSC, Interagency Standing Committee on Humanitarian Response. So there is the coordination mechanism that people that are working either in complex emergencies, responding to emergencies, also need to be able to understand and key into this. This is just, as I said, this is just for us to reflect and bring some of the things to the fore of our mind. a lot of further reading, I suspect is necessary to really have the best benefit of this presentation. Coordination is at a different level, at the strategic level, the programmatic level, the operational level. Strategic level to take the decision, what should be done by who, the programmatic or the resources we have, what should we use it for, what are the priorities, what goes first. Operational level, what should be done in the real level, what are those things that should be done now at tactical level. And again, there is a coordination architecture. I will just show that very quickly. I know some of us have engaged this, have seen this. As I said, it's a system with units that is well coordinated with different organizations, institutions that are leading on different aspects. This is from the internet. I'm sure we can find it to see that these are the sectors that has been designed that in case of either complex or even either nation in this disaster, what are those things? What are those components that are important? Protection? Is it the shelter because houses have collapsed? Is it for health? Is it for the water and sanitation? Somebody is leading. Some people are members of this sector, and that enables people to be able to work well and more efficiently. I don't know how many minutes I have since I'm on full screen, but just I wanted us to reflect on a case study and looking at complex emergency.
You have 10 minutes more.
Thank you very
10
much.
minutes more.
Thank you very much. I think I tried to bring Boko Haram, but again, some of what is in this context is also relevant. If you even look at the conflict in Syria, you go to many other contexts, this is also relevant. Again, what is in the context of Boko Haram? We all know this. The insecurity, the kidnaps, the attacks, the killings, the bombings, the displacement, the food insecurity, people going hungry, outbreak of disease.
Drink now because can we unmute, please? Kindly unmute, please. I mean, we are gentlemen.
And again, we have the gender-based violence. This is a huge gambit, looking at targeted violence on people, whether because they are young, they are boys, they are girls, they are women. Gender-based violence is not just about women, it's about the entire people. For example, in my work engaging and analyzing lots of the context of Boko Haram then, I looked at it, who are the people that are vulnerable to being conscripted forcefully? Young boys, young men. Who are the people that are being vulnerable to being used as suicide bombers? It's shifted, it became young girls. Who are the ones that are being vulnerable to rape, to sexual violence? It was more of women. So GBV, when we talk about, it's not just a women's thing, but it's all people's thing, men, women, boys, girls. And again, looking at what we've talked about, response, the multi-sectoral, the coordination, the clusters that need to be activated for Boko Haram insurgency. Food was a big deal. Shelter was another thing. Health, wash, protection because of the issues around GBV that was in the context. And again, are there actors that coordination needed to happen with? Yes, there was coordination platform were activated, clusters activated, and coordination among, is it the government at the national level, the state level, the SEMAs and EMAs, looking at the UN agencies on ground, high NGOs, community, and so on and so forth. And again, looking at the context, are there challenges, security risk? For example, there are security risks, I mentioned earlier, people were kidnapped, people that personnel that are deployed to work in that context, many people were killed, some people were kidnapped, access constraints because of insecurity, because of trust issues. I think there was a time that even the government was saying development partnership vacates. I think if my memory serves me right. So there are issues. And again, funding gaps. Funding can never be enough because most of the time when we see the humanitarian response plan for a country or a place where they're dealing with emergency situation, we see the figures in millions of dollars. Again, I've not seen any plan that has been fully implemented or fully funded before. It's always it's also always planning figures that we continue to work towards in the response. Again, still looking at Northeast. Are there security challenges? I think I've mentioned this. Maybe just another thing to emphasize on is trauma. the trauma and the mental health issues. I think I lived in Maiduguri for off and on for up to 3 years, 2 years at least. I was off and on, in and out. Again, at that particular time, you need to just really know how to manage your mental health for you to really be able to function effectively in the context. Maybe to wrap up, I think I have like 5 minutes left. For this presentation, I think maybe one of the things that is important is that context analysis, risk management, understanding the risk is critical. Again, need for coordination, collaboration, need to understand the actors, work with other actors, reduce silos, reduce duplication, reduce over-concentration so as to have effective and efficient humanitarian response is critical. And again, there's now a lot of technology, a lot of innovations. You can be here, there's crisis from the satellites, the images are being taken, so many things. AI is doing a lot, drones and many things. So some of the things that are now best practices that for actors that are either as scholars, either as practitioners, can then look more into this. How can this enhance what you are doing as humanitarian actor, as peace actor, even if you are working from the context of development? And again, I think we've talked about HDP. Don't let me go back into that. And I think in conclusion, what I would just want to leave us with is that engaging and managing humanitarian response and security challenges requires a comprehensive and multifaceted approach because there are multiple actors. Most of the time, there are multiple issues. For example, if I go back to Haiti, as there was cholera, there was earthquake, there was armed groups, there are many things. So there are multifaceted issues. And then the approach should also be, yes, systemic, because if there is a lot of confusion already, we as responders should also bring a lot of confusions, even though it's multifaceted approach, but should be simple enough for people to understand, and then should be impactful enough that is addressing the needs. And what is the need? To save lives and also to be able to alleviate suffering. Again, technical expertise is non-negotiable. Working in this context, you need to know what to do so as not to do harm. And again, either is the technical or the functional skills to be able to engage very well in the context of humanitarian response or security context. I know for some of working in ING or working in the UN system, you go through trainings, rigorous trainings. Either if you're a woman, there are multiple levels of trainings you need to go to be able to work in the context like we're discussing. So these are things that are non-negotiable. You should be prepared. You need to be alive to be able to save others. And again, professionalism is key. There are humanitarian principles. There are principles should be adhered to. Again, self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and capacity to adapt. So many people will go and say, no, I cannot deal with this. But again, if this is the field of work we're working in, just to be aware and also be having the system to be able to support us and capacity to be able to adapt. And if it's getting too much, also to be able to, adaptability is also to take what is the option B. And I think that's it. I don't know if you still have some time, we can see some questions for reflections. I know the people on this call are people that are knowledgeable. So if there are things you would like to share, I think that's perfect. And for people that will want to know more, I think I would just recommend that you go to some of these platforms where you can then be able to get more information and be able to also see how best to maybe, will I say, to better align what you are doing as individuals, as scholars, as organizations, as practitioners to international good practices. I don't think there are best practices anyway, but international good practices, which are also to ensure that, yes, at least you're able to meet the minimum standard in responding to humanitarian response and also working in security context. I think that's it. If there are questions, reflections, I will be happy to take them in the remaining time. Thank you for your kind attention.
Elemobola Olubukola Ademola and Adelei, SPSP. Thank you so much for your engaging paper, appropriately titled Engaging and Managing Humanitarian Response and Security Challenges, a case study of complex emergencies. She did emphasize and establish the nexus between humanitarian development and peace. And she advocated for robust connections and coordination efforts towards ending or mitigating humanitarian disasters. And on humanitarian response, she advocates for robust needs assessment and analysis, conflict sensitivity, risk management, and mitigation, including gender sensitivity. Ms. Olubukola also advocates for multi-sectoral coordination using identified coordination platforms and systems. Thank you so much for your paper. The floor is now open for questions or observations or comments. But like we have established, the tradition is just to engage or accept only one question or one response or one comment. So let's, who will take that and identify yourself, let's know who you are and ask your question or make your comment. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
go ahead, identify
Hello.
yourself
Yes.
and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Babakura Bukar from Maiduguri, Bureau of Public Procurement. I want to commend my colleague who just presented this very important topic and gave an insight into what the issue is all about. I want to just make some observation regarding this complex situation, particularly in regard to the capacity to respond. We have seen the level of incapacitation of NEMA, SEMA, and unfortunately, local government don't even have emergency response institutions on ground. Now, she has mentioned the flood disaster in Maiduguri. If you could remember, the Borno state government has to be supported by Adamawa and Yobe state government with boats, and the Nigerian Navy have to ship their personnel from Yobe and Adamawa to rescue people from the water. You can see the level of lack of preparedness or capacity. And also on the part of NEMA, you see NEMA is responding to situation in the country from the headquarters and some 6 zonal offices also across the country, which is very, very inadequate. And apart from that, what the NEMA and the SEMA at the state level are doing currently is not more than reaction. I don't look at them as preventing disaster. So I want her to maybe say something around that. Thank you very much for the time.
Over to you, Ms. Olubukola.
Yes, thank you very much. I think you can call me Bukola. Yes, as I mentioned, there are multiple actors that are deployed that also indicate their interest to support, to respond in the context of emergency, either complex emergency, and also to contribute to the humanitarian response. And again, we just need to look at what is the mandate of the different agencies. And again, when we look at mandates, then we look at which other thing is, what are there missing gaps? What is the mandate of NEMA? NEMA is to coordinate humanitarian response, is to provide relief material. And again, I know maybe some people from NEMA on this call, you may also kindly please also chip in. And again, I've done some engagement with NEMA, but that was in a long time ago. NEMA and Red Cross to really be able to build capacity for disaster risk reduction, as well as also to be able to have early warning system. Then I was working with a national NGO, WANEC, to also look at having an early warning system that is able to at least, is it to warn on if a situation is going to get bad. Again, there are signs even for nation in these disasters, the fast onset. Again, at times when we see the sign, it's always too late to be able to respond. But what I would like to say to you is that what is the mandate of NEMA? Is NEMA able to fulfill their mandate? Are there other organizations that has the capacity to work more from the angle of prevention? If you work for government, for example, are you able to create that platform to be able to engage those organizations, to be able to contribute, to be able to also deploy their own expertise, to be able to do early warning, to be able to do preventive work, other than just trying to say all the work should be on NEMA? And that is why when we look at the who in the humanitarian response the other time. There is government, there is the bilateral, there is the development partners, there is the NGOs, high NGOs, and many other actors, which I think should be fully engaged in the content. If you are, I don't know if you are working for government, to really see it's not just about NEMA, but about the multiple actors that have the capacity to respond. For example, in a global team that I belong to, there are people that their expertise is just to support assessment. There are some that their expertise is just to even support you to set up the setting where you will be, for example, where you will be sleeping and for all those ones. There are people that their own expertise is to provide a support for civil military coordination. There are some that their expertise, so there are different organizations with different expertise. I don't think NEMA is all in all, but again, as government, as other actors, who else can contribute to the humanitarian response to ensure that, yes, it's able to meet the objective. The objective is to alleviate suffering. And again, for me, I'll have to build resilience of people. I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Ms. Bukola, thank you so much. And for that paper, Engaging and Managing Humanitarian Response and Security Challenges, a case study of complex emergencies. I think you are right. It all depends on, will depend on the mandates and the capacities that most of these agencies have. Their mandate will determine what capacity they will get or they will grow into over the years. Thank you so much for your very, very engaging paper. Our next paper is that of
Big Brother. Did I miss the ovation?
Come again, sir?
Did I miss the ovation after the presentation?
Well, I didn't call for it. I think she deserves it, sir. Please, let's give her a very big round of applause.
Thank you, President.
Like an expert in that field. Thank you so much.
Madam, you did an amazing job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm happy
You're
to
right,
be here.
Mr.
Thank you for inviting me to present. I'm a
You're
member.
right, Mr. President. You're right.
So
You're
it's
right.
part of my DC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bukola. Thank you so much.
Well done.
It is again time for another lady, this time Dr. Lydia Umar, a fellow of the SPSP. And
Hello, Dr. Kudusa. Dr. Kudusa.
Sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Professor Freedom will be presenting, sir. Professor Freedom Onoha.
Professor who?
Professor Freedom Onoha.
Oh, it's Freedom. Okay. So let's move very quickly to the paper of Professor Freedom Onoha, also a fellow of the SPSP. Professor Freedom Onoha is a fellow of the SPSP, and he will be speaking to us and presenting a paper on civil-military relations in community management. Freedom Onoha is a distinguished scholar who has, let me very quickly speak to a little of his biodata. He's a coordinator of Security, Violence, and Conflict Research Group at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. In addition to a doctorate degree in political economy, he holds a certificate in international security management, higher defense and strategic studies, peace support operations course for senior leaders, disaster management, protection of civilians, defense and security management, lessons learned, empowerment, self-defense, and United Nations framework, among several others. He currently teaches and research in interests include focus on diverse aspects of national and transnational security threats, with emphasis on climate change, violent extremism, terrorism, insurgency, maritime security, preventing and countering violent extremism, violent conflict, organized crime, election security, peace building, and state fragility. Yes. In this area and has won several academic grants. It's now my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you Professor Freedom Onoha. You know I have the floor, Professor, sir.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those very kind words and words of introduction. Let me first of all express my deepest gratitude for the invitation for me to speak to this August gathering and to speak to a topic that I think has become almost topical and central in terms of discourses around security provision in Nigeria. So I am more than honored and privileged to be in your midst and to make this presentation. I have also taken the liberty to modify the title assigned to me originally, briefly, just to capture the central essence of the presentation, because I understand I was supposed to speak on civil military relations and community engagement, but I felt it's also very important that I contextualize the topic. So I have decided to add for enhanced security in Nigeria. I also understand I have less than an hour, just about 40 minutes to make this presentation. So I'll try my best to manage the time. But what I've just done is to just develop a certain number of slides to guide our thoughts, and I'll try as much as possible to make this presentation conversational. Just by a word of introduction, and I'm sure everybody that is a Nigerian will definitely agree that the provision and the preservation of national defense and security is actually the key to the survival of any state. In fact, as a student of political science, we always tell our students that the reason d'etre of the state is to provide for the security and well-being of its citizens. So across the world, you have now seen that it become almost a practice that every state will try to create an institution of the state that have this almost exclusive control of exercise of coercive power in order to provide this issue of defense and security. So it's against this backdrop that almost around the world that we can actually argue that the military is the oldest institution of the state that is created for the purposes of protecting the citizens and the state. And that is why a common denominator across all military institutions across the world is the fact that the state invests on it that exclusive monopoly of use of coercive force, to be able to provide this. Now, so that is why the Nigerian military, being also one of the oldest institutions of the modern Nigerian state, have also been given this responsibility of providing for the defense and security of the citizens. However, one of the things that have become almost very challenging now is the task of providing security in Nigeria. And you will all agree with me, because I believe most of the participants, if not all, are Nigerians. So there's nothing I will say that will sound a bit new to you, particularly in the context of issues of insecurity. I think the threat to security in Nigeria has, in the recent time, about a decade ago, has increased in terms of frequency. We have also seen an increase in threats in terms of the scope, but more fundamental is even the severity of these threats in such a way that they have come to overpower or overwhelm the police and other security agencies to provide. And against this backdrop, therefore, we have then seen an unprecedented reliance on the military, to support the police in terms of internal security provisioning. And these security provisioning have cut across, dealing with violent threats such as banditry, organized crime, terrorism, or even in some cases we have seen the military being deployed to manage protests. And of course, since the return to democracy again, we have also seen the Nigerian military being deployed, to support other critical civilian institutions like the INEC in terms of the conduct of elections. What would have come very clear in recent times is that when the military have been able to provide creditably in terms of the responsibilities that it has been saddled with, that is actually not its traditional responsibility, because its traditional responsibility is actually for the provision of defense to the states and the citizens. But we have now seen that, of course, with security challenges overwhelming the police and other security institutions, the military have been called upon to assist. So when the military performs creditably, there's always the tendency for them to receive commendations from the civil society generally. But in cases where we have seen, particularly soldiers, being able to live up to the expectations of this particular profession or perform in such a way that their actions have led to actually the violations of human rights. That in itself has also attracted condemnation. But within this pendulum of commendation and condemnation is the fact that the provision of security have become increasingly challenging. And so with the kind of distrust that have grown between the military that's supposed to support the other traditional security institutions like the police to provide security, and the local communities that are actually supposed to be the beneficiaries of this military deployment, but who suffer most in terms of the activities of violent non-state actors. We have now seen a breakdown of trust. That breakdown of trust have in itself impacted on the nature and the temperature of civil-military relations. Yet, we know that robust civil-military relations, particularly in the context of the relationship between the military and the communities that are supposed to serve, are essential for maintaining peace and security in any society, which is all the more important in all the communities across Nigeria, because there's no community, there's no geopolitical zone in this country that is immune, to the ravaging impact of insecurity. So against this backdrop, for the presentation I want to make in the next 5 minutes is just to highlight the importance of robust civil-military relations in community engagement, as we seek to attain, sustainable security in Nigeria. For me to do this, I'm going to speak on a couple of slides that will just cover the scope items just lined up there. First, I'll try to, provide a bit of conceptual clarification to the key concepts that form the fulcrum on which my presentation revolves. Then I'll just give a brief overview of civil-military relations in Nigeria, because understanding the dynamics and the history of civil-military relations in Nigeria is key for us to appreciate why in the present day Nigeria we have a lot of military engagement in terms of internal security operations. And then I'll look at civil-military relations, community engagement, and security provisioning in Nigeria. Just to look at how this has impacted security provision in Nigeria, and why it is very, very important that we must understand the centrality of community engagement if we are going to sustainably address some of the security challenges that are confronting the country. Then I'll look at some of the challenges to, enhance civil-military relations in community engagement in Nigeria. And I will take 3 examples, very recent example across the country to demonstrate, some of the key lessons that can emerge when we have a robust and a good understanding between the military forces, the security forces, and the communities that are supposed to serve. And this as a basis for us to draw some useful lessons that can guide interventions in some areas. And then I'll make some recommendations, about how we can then improve the state of civil-military relations in community engagement for enhanced security. And then I will conclude my presentation. I think the subject of civil-military relations is one that is very common and ubiquitous in discourses around security provisioning in Nigeria. And so when you take up any standard text in political science, I'm sure you'll be confronted with diverse definitions of the concept of civil-military relations. And the reason is very simple, because the conception of civil-military relations in the early 50s, 60s, and 70s, when we have scholars, such as Samuel P. Huntington, Maurice Janowitz, or SPSP, discussing the character of civil-military relations in the U.S. context, for example. Because debate has always been around how do the civilian matters, how do the politicians, exercise the kind of control that will make the military to continue to provide security and defense to the state without necessarily undermining democratic institutions. So that is usually the traditional thinking about civil-military relations, which is this concern about how to ensure and sustain, civilian control over the military as a special institution of the state. But over time, because of the growing complexification of human society and the fundamental shift in terms of the military professional responsibility from just about providing defense, but also being part and parcel of institutions of the state that provide and support effort for other institutions, internal security provisioning, play a key role in terms of humanitarian relief in places of disaster, or even play some supportive role for other states that are troubled. For instance, when we talk about the deployment of the military for peace support operation, we have now seen, the conception of military relations evolve over the emerging realities, and as such, scholars have tended, to redefine the concept of civil military relations from the narrow emphasis on civilian control of the military institution to more or less looking at the complex entire relationship between the military, the civil society, and as well as the institutions of the state. So what I've just done here is just to give you an idea of these recent definitions of civil military relations. For example, the way Box sees it as the relationship between the civil society as a whole and the military organization or organization established to protect it. A similar definition was also seen presented by Owens. We look at this as more or less the interaction among the people of the state, the institution of that state, and the military of that state. My boss here at the National Defense College, when I was working here for years back, also look at it from this same perspective as a kind of a complex of relationships, which then develop between civilians and the armed forces and other security agencies. Whichever way you look at it, for me, I think that the crux of our common understanding of civil military relation is like, we look at it like a trinity. It's a complex relationship that then exists within the military of that institution as a quite unique organization of the state created for the purposes of national defense. Its relationship and interface with the other institutions of the state, particularly those ones in the executive and the judiciary, and then its relationship and interactions with the civil society. And these three critical actors in that complex interact in complex ways that then shape the nature of security provisioning. So broadly speaking, therefore, civil military relations would then refer to the relationship that exists between the armed forces of the state and the larger society that they are meant to serve. I think the word meant to serve is very critical. And so in these regards, concern is about how they communicate, how they interact, and how the interface between them is ordered and regulated. The character of this relationship, the nature of this relationship, the quality of this relationship will definitely impact on, the way and manner in which security is provided. But suffice it to say that, a robust civil military relation is built on certain principles. Principle number one, of course, is the recognition of the supremacy of the people, and then the recognition of the constitutional provisions for the military within the state. The issue of the rule of law, we then suggest therefore that even the actions of the military, irrespective of its monopoly and control of coercive powers of the state, are still subject to the rule of law. So it's not over and above the provisions of the law of the state. Again, the principles of procedures and processes, as well as the commitment to international norms, particularly issues about human rights, international humanitarian laws, of course, and the laws of armed conflict. I will not have time really to begin to explain some of these principles, but just that we also understand that even though the military is quite a unique institution, its actions are supposed to be confirmed, it's also supposed to conform to some of these principles that I've actually highlighted. So and there's another concept I think is very important. I'm not going to spend so much time on this because I know this whole conversation is around community engagement. I'm sure many of the previous speakers would have also cleared some of the conceptual undergrowth about community engagement. But for me, I think that the best way to look at community engagement is to proceed from that understanding of what is really a community. Generally, a community, as we know, consists of people living together in some form of social organization and cohesion. Although it may vary significantly in terms of size and socioeconomic profile, its members usually share social, cultural, economic characteristics as well as common interests. But I think it's very important we understand that even though the definition of community you see here is the one that look at it from a geospatial perspective, I think it's important also for us to understand that we're not talking about online communities, for example, where people then meet, share ideas, share thoughts, promote certain causes. They also reflect communities. But I think what is very important in most cases is that when you talk about the idea of a community, it has its own, unique features. For example, community has history when it was created, whether online, offline, or physical. There's a sense of culture. There's a sense of location that can, identify the community in terms of geospatial location they're occupying, or it could be location that is actually online. It's made up of persons. These persons have resources, and there's a form of leadership. So given this context, therefore, a community is not a static state. A community essentially is dynamic, because its character, nature, and assets they have will change over time. Of course, in response to factors that may be emanating from within that community or outside this community. It becomes even very interesting because when you insert a military operation or a security operation within a system, that in itself will impact on that community. But the nature and character of that community itself also will play a key role, for example, in making whether that security operation to be sustainable, to be successful, and be impactful, or that can even hinder, the success of such operation. For example, when such security or military operation do not recognize the cultural and religious sensitivities of this particular community which it's playing out. And so that is why the whole idea of community as a very shifting, dynamic, not static, becomes very important when we are conceptualizing military or security operations, because this in itself will then have impact in terms of civil military relations. So given that understanding of what a community is all about, so a community engagement for me as an individual will mean, the process of deliberately working collaboratively, with and through the groups of people that are affiliated by geographic proximity or are connected as a result of special interest, or more importantly, have a common situation that address issues that would then affect safety, their security, and well-being. In fact, for the United Nations, security engagement is defined as a strategic process to directly involve local populations in all aspects of decision-making, policy development, and implementation to strengthen local ownership, capacities, and community structures, as well as to improve transparency, accountability, and optimal resource allocations across diverse settings. The result, therefore, is that when we engage with the communities, in terms of any intervention, whether it is security intervention, economic empowerment, or even educational intervention, it helps such intervention, to achieve an inclusive decision-making, because the people becomes part and parcel of the process of developing such interventions. It also becomes key because of sustainable outcome, because the people then participate in that. And more importantly is that it creates opportunity and fora for trust building, between the institutions of the government that are delivering such interventions. And in our context, for example, I'll talk about the military and other security agencies as those institutions, providing security to the communities. And more importantly, the communities that are the beneficiaries or the recipients of such security operations. So how communities are brought in terms of security provisioning will be key, to the potential successes or failure of such engagement. But before we delve into the current discussions around civil military relations and community engagement in Nigeria, I consider it quite apposite and relevant, for instance, that we just have a very brief, extremely very brief, not in details, understanding of the historical dynamics and the evolution of civil military relations in Nigeria and how that is impacting on the overall aspect of security provisioning and what needed to be done. Just to sign off on some of these issues, I tried actually to provide a typography in terms of historicization or the historical development of civil military relations in Nigeria, across 3 phases. Of course, the first phase is before independence, which laid the foundation for the creation and use of certain local institutions. For example, the House Global group that eventually transmuted and being reconfigured to now serve as the first major offerings that inform the development of the Nigerian military. So before independence, of course, we have the Nigerian military as a colonial creation. It was created by the colonial master for purposes of providing territorial defense and for purposes of also providing security and guidance for exploitation of the resources that the colonial masters depended. And so because it's actually a colonial tool, it played a key role in terms of repression. And I think the commonest and most prominent example, even though people don't tend to look at it in this way or cite it repeatedly, is the very unpopular role that the military played during the Aba Women Riot of 1939. In fact, it was actually the military that the colonial masters used to suppress that dissent by that group of women. So that in itself gives you the idea of the original DNA of the Nigerian military, because it was created by the colonial masters for the purposes of protecting colonial interests. And so it relied extensively on repression rather than persuasion to be able to achieve those objectives for the military. And so as soon as we gained our independence, there was no fundamental restructuring, both in terms of orientation, in terms of structure, and in terms of doctrine of the new Nigerian military to have that human face and to provide defense from that perspective. And so what we then saw is that as soon as we moved into police independence era, and the contradictions of the Nigerian state that in itself is reflective of the Nigerian military, and then now laid the foundation for the first military coup in Nigeria, and of course culminated in Nigerian Civil War, and then prolonged years of military authoritarianism. In terms of civil military relations as a subject, I think I have to highlight two things that happened for this period of military rule. The first thing that happened was that the military became an enemy to itself, because the military leaders themselves were somehow very suspicious of their colleagues, because we are experiencing coup. The military became suspicious of itself, and the military deliberately undermined any effort of institutional strengthening and professionalism. So it becomes almost like the military imposing an embargo on their military colleagues from going for professional military education outside the country, because of course it's presumed that it provides them opportunity to plot and plan coups outside the country and execute that successfully. So the military became afraid of itself. And then the military also failed to actually invest in the development of the military. And that fear itself, extended even to the police. And so during the military era, we now saw systematic underfunding of the police, because they felt the police also could become part and parcel of the key actors we do have any military coup. So that in itself created a problem for the military in terms of leading to more or less an institution that was politicized, an institution that is ethnicized, and more importantly, an institution that became weakened. And the second point we wanted to make in this era of civil military relations is the fact also that we now saw the military taking almost complete control of the entire civil space. And so the whole idea of maintaining law and order was based on coercion, and we saw heightened incidents of human rights violation. So that in itself was the situation of the country before the return to civilian rule in 1999. But because it's a historical baggage, it's an institutional baggage, that had implications as soon as we came to the era of democracy. So we hurriedly returned to democracy in 1999. So the contradictions of the Nigerian state, issues of marginalizations, sense of deprivation was there. So when the military came in, it was expected when the civilians came in, these contradictions, and we are playing out. So we don't have problems associated with, protests, grievances, and we now saw cases of, ethnic conflict, religious conflict. When the military was called in, given the fact that the police has already been systematically underdeveloped as a result of prolonged military rule, the military, again, lacking in professionalism and training, we then saw that as we are having the problems we are having in the early stages of our democratic return, the military were dealing with such issues in the traditional characteristic manner of relying on repression. And so we saw that play out in Zakebiam, in Ode, and then the most recent one that happened, of course, in the Niger Delta. So what that created for us in the context of civil military relations is that we had a military that was supposed to provide and assist the police, but the military that has not shaded off its cloak or skills that are characterized by repression, also characterized by aggressiveness. And that in itself heightened the problem of human rights violations each time the military is deployed. But at the same time, again, we are still having, multiplicity of security challenges in the country that the civilian masters are finding extremely difficult to deal with, because, again, they think the police do not have the capacity. So the contradiction we now see in the context of our current state of civil military relations is that the civilian police institutions are incapable of dealing with proliferating security threats, and we are now using the military as a stopgap to deal with this problem. But because the military has not also been professionally trained and equipped to deal with these problems in ways and manners that they are nimble and effective, we then also see that as the number of security challenges are increasing, we're also having a corresponding increase in the number of deployment of military personnel to deal with that. And we are now also having, an increase in terms of the encroachment of the military into the civil space. And consequent upon that also, we are now seeing issues of human rights violations that have then strained civil-military relations. The result, therefore, is that we are now in a dilemma. We can't go back to the police immediately to deal with the problem because the police is nowhere to be seen because it has a very low capacity to deal with that. But we cannot also completely eject the military from the civil space because the intensity, the frequency, and the scope and scale of the security threats we are having is such that you also need even a very high-level force like the military to be able to confront these violent non-state actors like terrorists, like separatist agitators that are armed, and like bandits. So we are like in a dilemma, we're in a crossroad. So the reality has therefore dawned on us that if we are going to defeat some of the threats that are confronting us at the community level as a nation, we then need to, rebuild the frameworks and the structure of civil-military relations in such that you can have a very robust relationship between the military as the key coercive actor of the state and the communities that are actually supposed to be the ones that are deployed to protect. So it's against this backdrop, therefore, that it's important for us as scholars and practitioners in security, conflicts, and peace building that we need to begin to think more creatively on how we are going to strengthen the frameworks and the posture of civil-military relations, particularly in the context of community engagement, such that we can then evolve security provisioning in ways that are very responsive, security provisioning that are very effective, and more importantly, security provisioning that are quite impactful. And so why do we now talk about civil-military relations in the context of community engagement? I think a lot of factors have laid back the imperative for that. First is that we have now seen an increase in terms of the multidimensional and multifaceted nature of security threats in Nigeria, which therefore requires that the military as the institution of the state cannot do it alone. In fact, I'm sure if you have looked at some of the issues trending in social media, where the Director General of the State Security Services, or the DSS, if you want to call it, have talked about the importance of a whole of nation, whole of society approach, underscoring the centrality of engaging the communities if we are going to more sustainably and more effectively deal with some of these problems. And I think it's built on a core logical, philosophical, and realistic assumption, because the problems that we confront in Nigeria and every other society you see, most times, emanate from within that community. And ultimately, therefore, the security responses we fashion are actually directed to dealing with the problems at the community. So you cannot really save somebody in his own absence. The result, therefore, is that any sustainable solution to continue to use the military or even the other security agencies to deal with this problem must come to terms to the inevitability of engaging these host communities in dealing with that. And so why is it important, for instance, that we talk about community engagement in security provisioning? First and foremost is the fact that getting community to be part and parcel of the whole architecture and the whole response mechanism to dealing with any challenge, whether you look at it from the point of view human security challenge, for example, the previous presentation that talked about humanitarian responses, or you are looking at it from the point of view of state security challenge, for example, threats posed by violent non-state actors like terrorists. The fact is that once you get the communities to be part and parcel of the process, it even enhances the trust and the legitimacy that is there, because they say beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. In fact, the relevance and the strength and success of any military operation lies in the hands of the community, because they are the ones who will definitely be the ultimate beneficiary, and actually their community is the host for those security threats and operations. So getting community to be part and parcel of the process enhances trust, it also builds legitimacy. The second point is that if you look at the nature and the structure of the military is one that is expected to be reflective of the entire system and the population of a state. So the military will be drawn across all the people from any different states, from ethnic group, religious background, philosophy, academics, and stuff like that. The result therefore that the military could operate in a theater or an environment that the entire troops deployed there about that terrain. Very few people know much about that terrain. So getting the community to become part and parcel of that engagement, enhances the relevance of using local knowledge and expertise, to address some of these issues. The third point, of course, is the importance of improving security outcomes, because then the people knows the in and out of their community. In fact, sometimes and in some cases, they actually know the bad persons. And so working with the community makes it a lot easier for you to identify the bad persons and increases the chances of operational effectiveness and outcomes. But more importantly also is that they become an active participant in terms of finding solutions to their problem. There's also other benefits that comes with community engagement. For example, it enables, opportunities to build stronger relationship between the community actors, the local people, the residents, the interlocutors, the religious leaders, the youth, with the security providers that are coming from the states, like the state security forces comprising of the military, the police, the DSS, and stuff like that. Robust intervention at that level helps to build relationships. And finally, it makes the solutions a lot more sustainable because the people are part and parcel of that process. Then you can now see some of the local practices of the people that could then help to provide security solutions that are sustainable, such that even when the state security forces are withdrawn, such interventions will survive and be able to be much more resilient to deal with some of those problems. These are more or less the things we expect to benefit from such kinds of intervention. But the problem, therefore, is that in the present Nigerian situation, you have a lot of challenges, to building this kind of robust civil-military relation in Nigeria. The first is, of course, is the militarization of internal security management. We also have the whole issue of lingering interagency rivalry or mistrusts, or in some cases, result in even violent clashes. We have, of course, in the face of things, weak accountability mechanisms in Nigeria, and the poor civilian understanding of the character of the military, which creates a whole lot of problems. And there are other factors, but I felt I could just have these four, and we'll have the conversation around them. I've laid bare, some of the reasons why we are having the current problem we are having against the backdrop of the historical experiences of civil-military relations and development in Nigeria. And so with the return to democracy, people had expected that Nigeria would become a lot more stable and secure. But what we have then seen is, fundamental explosion and outbursts of a lot of security challenges in different forms and shape that people least expected. And given the desperation of our leaders to get these security challenges resolved, there's this tendency for the military to be called in. But that in itself creates a whole lot of problems. Because the military that we are calling in is not the military that was properly trained to operate in urban areas, trained to deal with some of these asymmetric threats in the way they are. We have then seen, a bit of serious dilemma, wherein once the military is being called upon to deal with any issue, the political masters will talk about that the idea, to guarantee national security. But then it has a problem in terms of to what extent will the provision of national security accord with the principles of the rule of law, or in fact, in terms of a point of debate or polemics, which one comes first? Must we recognize the centrality of providing national security at all costs, or should the rule of law or confirmation and observance of rule of law take precedence over a national security? I'm sure in the days of Buhari, we all know how this created a whole lot of tension. When Mr. President felt that the rule of national security should take precedence over rule of law, whereas in the real sense of it, it's actually the rule of law that's supposed to take precedence over national security. So the result is that we deploy the military. Virtually every aspect of our life has been now controlled by the military in terms of dealing with the issue of national security challenges. So we rarely do not see the police. We just see the police on the road, and we actually see them in a very bad spot, because you see the kind of things they do is not the one that's quite encouraging. So given this situation, therefore, there's always a tension. When you deploy the military, they will always behave like the military. In some cases, they will do their best to be highly professional, but some other cases, of course, you have the deficits within the military training, doctrine, and operation that would then impact on overall relationship with the local people. And so, as you can see in the things I'm flagging out, we talked about at one point in this country, over 40 military operations were going on within 5 years in Nigeria. And somebody would then ask the question, are we in a state of war? Because we've had this high level of military engagement in dealing with internal security operations, the unintended consequences are some of the things we are seeing. So the military in some cases can commit acts of human rights violation, and that in itself will impact on the perception of the people and even the level of trust they have. And so when we deploy the military to deal with some of these issues, for example, I said they are not a perfect institution, and in terms of their configuration and doctrinal training, sometimes not, adept to dealing with some of these issues that happen right within the community. So the violation of human rights become almost an inevitable consequence, whereas it's something that we should try at all costs to avoid. But just to say that as individuals, we have all seen that most times, despite the good intentions for the deployment of this military personnel, we have also seen cases of human rights violations, for example, evident in almost all routine operations, but much more prominent during the COVID-19 lockdown and the NSAS. So just to give a context to this, between 2016 and 2022, we had, the military themselves talking about handling over 500 complaints against military operations. The good thing about it is that the military is also taking effort to deal with this, particularly talk about, the creation of human rights decks across the army. Of course, you have the Directorate of Civil Military Relations, and then, of course, have it at the level of the defense headquarters, have it at the level of the services. But it just gives you an idea of a recognition on the part of the military that some of their actions are also creating a lot of problems around human rights violations, and that has consequences for them. And like I say, in opportunities I have to speak about this, usually when you have cases of human rights violations committed during a military, then it impacts in military operation, I mean to say, it then has a lot of consequences. You have moral consequences, you have reputational consequences for the military. Some cases, you have legal consequences because some people might need to drag the chief of army staff to court. But more importantly, of course, it has strategic consequences. For example, when your country will be denied the opportunity of buying some arms against the backdrop of some ethical standards some countries will hold high and say on the basis of that, they are not going to approve the sale of arms. So these are some of the issues that, impact on that relationship. Another point, of course, is the issue of interagency mistrust and rivalry. We have then seen almost a yearly basis. We have incidents, where you have clashes between the military and other security personnel. That in itself is creating a lot of gap. That in itself is undermining the kind of interagency collaboration that is key to dealing with the problem. And so, in this case, they say when two elephants are fighting, that there is the grass in the bush that is suffering. I think in the context of civil military relations, for example, you now see where the military and the security agents are fighting, the local population becomes the best of spectators. And then it raises a lot of questions as to, are these the kind of institutions that are supposed to defeat the kind of violent threats we are having? Another point is the whole issue about not having a very strong accountability mechanisms, to address some of the issues around human rights violations in such a way that it will continue to rekindle interest, respect, and support for these institutions, and so that it can also help people, for example, to appreciate that in cases of human rights violations, it's not deliberate, but it's more or less the unintended consequences of such deployment. So we have national human rights commissions, and even the civil society groups are trying to, rein in the military when we have cases such as this. But it's important to know that even these institutions themselves have their problems ranging from, lack of funding, lack of adequate personnel, and more importantly also, the way and manner in which you have geographic concentration. Some of these institutions are very highly and largely and lopsidedly concentrated in capital cities. Almost all the NGOs want to have a place in Abuja. And so some of the local communities and areas where we're having these issues, you have little or no presence of these agencies to help to redress. Then the last point I want to mention is the fact that even most Nigerians who even think they understand the military do not really understand the military. The military is a peculiar creature, given the way and manner in which is expected to exercise coercive force to achieve the end state of higher defense management. It becomes a creature that has different life that need to be understood. But in most cases is that most Nigerians do not even understand the military, the nature of the military, the institution itself, their doctrine, their ethos, their culture, and how they operate. And so if you bring, for example, some average Nigerians now and then put an army officer, an air force officer, and a naval officer, put other ranks, the person wouldn't even know. In fact, they will say it's the army officer that slapped me simply because he's wearing uniform. Whereas actually the person who slapped him or her, it may be a naval officer or an air force officer. Nigerians do not really understand that, this whole idea of being very cohesive is what makes the military unique and strong enough to be able to defeat these threats to society. But also there are some peculiar protocols that guide their own operation that most times when civilians do not understand, that it tends to create a kind of friction that impact on their relationship, which therefore underscores the need, for more sensitization that Nigerians, beyond seeing the military operating in the civil spaces, we need to know more about the nature of this unique creature. That in itself may help, to reduce the kind of tensions and friction we are having, and then improve the overall health of civil military relations. So why is it important, for example, in the context of relations between the military and civil institutions, that we have a deepened understanding?
You may begin to round off, please.
Oh, yeah, I'm almost there. I think I'm just going to share 3 lessons where we can always agree on the importance of civil military relations. The very first one I wish to mention is one that we know very well. At the early stages of the Boko Haram, we are finding it extremely difficult to record the kind of successes that we anticipated or we wished, even though we are relying on our military, we kind of experiences and successes they recorded in peace support operation. Replicating that became extremely very difficult until, of course, the emergence of the Civilian Joint Task Force. Then that's the emergence of the Civilian Joint Task Force and robust understanding between of course.
Okay.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Okay.
Go ahead.
One of the things that came out very clearly is that unique role of the deep knowledge of the terrain and the communities that the civilian JTF and other other security providers and all of the states brought in. But again, we also saw the consequences in terms of issues of human rights violations and abuses that have been discussed. But I think that civilian JTF brought to the fore, the centrality of working with the community so that you can leverage on their knowledge and understanding of the terrain and the ins and outs of that community in order to enhance the chances of operational success. Just to summarize on that. The second point I want to mention again is that when you work with the community, there's a tendency to integrate even traditional practices in security provisioning. For example, I mentioned this before, the experience in 2023, where issues of kidnapping, incessant attacks, all under the name of a sit at home and separatist agitation, was causing a lot of havoc in Enugu. What the security forces were almost incapable of dealing with that problem until the people of Enugu, decided to declare a day that they're going to invoke their deities. And I keep on saying this, I share this experience. What was quite unique was that they were able even to get the soldiers deployed and the security personnel to help to guide them, in the ceremony of carrying the deities from one community to the rest of them, invoking the powers of the deities. And people actually knew that those deities, at least those people who are from those communities or nearby community, still believe that those deities are very powerful. So we did the invocation of those deities to help, to deal with some of those threats. It was reported that 1 year after, the level of violence and criminality significantly dropped in Enugu. We then suggest, therefore, that you can even look at the local people's tradition and practices and see how you can integrate it and security provisioning. The last point I want to make in terms of lessons was also the lesson that came out in 2024 when I did a field study in Umuahia. And then a community called Umkata was also having these problems that have to do with robbery, threats, land grabbing and stuff like that. The police could not deal with that problem. Even the police military, when they bring them, we're having a problem. The challenge is dealing with the drug guys involved in peddling and robbery, until they created a framework that interfaces with the police The result, therefore, is that they were creative, for example, to say, okay, the community can create their vigilante, but the community must sustain the vigilante. What the community did that is quite unique was that the community now said, okay, since land racketeering is a problem in my community, everybody, any land that must be sold, they must get a commission from the seller and the buyer, and that commission is paid into the central purse of that Nkata security community.
Prof?
It is that money that they even get more than even by enhancing the sustainability of that security intervention to be able to deal with these security challenges. So what would be my recommendations? I'll speak quickly to it, and the slide is quite extensive. I'm sure the organizers can still share the slides with the participants. So let me just speak by way of recommendations. I think that we need to talk more now in terms of structured platforms. You know, communities need to have a platform where they need to interface more with the military, either through town hall meeting, or maybe facilitated by local CSOs or organizations like SPSS and stuff like that, you know, for them to have good understanding of the weakness of these operations going on in order to build trust, mutual understanding, and even prevent miscommunications or mistrust that create a lot of challenges for communities. Again, the military is already doing this, but we think also we need to deepen, you know, trainings around human rights violations, security operations. With the challenges we are having in Nigeria, I think it's becoming all the more important that we need to begin to think of how to, you know, develop community-based early warning and early response system. And these kind of systems that could be done in such a way that we can have the military or the security personnel become part and parcel of that early warning system in those communities. It makes it a lot easier, you know, for them to anticipate challenges when they are happening. It also makes it a lot easier for them to, you know, easily redress any misunderstanding, share information in ways that are quite timely and effective, you know, to deal with some of the problems we are having, rather than thinking that dealing with these problems are usually the issues and responsibilities of state security forces. I think an early warning system, early warning response system built at the community level will be very key in enhancing civil-military relations and, you know, creating a platform for robust community engagement to dealing with that problem. At that level. I've talked about issues of transparency and accountability. The military is already creating a lot of desks to deal with this, but I also think that at the community level, we might need to begin to work out an arrangement whereby the communities have a hotline or community board systems where issues of violations of human rights, issues of concerns about excesses of the military could be dropped in such a way that is easier to be picked up by responsible authorities and dispensed with. Not only just dispensing with, but there must be a system that brings back information in terms of feedback to the local communities on what actions have been taken. This in itself will help to rebuild and sustain trust. I talked about increasing awareness, and these are, you know, training that helps the military that before pre-deployment training, for example, before they go to any community.
Thank you very much, Prof.
To understand that. So just want to conclude at this point to say that since the communities have become the hardest hit in terms of security challenges, they have inevitably also become the sites where we can rebuild, you know, the character of civil-military relations, such that security solutions or military operations that will be deployed will be successful, they will be sustainable, and more importantly, they will be impactful. And the lessons learned from such interventions and engagement will help, you know, to sharpen and enhance our understanding of the kind of interventions we can frame and deploy in other contexts in order to make our communities much more peaceful, security-wise, and in terms of stability. So thank you so very much, and apologies if I've exceeded the time allotted to me.
Indeed, Professor Onoha, you have exceeded the time allotted to you, but it's an engaging paper, very robust and very analytical, and with several case studies. And I think a lot of participants have learned a lot from your scholarly work, and we thank you so very much. Very quickly, let's now get a question or a comment or an observation. Like we established since morning, we only entertain one question, one observation, or a comment. Please identify yourself very quickly and put forward your question, comment, or observation to Professor Freedom Honor. Civil-military relations and community engagement for enhanced security in Nigeria. If there are no questions, no comments or observations, please let us all put our hands together for Professor Freedom Onoha for a very, very scholarly paper. Thank you, thank you.
Dr. Kudusa, the next presenter is on. We are supposed to go on break, but the next presenter is on ground. After, in fact, the two presenters, we have only two more for the day. Professor Chris Kwaja and then Dr. Abiola Ademola. So I want to suggest we take Professor Chris Kwaja now. Then we all stretch and then take Dr. Associate Professor Ademola and close for the day. Thank you, sir.
Okay, what do we go for break or we take the two papers?
No, let's take Professor Chris Kwaja now, sir.
We shouldn't go for a break.
After Professor Chris Kwaja, then we'll go for a break. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Like you have heard, the Secretariat is telling us to take the next paper, which is from Professor Chris Kwaja, Fellow of the SPSP. He will be talking to us and presenting a paper on track 1 diplomacy, government policies and community engagements. Track 1 diplomacy, government policies and community engagement from Professor Chris Kwaja. Professor Chris Kwaja is Associate Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies at the Modibo Adama University, Yola in Adamawa State, Nigeria. His research and policy work covers peace, security, the politics of identity in Africa, security sector governance, reform in transition societies, and of the United Nations Working Group on mercenaries and several others. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you Professor Chris Kwaja, who will be presenting a paper on Professor Chris Kwaja's paper is on track 1 diplomacy, government policies, and community engagement. Professor Chris Kwaja, you can see I am already trying to miss what I wanted to say because you are already intimidating me. I know the paper will be very rich. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, sir.
No, you can't be intimidated. You spent decades intimidating us with your voice on NTA.
And I think it should
read
be
by
added.
Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. First, the
Just
headline.
before Prof continues, it should be added that in addition to everything Dr. Kudu said, Dr. Chris is also the country director of United States Institute of Peace in Nigeria.
Indeed, my president. Indeed, my president. Yes. We have to underline that very well. Professor Kwaja, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oga Kudu, and good afternoon to you all. Olaruwajo, I thought you will share the screen. I'm trying to do that from this end, but...
Oh, okay, sir. I'm telling we are trying to share it now. Tosi, please, can you share the screen from your end? All right, she's sharing it.
Can you do that one? Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My paper is on track 1 diplomacy, government policy, community engagement. And I'm happy that a meeting of this nature is interested in this very important yet complex issue of diplomacy and the role of diplomacy in the everyday life of government and citizens. One of the first decisions taken by nation states or governments as far as the history of humanity is concerned is about how to build relationships beyond the borders of their countries. And in building these relationships, the focus is not just about security, it's not just about governance, it's cultural. It has to do with the totality of the everyday lives of the people and the government. And the rationale for that is not far-fetched. It is simply on the fact that from the perspective of foreign policy that we define as the interplay between the inside and the outside, just as you are concerned about happenings in your country as it relates to your people, you are also concerned about happenings outside your country, because what happens outside your country have direct and indirect consequences, impact, or backlash. And one of the most credible example I will give today is COVID-19. It started, the focus was China, Wuhan, in China. Before you know it, countries across the world experienced a global shutdown. And one of the major vehicles for discussing COVID was diplomacy. As countries begin to look at how to respond to this issue, they activated their diplomatic machineries in engaging themselves. They also empowered their citizens, non-state actors, all came together to look at how well they can save humanity or the world from the impact or the devastating impact of COVID-19. That is to tell you the extent to which diplomacy is very important. Next slide. And in that context, I have provided a very simple definition of diplomacy here, which is basically about the art and science of maintaining relationships between nation states and other actors, and that these happen within a cross-section of issues: peace and security, trade, environmental issues, as we see with climate change, technology. People are talking about cyber security, cyber crime, cyber privacy, and all that. Diplomacy is at the core of this issue. And there are 4 key areas, or what I call pillars of diplomacy, that you can see when you reflect on or look at how well or the role of diplomacy in today's world. The first is about negotiation. Countries are investing heavily in training their diplomats, and the reason is not far-fetched. If you cannot negotiate in the world stage, then you will continue to operate at the bottom of the ladder. And we see that with where the world is today, that those countries that have the capacity to negotiate are the ones that are having a field day when it comes to the decision of who gets what, when, and how in the global economy. Communication is one. Pick Africa as an example today and ask, to what extent is Africa able to push its own agenda on diplomacy? You begin to see, you begin to appreciate where Africa is in the ladder. Qatar, for instance, with Al Jazeera, the United States with CNN, Britain with BBC. These are the major vehicles for communication in the world today. The third is relationship building. The extent to which countries are able to build relationship, the extent to which non-state actors are able to build relationship across all issues that affects us. And I gave us an example with COVID-19. The issue today is about public health. Where is Africa when it comes to crafting or building or sustaining relationships from the perspective of public health emergencies and the response capacity. Interest promotion is also one major pillar. What interest, for instance, is Nigeria pursuing in the world stage? In the early and late 1960s, Africa was the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. We were interested in liberation of Africa. Where are we today with the liberation of Africa? Where is Nigeria when it comes to the decision-making process within the African Union? In the mid-1970s, the focus was on West Africa. That was when ECOWAS was established in 1975. The focus then was about strengthening diplomatic relations with member states of ECOWAS and begin to invest heavily in regional integration as a vehicle for regional development. Where are we today as Nigeria in driving that agenda of a united West Africa? As I'm raising this point, we begin to reflect on what has happened with Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali in the context of the emergence or the breakout of these three countries where they went and formed what they call Alliance of Sahelian States. Is it a plus? Is it a minus for Nigeria? What if we've been able to push our agenda in a different way? Now, in achieving, in the pursuit of your diplomatic agenda or interests, there are four major tracks that we need to take cognizance of. What we call track one, which is basically one that focuses on states. When you see countries engaging in bilateral negotiations, treaties, and other interfaces, that is track one diplomacy in action. Nigeria and the United States have what they call the US-Nigeria Binational Commission. That is a track one diplomacy in action. Track 1.5. This involves government and non-governmental actors. It's less formal. You see Nigeria, for instance, engaging with, let's say, Mexico, Search for Common Ground, Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, the African Center for Strategic Studies, Society for Peace Studies and Practice. This is track 1.5, where the focus is between state and non-state actors coming together. Track 2, which is usually called unofficial diplomacy, is the one that non-governmental actors engage in. When you go to the UN today, you find many non-governmental organizations that have what they call observer status, or they have an ECOSOC status within the UN. So they are allowed to go into the UN, listen to discussions in the UN, but they don't contribute. They observe proceedings. And as they observe these proceedings, they are able to make informed decisions which guide the way they design their program or interventions across the world. Or you find non-state actors coming together to form coalitions to deal or respond to a particular agenda. That's an example of track 2 diplomacy. Now, the last track is the multi-track diplomacy. And this involves everyone, individuals, non-governmental organizations, supranational organizations like the UN, ECOWAS, AU, IGAD, and all that, as well as states themselves. And the UN is a very good example of a platform where multi-track diplomacy is in action, where, for instance, the Secretary General of the UN is not representing any country, but the UN And you have the UN General Assembly that is made up of all the heads of state and government of the respective states. Then you have civil society organizations and other individuals that are part of that process. That's an example of a multi-track diplomacy that you see in action. And there are several instances where you find these actors played a major role in conflict management, conflict prevention, and peace building. Now, because this paper is focused on track 1 diplomacy, I provided a very short definition for you here, which is that track 1 diplomacy is simply about official government-to-government diplomacy. It involves formal interactions between representatives of states or international organizations, usually diplomats, presidents, prime ministers, or foreign ministers. I know you saw representatives of state or international organizations. The international organizations here are not about Mexico or such a common ground. It's about entities like the African Union, ECOWAS, or the United Nations that are established by states, and they report to states directly. And in that context, you find them engaged in negotiating treaties, forming alliances or cooperation, or working towards conflict prevention, resolution, and management. Next slide. Now, what are the key features of track 1 diplomacy? I identified 4. One is that it is conducted by state officials, ambassadors, presidents, heads of states, and or other government officials. The second is that it is formal. You see summits, state visits, international agreements signed either at the bilateral or the multilateral levels by governments. They are legally binding negotiations, for instance, treaties, where they sign and each is expected to keep to the terms of the agreement. Example that you can readily see today is the current discussion that is going on between Russia and, going on the issue between Russia and Ukraine. The United States and the government of Saudi Arabia is working hard to ensure that the situation as it relates to conflict between Ukraine and Russia is resolved amicably. That's an example of the legally binding negotiations we're talking about. And the last is that track 1 diplomacy is typically backed by government policies, and that these government policies might be domestic and might be informed by domestic or foreign considerations, depending on the interest that is at stake. And at the heart of this discussion is the policy of government itself. And basically, government policies are more about course of actions or principles that are proposed or adopted by government. They focus more on a wide range of issues, from economic to political to security or health. And these are always defined by either domestic, foreign, monetary or fiscal policies, or defense policies. These are more often than not the 4 areas that you see government policies taking the kind of shape that you see it take. Now, at the heart of this government policy is the question of how government is able to relate with communities. And these communities are people or citizens. 10 years ago, the focus in West Africa was for ECOWAS to move from an ECOWAS of states to an ECOWAS of people. And the focus is to place the people at the beginning, the mid, and the end point of the search for development in West Africa. Now, government and community engagement is basically about how government is able to involve citizens or engage citizens in decision-making processes as it relates to planning and the delivery of services that are products of these plans. And this is often possible where a two-way communication channel is designed. Government takes makes policies, but these policies are informed by or driven by the inputs they get from the communities. Now, are there patterns that we should look out for when it comes to government community engagement in the context of diplomacy? Yes, there are. And there are 4 key patterns. The first is about consultation. How government is able to put in place the necessary mechanisms for strategic engagement with the people as a basis for public policy formulation, implementation, as well as evaluation and impact. And more often than not, government organizes public hearings, town hall meetings, undertakes survey to have a sense of what the people perceive of the role of government in their lives. The second is about collaboration, which again has to do with the extent to which policies are shaped, and that in shaping these policies, it is basically about co-designing, co-owning between government and the communities. They see themselves as partners in progress. The third pattern we see is about empowerment, the role of the communities in decision-making, the power that communities have as agencies. According to M.K. Abiola of blessed memory, you cannot shave a man's hair in his absence. No matter how powerful you are as a military, be it or police, you cannot go to a community and begin to work out measures to deal with security or threats without really understanding what the issues are from the communities, leveraging on the goodwill of the communities to ensure that you work with them in addressing the threats that they face. And participatory budgeting issues is one example that we see where the people are also involved or integrated in the whole budget conversation, from how you think about the budget, what needs to be done, as well as the implementation of the budget. The last component is about information and communication. You inform. Beyond just informing people, the people, the extent to which you are able to purposively plan and use communication to push your agenda is very key. And it has to do with targeted messaging, understanding the audience in terms of audience analysis, the channels for communicating whatever you want to communicate, as well as the extent to which you are able to influence the perception and behavior of the citizens. This is one major area of focus that government community engagement must put into consideration in designing tools or mechanisms or strategies for optimizing the value that comes with a relationship between government and the citizens. Now the question is, why government community engagement? Is it important? Why does it matter? Now, for a meeting of this nature, since it's an induction meeting, I just mentioned them for you to bear in mind as you begin to develop or look at areas of interest in your work and how we can together work out or sustain strategies of pushing some of the ideas we have here. And this is the last slide, is that government community engagement endangers trust between government and the citizens. If citizens don't trust government, which is often the case, it becomes difficult for government to achieve peace and security. Now, how do we engender trust? Is a major question, because trust building is very central to closing the gap that exists between government and the citizens. Somebody says, when you hear government say, we are going to do something about what has happened, then you should be rest assured that it will end there. Now, what has citizens consistently are second guessing government. When something happens, they have a sense of how government will respond. And when you ask, they will tell you, we know them. They will not do anything. It's just the usual language that they frame when it comes to responding to all these things. Oh, we have deployed or directed the security to go and fish out the criminals. And it has become a major chorus that government sings when issues of insecurity arise. Now, how do we turn the tide to ensure that when government comes, citizens recognize that, yes, we have a government that has spoken?
Please let us mute ourselves, please.
The second is about, it helps in the design of better policies based on the real interest and needs of both sides. It makes it possible for government not to waste money or resources. Often, citizens are caught in this web of government coming to just construct something, but that is not what the communities really want, and that project becomes a waste. And they will tell you that we were not informed. And even when we were informed, government just came, rushed us, and got us to approve whatever has been done. The third area is that it encourages active citizenship and ownership of policies and programs. I captured it as burden sharing. And that this burden sharing, okay, I missed the D at the end. This burden sharing is demand rather than supply driven. By demand driven policy, we are talking about policies that the communities themselves request government to do or to implement. While supply driven is one in which the government is the one that is just deciding for the citizens and then going to a community and implementing a program, a project. And I'll give you an example. There's this story of a local government chairman that went to a community, and he visited the community and discovered that the community did not have any source, no borehole, no pipe-borne water. And when he returned to the local government secretariat, he ordered for the construction of a borehole. When the borehole was constructed, after some weeks, the borehole was vandalized. And as usual, government will set up committees to go and check. So the committee went, interviewed people, only to discover that women in the community destroyed the borehole because they
Yes,
usually
we can wait, but let me touch base with him.
they usually go to the stream to fetch water. Now, with the borehole in the middle of the community, they have no reason to go to the stream where they hold their meetings and other informal discussions outside the men. Now they are forced to be around the village square, which is not good or conducive for them to discuss whatever that is troubling them in the community. So that was the feedback they sent to the local government chairman, that the borehole was wrongfully sited in a place where the communities themselves were really not aware or taken into confidence by the local government chairman or the government officials. The last is about the fact that it improves accountability and transparency. Government community engagement by design, where government is seen to be trustworthy or can be trusted because what it does in terms of public policies are products of openness, then the people begin to appreciate that government because they see accountability and transparency. Not long ago, the Tinubu administration said no government official should travel out of this country except if they get special clearance from government because they need to cut spending. 2, they said if the president is traveling out of Abuja, they don't need to deploy security to the state he's going. Rather than getting security from Abuja to travel to the state that the president or vice president is traveling to, you just use the security, be it police or military, within that area to save cost. And they also pegged the number of people that the president and the vice president will travel with across the country. The question is it what is truly in practice? If yes, it means government is transparent and open and accountable. But if it is no, it means government is really not doing what they preach. They are saying, do what I say, but don't do what I do. And in that context, it becomes a very difficult, it places the society at a very difficult situation where trust, and Bishop Hooker captured that very well in his book, Broken Truth, or Broken Trust. When you have trust broken, then it becomes a bit difficult for society to move at that level, because whatever government is telling them, they have to go and check. And an average Nigerian would say, if a politician says good morning to you, you need to open the window and check to be sure that it's morning, because they might be saying good night or good evening. On that note, I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to your comments, your petitions, your queries, or protests, as the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Chris Kwaja. Track 1, Diplomacy, Government Policy, and Community Engagement. Please let us put our hands together for this erudite scholar.
Wow, been a wonderful time.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. You've done well, sir. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Well,
thank you very much.
For a quick recap before the question or
Thank you very much
for
the wonderful
Professor,
presentation.
Thank you.
Exactly. So any questions or comments or observations, please, just one person. If we can quickly get that person, identify yourself and ask your question or make your comment. Thank you. Go ahead, please. The lady, you're already on. Go ahead. Yes, you're already on, please.
Okay, I just want to thank the prof for
your
a
name.
wonderful time. My name is
Please
Imabong
identify yourself.
My name is Imabong Obiokon.
No, I'm not going to one of my brother where I call. Maybe you can share this time.
Am I
Imabong,
on?
just hold on. Let's get all our people to mute themselves. Then you can come on. Please mute yourself so that we can continue this conversation. Thank you. Please go on.
Okay, my name is Imabong Obiokon, a deputy director with NDDC. I just want to thank Prof for this wonderful outing, and I want to thank the organizers. That has been very revealing. Since morning, I've been glued to my screen, and I've really, really enjoyed this outing, and it is really, really revealing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Imabong.
Thank you, Imabong, Chris Okon, and thank you so very much, Professor Chris Kwaja. Once again, we appreciate you and hope that you will listen to you again and see your papers in another outing. Certainly, we look forward to that.
My pleasure.
Big brother, if you'd permit me to just very briefly make a correction. Earlier, when Kwaja was introduced, you referred to him as associate professor.
Imagine that.
But I remember, you know, he's a very humble man, so he doesn't even want me to say anything. But I remember the month of February.
I really can't remember saying that, sir, but it's okay. All right,
Yes,
sir.
back in the month of February, we all celebrated him on all SPSP platforms. We celebrated him for having been elevated to the rank of a full professor. So that such a title is never easily earned. And so I'd like on behalf of all of us to acknowledge that the presenter, Professor Chris Kwaja, one of us, a distinguished fellow of SPSP, is a full professor of international relations, and we are truly, truly honored to have benefited from your insights. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Professor Chris Kwaja, my apologies again. My apologies again. I was inadvertent. Please forgive me. Thank you so very much.
No offense committed.
I think the Mohammed can say something. Another round of applause before we move on. Another big round of applause for the prof, please. Let's have it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, maybe I will just say something at the end of it.
Now moving on to our very last paper is we are going to now listen to another professor, Associate Professor Ruth Abiola Adimula. Ruth Abiola Adimula will be speaking to us and presenting a paper on building strategic partnerships for humanitarian interventions. Before I bring her on, let me very quickly tell you that Associate Professor Ruth Abiola Adimula is at the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin, Nigeria. She's a lawyer and a peace scholar. She holds an LLB honors from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and LLM from OAU 2004, PhD Peace and Development Studies 2014, certificate in Child Protection from Harvard University, United States. She was called to the Nigerian bar in 1993. She is a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice, SPSP, and the coordinator of linkages, collaborations, and special interventions, SPSP. She is commissioner for Tax Appeal Tribunal, Lagos Panel 2 of the Federal Ministry of Finance and Coordinating Economy, Abuja. Member, Technical Committee, ECOWAS Trade and Gender Units, West African Region. Member, Governing Council, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Member, Advisory Council, Commonwealth Coalition Commission, United Kingdom. Rotary Peace Fellow, Chula Class 23, 2017, Chulalongkorn, University of Bangkok, Thailand, Commonwealth Fellow, UK 2010. She is the author of the popular book on international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict. Her research interests include law, gender, child protection, refugees, and internally displaced persons. She's widely published in national and international reputable journals in her fields of study. She's married and blessed with children. Professor Ruth Abiola Adimola, you have the floor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can, ma'am. Office share it for you. We have this. We have the slide also. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Definitely, we can see.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I want to use this opportunity to thank the President and the National Working Committee for this unique opportunity to be here and to present this paper. I want to also commend the President ESCO for the tremendous work they have been doing, and the Publicity Secretary for leading the show from morning. Thank you, everybody. And I welcome everyone to...
Indeed, my predecessor, I didn't add that one.
You said what?
I said my predecessor, I didn't add that one.
Yeah, it's predecessor, sorry.
Oh, thank you for doing a good work. There is no success without a good successor. So I thank you very, very much.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. So my topic is building strategic partnership for humanitarian interventions. And I've been introduced at the Center for Peace and Strategic Studies, University of Ilorin. And presently for SPSP, I hold... Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma. We can hear you.
We can hear you, ma. Sergeant, please mute those people, please. Please.
Yeah, thank you. So presently for SPSP, I hold the position of coordinator of linkages, collaborations, and special interventions. And so this topic that has been given to me to talk about this evening is very, very strategic and very important for all of us. This is the heartline. We are going to talk about the strategic planning, goals and benefits, the principles of partnership, humanitarian partnership circle, stakeholder engagement, mapping, inclusivity, and others. So what do we mean by strategic partnership? So when you talk about this, we're talking about a mutually beneficial business relationship that involves the sharing of resources between two or more individuals or organizations. In this respect, we are talking about SPSP as an organization, and it reduces costs to help all that are involved to succeed. And strategic plannings are usually not competing businesses and often share both risk and rewards of the decisions of both organizations. So we are saying that they are not in competition. If SPSP is partnering with another organization, they are not in rivalry, they are not in competition. Rather, it is a situation of coming together to reduce costs and at the same time ensure success for the partners. So the goal of a strategic partnership is to create value for each organization by offering information, services, and other resources that the other organizations otherwise either has no access to or has limited access to. Strategic partnership can take on various forms, from shake of hands to MOU agreements contractual corporations, and it can go as long as equity alliances. The benefits of strategic partnerships include reduces costs, that is reduce expenses, because both organizations now share expenses. It increases business because the customers, your members, and the other party come together, so your business is increased. Improved visibility. This can be by expanding your customer base. It can be through brand awareness and overall reach. For example, where two organizations come together and you want to share information, all the members in SPSP and the other organization start sharing. It will really and definitely go wider than when it is only one organization that is sharing the information. And it increases service functionality. So the principles of partnership as endorsed by the Global Humanitarian Platform are 5. One is equality. Organizations act in equality. Transparency, they have to be open to each other. Result-oriented approach. Responsibility, you do your own responsibility. And complementarity, that is, the effort of one organization complements the other. So we are talking about humanitarian interventions. The main and the actual meaning of humanitarian interventions refers to the use of military force or other forms of intervention by a state or group of states to address a humanitarian crisis, such as natural disaster, genocide, or a mass atrocity. And this is actually justified on the grounds of protecting civilians. However, we have different types of humanitarian intervention. And basically, I'm talking about 4. The first one is the military intervention that I just spoke about. The second one is humanitarian assistance. This is the provision of food, medical supplies, and other forms of assistance to populations in need, often in the aftermath of conflict or disaster. This is when this one happens. It could be by NGOs, it could be by international NGO, by government, or whoever. Then we have economic sanctions. We have diplomatic interventions. The most appropriate course of action will depend on the specific context and needs of the situation. So for this purpose, number 2, that is the humanitarian assistance that is most relevant to what we're talking about. So humanitarian interventions by SPSP basically has to do with cooperation and collaboration among partners in areas of strengthening peace and security studies and practice. In fact, that is reflected in the name of the organization. Then interventions in law, justice, policies, researches, and others. It also has to do with multi-stakeholder consultative meetings, peace building, reconciliation, conflict sensitivity, and sometimes it goes to the extent of contemporary challenges of societal relationships in Nigeria and beyond. These are some of the interventions that SPSP can do. Before you do intervention, it's also very important for us to involve ourselves in stakeholders' engagements. So you need to know the stakeholders. You need to know those people that you are working for. So here we are talking about stakeholder engagement as a process that organizations can follow in order to listen to, collaborate with, or inform a combination of all these 3 in their existing stakeholders. Stakeholders engagements can help organizations to proactively consider the needs and desires of anyone who has a stake in the organization. It can foster connections, it can build trust, it can build confidence and buy-in for your organization's key initiatives. You can only get to know all this when you engage your stakeholders. So through mapping organization, it can develop a plan to engage with each other. It can help organizations to make the best use of resources by not over-communicating with groups that do not require the same level of attention. That is to say that when you go into a community and you are mapping your stakeholders, the important thing is there are some people that are not so important or connected with the matter at hand. You can flex muscles and waste time if those people are the people you are discussing with. So that is why mapping your stakeholders are very important to know those of interest and of influence. So we have 4 basic types of stakeholder mapping. We have people that are of high interest and low influence. Some people are of high interest and they also have high influence. Some are like low interest.
Brother, I will listen to it.
We also have the 4th group that could be low interest and high influence. For these types of grouping, the way you deal with each and every one of them has to be different so that you will not waste effort on and energy on people that does not really worth it in solving the problem at hand. So when you talk about low interest and low influence, these are category of people that you just have minimal discussion, one-way communication, and only the main essential information is sufficient to discuss with them. We have low interest, high. Their interest is limited, but they have very high interest. For this category of people, you need to communicate with them more regularly, and you monitor the group also regularly.
Please
you can share with them critical information and anticipate any interest or needs they may have. We have the category of people that are of high interest and low influence. So we see that this group is more interested than low grouping. Although they may not be as influential as other stakeholders, you may also wish to have regular, robust communication with them. Then the group of people that are of high interest and high influence, they are your key stakeholders. For this group, you have to engage them more effectively because they are your priority grouping of stakeholders who will require regular, robust, two-way communication tactics to keep this group satisfied. So it is also important to include as many as are on ground for this your stakeholder. Hello, inclusivity in stakeholder mapping. So in this area, you have to ensure that you engage all the categories of people. Intercultural differences has to be taken into consideration. Communication and language styles, preferences, accommodations due to age, ability, language, culture, and otherwise. All this has to be taken into consideration to make sure that all categories are well represented. So we have the humanitarian partnership circle. The circle summarizes the different stages in the life of a partnership. So partnerships are constantly evolving based on partners' emerging priorities. Working in partnerships can be divided into 5 different phases. And these phases are phase 1, pre-award. This is where you have partners, especially as an association like SPSP. So we have pre-award. Minimum eligibility requirements are necessary here, like partner selection, mutual due diligence and common risk assessment, capacity strengthening for the partners and the members of the association. Phase 2 has to do with contracting, types of contracting mechanisms and approval thresholds that you may need to make, especially when you want to work together and there's opportunity for grants. Phase 3 is implementation and monitoring. After the contracting, you have to ensure that project is implemented and adequate monitoring, M&E, is also involved. The amendments, the periodic mutual performance, auditing, and all the reviews takes place at this level. Then phase 4 is close out. So humanitarian partnership strategies allows the organization program to identify key objectives and corresponding actions to develop and nurture partnership with local humanitarian actors. It also supports in achieving its humanitarian goals and partnering strategically. It involves research, formal and informal interviews of your staff, the partners, peer organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. It's all involving when you talk about this strategy. So you also need to analyze contextual drivers and trends influencing partnership development. So we look at the opportunities, non-traditional partnership, government policies and priorities, civil society operating context, donor imperatives. All this has to be taken into consideration. Then you have to map strengths and weaknesses. Here, you can conduct a mutual mapping of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, capacity, resource, needs, and organizational short and long-term aspirations of both partners. You can develop jointly a capacity strengthening plan with partners. You can also analyze how you can match the technical support and training. I'm just using SPSP as an example because that is what has brought us here. But this is applicable to both individuals and any organizations that we may want to work with. They are just basic principles. Then things to start with when doing your mapping exercise, particularly for SPSP here. Existing and active humanitarian actors, particularly that has to do with peace, security, and development organizations and agencies. Also, we may consider previous partners that can potentially work with SPSP again. Have we enjoyed partnership with other organizations that we stopped at a particular time? Then it's possible to reconsider at a point in time. Then local actors,
please unmute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Expertise, please, and all geographical presence can also complement.
Please mute yourself.
Work. So when we go into any community or locality, we have to consider the expertise and strength of those people. Local actors that have the same humanitarian advocacy as SPSP. When we find this type of local actors, it is also good to ensure success strategically, to also collaborate with such. Then things to start with when doing your mapping exercise. We have talked about local actors. And we are saying that the local actors that show leadership, expertise, and track record in the sectors that SPSP works in. Are they working in peace area, peace and security? Are they institutions of learning? Are they those type of organizations and tertiary institutions that we also work with? These are some of the things to consider. The local actors that SPSP can learn from or partner with to multiply impact. Sometimes you see that some local organizations are doing a lot of things very well that SPSP can benefit, then we can bring them in. Then local actors that SPSP can empower to achieve shared goals. So sometimes SPSP can see that they have this program and events and they want to make impact in that locality. Unfortunately, the local actors are not well trained. And those that are well trained do not have time for SPSP to bring them to that locality. So it is possible that SPSP can empower some of those local actors. I remember sometimes years back in International Federation of Women Lawyers in Kwara State, FIDA Kwara, the main work that FIDA do is protection and defense of the rights of women and children. And we take cases of violated women and children. But all of us, in fact, 95% of all the ladies, we are all in Ilorin, Kwara State. So we train paralegals. Paralegals are sent, after we have trained them, what to look out for. If a woman comes to complain about an abuse or a female child or an indigent, what do you look out for? We train them and we send them into the local government. So when you have complaint, you make your complaint to all our paralegals. So they are the one that will now escalate it to Ilorin, where FIDA members are. Then we take necessary action. So these are local actors. And SPSP can train some people like that where necessary in the community where we don't have enough capacity. Developing eligibility criteria. It is important to know what you are looking for in a partner. Eligibility criteria may vary depending on the context and specific situation of your response. So these are some of the criteria that you may want to look out for. Proven track record in emergencies, or proven track record in core sectors, maybe on strategy or response, those efforts that can complement whatever SPSP is doing. Then geographical coverage. Partners has complementary presence or connections in target areas. So where your own coverage do not cover, do you have your partners covering that place? So you complement each other. Institutional capacity. Partner has adequate policies, procedures, and systems in place to support the work of the organization. So the institutional capacity is also very important. Finance and compliance is key. And this has to be handled also very carefully. Financial management and any way that you can minimize financial risk and the flexibility that goes with it, the capacity development that goes with it are to be taken into consideration. Then reputation. Partner has a good reputation and is well accepted in the communities and areas of operation. That is to say, before you go into partnership with anybody or organization, you must be sure of the good reputation of that person or the organization, especially in the communities where they serve, because this is the only way that yours can be enhanced. Then shared values and principles. What are those things that you share? The beliefs, the values, the principles, all these are very important also. Then humanitarian principles. Partner is independent and impartial and is guided by the humanitarian principles. The humanitarian principles that you carry and you are implementing, they must be similar or complementary. Then partners diversity. Group of partners should be a cross-section of society reflecting ethnic as well as possible partisan affiliations. So the more extended, the better. Then some preparedness measures that we need to take in partnership. Number one, we talked about mapping. This is identifying existing or new partners to include in preparedness planning. It might be possible to identify partners in disaster-prone areas when you have such people there. Then the updating of mapping of local organizations and their capacities. As whatever you are doing improves or increases, you have to update from time to time. Then training capacity and strengthening other members or actors. This has to do with offering training on emergency approaches and standards to partners. It could be in facilitating training of trainers, TOT sessions for SPSP and partner staff. So sometimes we may need to bring together few people, leaders that can go into their communities and train their other members. Then some preparedness measures for partnership. Conduct emergency assessment and response simulations with partners. Before you go into the real thing, you do the simulation. Providing training for support and program staff on roles, responsibilities, and good practices to manage partner relationships. Sometimes we have staff in our offices, in SPSP offices. You want them to do certain things or play certain roles in a project. It is the responsibility of the organization to train those support staff, their responsibilities, in order to bring out the good practices in management of the partnership relationship. Then partnership agreements. These days, we have MOU, we have basic agreements, we have legal agreements, and so whatever type of agreements that we are entering into is very important. Let there be understanding that we are in partnership and there's something in writing that we can refer to. So this partnership relationship has to be established through agreements, concluding contingency agreement that cover collaboration also in emergencies or in normal situations. It is impossible to, it is also possible to consider accountability and learning. That is creating space for discussions and mechanism for two-way feedback with partners, local actors, and those that are involved, the stakeholders, to build mutually valuable and effective partnerships. Also, documenting and translating standard program approaches and tools with the partners. So what we are saying in essence is, it is good to talk about it. It is good to discuss it. But putting it down in writing goes a long way also. So contractor and startup checklists. These are some of the checklists, some of the things you need to look out for. Decide on your model collaboration. Which type of collaboration do you want to enter into? Develop and agree on budget and resources going to other partners. Develop and agree on mutual work plan. What are your roles? What are the roles of the other organizations? Develop and agree on MIE. You need to monitor and evaluate. So it is important to develop and agree on MIE plan and tools. Then negotiate terms and conditions and finalize, sign a partner funding agreement. This is very important because some organizations run into mess when funding comes in by not following the rules of the game. So it is good to start from the beginning, negotiate terms and conditions, so that when funding comes, grant comes, and you need to work together, you know what to follow. Then monitoring the partnership. Here, appoint one focal person within your office, usually the partnership advisor, or someone who is not the budget holder of the grant, to function as ombudsman. And what we mean by this is somebody who hears and investigates feedback and complaints in the interest of the partners. It's like a middleman to listen to complaints and see how it can be solved. Then conduct a partnership review or survey during implementation and after closeout. While the project is going on, you need to monitor, you need to review, you need to survey it. Is it going along the planned way? Are there variations to include and all that? This will enable the partners to understand better and act upon feedback from the partners towards a successful project. Then I'm concluding by saying that partnership building for humanitarian intervention is a must for peace and development organizations like SPSP, because it's important to expand its tentacles, increase its collaborations, and impact better the society, especially during conflict management and humanitarian interventions. So stakeholders must be engaged for effective organization management in humanitarian support. So this is the only way that the partnership that we are building, and in fact, I must say, and commend the present administration under our amiable president, Mr. Nathaniel Awapila, a lot of partnerships are being entered into, both with universities, institutions, other international NGOs, and other bodies. And so it is important that these are taken with carefulness to ensure that we have the success of what we are also looking towards. And so that is why this is very important for us to know how to manage this partnership, expand with it, and take SPSP to greater heights. We are already international, but we can still blow better. So I want to thank you. These are my references. I want to thank you once again for this unique opportunity to serve the association. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor, for that very scholarly paper, Building Strategic Partnership for Humanitarian Interventions. Please let us put our hands together overwhelmingly for our big sister and professor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very loud. Thank you. That was very loud. Any questions, comments, or observations? One person, please, should identify himself or herself and ask the question or make a comment or observation. Thank you. It appears our prof was very exhaustive. The paper was well understood. Thank you so very much once again, Associate Professor Adimula, for your very, very scholarly and engaging paper. Thank you, ma'am. I know we all are going to use this paper as a working document because SPSP is really looking for partnerships and for engagements. So we are really going to be with you again to guide us through this paper. Thank you so much, Professor Adimula.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It's been a long day and a day well spent. Now it's my privilege and honor to call on the Secretary General of the SPSP to make a closing remark. I'm talking of Dr. Lanre Yusuf Olanrewaju, member SPSP, Secretary General of the SPSP.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I like you, Dr. Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. Somebody messaged me, people have been messaging me asking, is that the man that was on NTA? I said yes. Thank you so much for doing a very good job as a moderator today. I also want to thank the person that held forth for you in the morning. That's no other person than Ms. Tosin Ojewale is my assistant, and she's really been immense. She's been collating the names. She's been helping with questions, even at the background, and she's also been helping with moderation. Before I go, of course, I'll give the president to say one or two things. I want to appreciate all the facilitators that have spoken today, and most especially, please can all the participants give themselves a round of applause for staying here from 9 a.m. till now. Please give yourself a round of applause. You deserve it. You deserve it. It's not easy. Somebody told me
Thank you very much.
It's not easy. I know what it means. Especially some of us that are, yes. I thank the Obas. I can see 2 Obas already. No, there were 4 in the morning. Yes, there were 4 Obas in the morning. There are now about 2 or 3 online. I can see an Oba from Edo State. That is His Royal Highness Otaru. And some other people. There's one from the north. I think there's one from Yoruba land, and there's one from the east. I want to thank you all for being here. Yes, sir. I want to thank my chairman. I will teach you that later, sir. Thank you. I want to thank the chairman of all the states that have been here. All the states. Lagos has been here from the beginning. Rivers has been here from the beginning. The chairman of Adama. I appreciate all of you. Now, just a quick information. Tomorrow we will start at the 9 o'clock. We have to start. Those that did not introduce themselves yesterday, they will introduce themselves tomorrow. Today, sorry. They will introduce themselves tomorrow so that we get to know them better. In addition, tomorrow we'll be starting with we have 2 sessions basically, which will more or less deal on module and evaluation. But before I leave, I think Dr. John Tosua wanted to make 1 or 2 comments. So I will just, before Mr. President comes up, just 5 minutes, I will allow just comments, any comments at all on the trainings of today that you want to just add. And after that, I will do housekeeping and then hand over to the president. Before I do that, let me just state that you should all fill your form. For the form, you can put SPSP members for referees. And if you have any question, please reach out to me. Some people paid early. Some people paid during the training, so they just joined. If you have any question with that, please reach out to me. I'll also let you know that we'll be breaking the group. We'll be breaking everybody into some groups. That will be announced tomorrow by Dr. Victor Adesina and Ms. Tosin Ojewale. They'll do that for us tomorrow. So, can I now open the floor for questions? No, comments. Dr. John Tosua and about 2 more people, majorly 3 people. Please let us, try and manage time so we can all go and rest our eyes and then eat after today. All right, the floor is open. Just 3 people. Go ahead and make your comments if you may.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary General, for efforts. I think initially what I wanted to say was concerning my brother Prof. Kwaja's presentation, especially the rounding up of the paper. But I think I will let it be so that tomorrow at the end of it, I will do a general observation. But finally, let me just thank all the participants for speaking with us. I've been number to see times people come and do get a certificate, but I want to appreciate them fully. I want to appreciate all the participants and then all the presenters for a job well done. We send our own to the comments. Thank you very much, and we'll continue this wonderful engagement by tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. 2 more people. Any other person? You want to say one thing, a general comment, an observation and advice. Yes, two more people.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Kenken Ati. It's an honor to have participated in today's activity. It's been wonderful, rewarding, enriching, mind-blowing, and totally fantastic. I mean, my career is going to take a huge leap by functioning in the center of the circle. And it's truly an honor as a participant for all that I've heard today. It's greatly rewarding and enriching. Thank you to all the facilitators. We're extremely grateful. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah, one more person. Oh, Angela. We'll use Angela. So that we'll have... Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Once again, I just want to commend everybody for the rapt attention and just say that it's been a time well spent today. Actually, all the sessions were intriguing and very impactful. I commend everybody. However, please, going forward tomorrow, can we please do better by muting ourselves? You all agree with me that we had a lot of people just and all that. So I don't know if we can do it individually, if the organizers can just centrally mute people when they are not supposed to talk, because we had a lot of people just interjecting into the sessions and breaking in, and that wasn't too nice for the entire presentations of facilitators. That's just my own contribution. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all a good evening. And look forward
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me just also follow up with what you said. Today, somebody, what are we doing to mute? I said I mute people every 2 minutes. Is that bad? I mean, I mute. I stand up to just take something. I start hearing noise. I mean, people. There's somebody I get on muting. If I mute before I say A, person will unmute and continue making the noise. If you take a problem, I didn't know how to handle it. But tomorrow I'll still sit with it. I will continue. I'll keep on muting and muting. All right, so just to let you know, tomorrow we have the induction. It may come earlier than 12. It depends on so many factors. But I can assure you that tomorrow, there is nothing that will keep us above 1 p.m. Nothing. We have to finish on time so that our Muslim brothers can go pray. So tomorrow, I can assure you we'll finish before 1 p.m. And then before we go, of course, let me allow the president say 1 or 2 things. And after that, I will just allow us to network. Please take time to network. It's a free way. People are on this platform that are great. Network with them also. Mr. President, sir, you have the floor for your closing remarks before we move on to tomorrow. Mr. President.
Thank all participants today. Dr. Omara, can you mute, please? Thank you. I want to thank all the participants who stayed on from the beginning of the day till this hour. We still have 54 people online at this moment. It's mostly been between 50-something and 60, and it went up and came down. And we do appreciate the challenges of connectivity. And so I want to thank everybody who stayed on to the end. I want to thank the facilitators who gave of their best. As a matter of fact, listening to every facilitator, you could see that everybody wanted to give out of the best that they had in them. And the choice of these facilitators, I doubt if it can easily be faulted. You have heads of institutions, experts in their areas, almost the best in their fields, spending quality time to share their knowledge with us today and making sure what they shared was very relevant to the participants. I want to thank every facilitator very sincerely for your very valuable time. I want to thank the National Working Committee for endorsing the decision to have our appointees and the chairpersons of our branches and all national working committees to participate in this training. And Professor Adimola's presentation proved us right. The presentation she made, not only her, the presentation of Professor Kwaja very clearly shows the direct relevance of this training to leaders of SPSP. And I'm hoping that we will be able to arrange beyond today to have even an expanded session of all the leaders of SPSP, including our international branches, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, to be part of this. Now, in the case of Professor Dimula, who is a coordinator of linkages, collaboration, and special interventions, for all institution-based engagements with partners that are coordinated centrally, of course, all the principles will be applied. But our conversations with our branch leaderships, they have regularly been encouraged to also seek out partnerships, build collaboration at their levels. And so what Professor Adimola particularly presented, this last presentation, we would need to have it again at a time when we're able to listen and translate the key recommendations and processes into standard operating procedures, so that all our leaders at the various subnational and international levels will have a common approach to identifying partnerships, pursuing partnerships, and seeking to strengthen partnerships. I want to thank you, Prof, and everybody else who spoke today for using this training to do more than building the capacity of participants, but also to build our institution as SPSP. It's been a very wonderful day, and even before you say much, I want to assure you that we're learning lessons. It's been a long day. We wish we had less time to engage, but that is why tomorrow will be only half a day. But subsequently, we will find a way to even do better, so that within the very limited time you have available to yourselves, we will make sure it's more pleasurable than it may have been today, especially for those of us who had to stay from morning till this hour. Thank you very much, and I do hope you enjoy your evening, and we look forward to the bigger day tomorrow, when we will have all of you join
Is it very well? Well,
Okay, I got. All right.
to become members of the society.
Go ahead, sir.
Fathers
Go ahead, sir.
who found it
Go ahead, sir.
appreciation to our senior citizens, 50s and 60s, staying on for a session like this. And you've been on for these many hours. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And may we convene tomorrow to wrap it up. Over to you, Dr. Larry.
Thank you so much, sir. I was about to hand over to Dr. Kudu. Let him do the honors of closing the meeting for today. But I just said I should just take time out to appreciate two Major Generals that are still online. One of them is Major General retired Umar Ibrahim Muhammad. Mr. President, sir, he came up online around 9:10. Till now, he has not left. So he's the definition of tired but not retired. Major General Umar Ibrahim Muhammad, we appreciate you sincerely. We are happy to have you on board. Then I also want to appreciate Major General Paul Enendu. Enendu has also been online, and if you have issues with network where he did not relent, he has continued. And of course, on that chairman, I can see the Kwara State chairman. He's been here since morning also. I appreciate him. In fact, he's busy doing one or two things, but he still said, no, I must listen and learn. Thank you so much for being here. Professor Yemisi Amukwiton. We appreciate you, man. You don't know how much I appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
also.
much. I
Thank you
appreciate
very
too.
much. Also, I appreciate you too. I appreciate everybody.
Especially the great work you're doing in
Dr. John
We're taking note of everything.
Yes, Alaji, over to you, sir. I'm handing over to you. You're the professional here.
Yes, Dr. Larry,
Go ahead, sir.
before I say anything,
I finished for the day. I give it to
No, I know. I don't want you to do something. Just 1 second, Dr. Larry. Just listen to me. The traditional rulers that you earlier identified, if you have their names, please mention their names and appreciate them as well. We of the traditional institution, we are very jealous of our titles as well. Please.
Okay, sir. One of them has left, but the other one is His Royal Highness the Otaru of I think Igara. Yes, he was here. I don't know if he's still here. Let me see. Is he still here? Okay, I just mentioned him. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. The remaining two, I really do. I will get their. There are no more here, but I'll get their names and let us know by tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Larry, and thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, participants, our facilitators. It was indeed a long day, a very engaging one, a very fruitful one, and let's look forward to tomorrow, whereby we will be having a similar session, God willing. We will start with the national anthem at 9 o'clock. The Secretary General will do a recap for us, and then we will expect to start the day most probably with Dr. Lydia Umar's paper, and then we'll have project management skills for community engagement by our president. And of course, Dr. Estelabo will be taking his paper on community engagement as well. What monitor and evaluation is all about, application of the M&E results to enhance community engagement outcomes. And thereafter, we will now have the induction proper of new members to be, our guide will be the Secretary General, and there will be a vote of thanks by a representative of the newly inducted members. And at that time, we will close the day and the entire induction workshop with the national anthem, God willing. On behalf of my co-moderator, Oluwatosin Ojewale, SPSP, who has been doing not just co-moderating, but very, very valuable other activities, SPSP, and Muhammad Shadu Abubakar, PhD, FSSP, FNIP, saying bye for now and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I just removed my t-shirt and
Thank you. Thank you very much.
From the kids.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you all. You all did well. Congratulations to all.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
enjoyed
you.
the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Associate
much.
Professor Adimula. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone.
Enjoy the evening.
Really appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Professor Adimula, are you still on?
Is tomorrow the main day?
Professor Adimula, are you still on? Feels good.
Okay, let's rock. Let them put money in our account now.
Big brother, well done for the competent facilitation. And greetings to everyone. Prof, I heard you loud and clear.
So thank you, my president and everyone. I was muted. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Prof. So beautiful a woman. Beauty and brains. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliments. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hmm.